Bum, bum, bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I groove. Like Mike, I could be like, oh, I wanna be like Mike, I could be like, bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I groove. Like Mike, I could be oh, I wanna be like Mike, like Mike, wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I groove. Like Mike, I could be like Mike. Oh, I wanna be like Mike. I could be like Mike. Be like Mike. Be like Mike. Like Mike, wiggy, wiggy, wiggy. Sometimes I dream that he is me. Sometimes I feel bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I feel like Mike. Oh, shows if I ever be like Mike. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I feel like Mike. I love it. Man. Oh, I wanna be like Mike. Like Mike. Wait a second. Son. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I feel like Mike. I love it. Oh, I wanna be like bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I feel like Mike. I wanna be like Mike. Oh, I wanna be like Mike. I wanna be like Mike. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I feel like Mike. I wanna be like bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, like Mike. Sometimes I dream he is me. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I feel like Mike.
arrested one Friday. Those are two children, just that are in Jewish tradition to have gotten along famously despite the fact that they were brothers. And this is one of the reasons why Jewish parents bless their children in the name of Menashe, flying up the hills of Iran. And he became a child prodigy. He was actually extremely talented, not in Judaism studies, but also he had a very kind of broad mind capabilities. He studied widely and in multiple languages. People of many faiths. He's very medical in his outlook, and really established a continental presence for his intellect. He was not especially wealthy. He made his living. He was very as a writer, especially as a publisher. This was the industry and the specific incident of the 10 tribes occurred in 1644 when Antonio was also one of these Christians who was living under a Christian identity inside of the world, and he made his way to eastern Ecuador when, and the story he tells is absolutely fantastic. He is guided by an indigenous guide to a population that lives across an impassable river, but when he encounters them on the other side of the river, they address and they recite a Shema prayer in Hebrew. He feels himself as a Jew. He proclaims that his parents are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He meets with the people on the other side of the frequently, although he never able to actually cross that river. He nevertheless sees and speaks to them across the way. And they are the indigenous Ecuadorian people who are of Jewish origin from the tribe of Reuben. Our lady was this from the tribe of Reuben. Now, Arik is an absolute fantastic. And then he travels back to Amsterdam and relates his story there. The Menashe ben Israel was president at the time when he made the story. He actually transcribed it, and although he doesn't publish it, the story begins to circulate and slowly gains the attention. In particular, the Protestant clergy were especially interested in our lady story because there is a millenarian movement that specifically associates the rediscovery of the lost tribes of Israel and their eventual conversion to Christianity as indispensable elements of the second coming of Jesus Christ. And there's a lot being published at this time, especially with the encounters with First Nations and indigenous peoples of America. Here's one copy of the publication of the First Nations by Thomas Thorogood, Jews in America, or probabilities that Americans are of that race. Indigenous people, First Nations, Native Americans are in fact Jews descended from the 10 tribes. Look at the second paragraph. With the removal of some contrary reasonings and earnest desires for effectual endeavors to make them Christian. Right? That's the kind of like the larger religious project of the Protestant clergy. And so they've been tracking down the story and they've been talking to the National Israel. This is also recalled around the time of Shabtai Tzvi. There's a lot of messianist fervor going on the continent, in England, and also among Jews too at this time. Menashe ben Israel begins to get caught up in this. He has to think more deeply about the story of these Jews discovered in Ecuador. And although he obviously doesn't buy into the Christian end story, he does begin to write about it. He writes a book called Sefer ben Israel, the book of the hope of Israel. This particular publication was issued a couple hundred years later in Lemberg, or modern day Review. The subtitles is Al Davar Aser Hashvatim Makom Mishkan, on the matter of the 10 tribes and the place that they live in. It's fascinating. He also issues this in Spanish. Here you can see Esperanza de Israel, the hope of Israel, and of course English. Here it is, the hope of Israel with illustration of National Israel on the side. This is a fascinating story about how he got involved in this, and he became quite a bit more famous as a result of his emotional story that in fact these people in Ecuador who are the lost tribes. As it happens, it's highly unlikely that they are a lost tribe. Who were those lost tribes? You'll recall in the late 8th century, Jewish people in Israel were divided into two monarchies. The southern one was called Judah, the northern one was called Israel. And as a result of foreign invasions, a large proportion of the population of the northern kingdom of Israel was transported to these three areas, as far as we can tell from the biblical text. You can see here on this map. A couple hundred years later, then Judah would also be attacked, and a large population of its population would be deported to Babylon, specifically at the waste of the Tigris and Euphrates rivers. Here's a map of what these regions would look like today. So the inhabitants of the northern kingdom of Israel were sent off to, let's say, Syria, the Kurdistan region, and out into Iraq region over there. These are very well estimates, but there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that Jews actually were there. Some Astrakhan, for example, like these pieces of clay that refer Aramaic inscriptions that clearly bear Jewish references. There are Jewish names found in some of the records. So beyond the scope of our discussion, there's also been some fascinating finds, subject to some dispute by many archaeologists, but these particular devices are often found in regions of Jewish settlement, and they have found some of these dating back to the ancient Jewish common era, so it's quite possible that Jews were back. Well, so that's kind of like the end of the story with Menashe ben Israel with regards to the 10 tribes. But it is fascinating because he definitely developed his messianic thinking and association with the idea of the Jews spreading out to all the corners of the earth. You could say Haaretz in one space where he actually had quite an impact in the kingdom. Because at this time, Jews were formally not allowed to live in India. And Menashe ben Israel had a dramatic impact on Oliver Cromwell in particular with regards to possibility of being the Jews being expelled in 1290. And this was a part of the Messianic era as Menashe ben Israel said. And that's just a very quick glimpse at some of the intellectual and spiritual and many different depth. If you are able to travel, hopefully we'll all be able to travel after this pandemic is over. Please join me with River Cruises as we have a look at a lot of the amazing sites of Jewish Amsterdam and Netherlands late this summer. I hope I'll be able to see you on the cruise. Thanks very much, Rick. Here's hoping. That the conditions will improve significantly over the next few months so that we'll be able to get back to traveling. I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam now in the late summer with River Cruises. Amsterdam is such a fascinating city in history. And let's just take a few minutes right now and talk about one of the figures who appeared in Amsterdam in the 18th century, the incredible Rabbi Moshe. I think one of the most amazing things about the connection to Amsterdam and Rothschild, as the acronym contains, is that Amsterdam was a city of refuge for many who were persecuted, not only as we saw in previous videos, some of the Portuguese conversos who were forced to accept Christianity and then wanted to return to their own Jewish identities and not do so in the Iberian Peninsula. They had to find a safer location. Amsterdam was one of those locations. We see in particular the Rothschild, for example. So first of all, who was Rabbi? He was a child prodigy or genius who wrote quite a few really stellar works of Jewish literature that made a phenomenal impression on many different segments of the Jewish intellectual life in the 18th century. Perhaps he was most well known for a book called The Path of the Just, which was regarded as an absolutely incredible guide statement of Jewish morality his work was accepted reasonably well in the most respect, at least when you look over the course of the 18th century and onwards. For example, the remarkably few really took him up. There was the famous Moses Mendelssohn, who was the Agnostico, an enlightenment figure who argued that Jews should engage more fully with secular non-Jewish culture, that Judaism has something to offer the European world, and that even European studies in culture, literature, art, music, science, and so on could also enrich the Jewish perspective of the world. He had tremendous respect for Ramchal. Also, in the world of literature, the famous professor at Hebrew University, Joseph Klausner, argued that the Ramchal was actually the first modern Jew writer that was actually producing works of fiction. In fact, he was a playwright in modern Hebrew, and then all modern Hebrew literature stems from this 18th century thinking. For those who are very close students of Ramchal will know that actually one of his most cherished areas of intellectual activity was the Kabbalah, mysticism, and it was in this regard in particular that he's especially beloved by Hasidim. The Maggid of Mezrich, most important early Hasidic leaders, argued that generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, who was such a tremendously important figure. And on the other side of the Jewish spectrum, we've already talked about Hasidim, we've talked about Hasidim, but Vilna Gaon, the great Litva, the Lithuanian traditionalist thinker, in many ways was opposed to the Hasidim, also found the Ramchal's work incredibly valuable. He once famously wrote that there's not a single word out of place in Silat Yesharim until chapter 11. What that word is, maybe if we have a chance to put it together, I can share with you what I think it would be. Vilna also said that if he were alive at the same time as the Ramchal, and their lifespans overlapped very slightly, he would have walked all the way from Lithuania to Padua in Italy to study. The biography of Ramchal is, as I mentioned, he came from Padua in northern Italy, where he was regarded as a child prodigy. He wrote his first book at the age of 14, wrote on grammar, on linguistics. He actually wrote one of the first books on how to engage in public speaking, quite a bit of poetry and so on. And he actually attracted to himself a remarkable number of medical students at the University of Padua, which was one of the few schools in Europe that would admit Jewish students. They had some interesting kind of disabilities. They had to offset some of the expenses. They Jewish medical degree at Padua. And for some of the brighter Jewish medical students who were tragical all over Europe, were attracted to a special circle formed around the Ramchal to study Kabbalah. However, this attracted a lot of attention, particularly when the Ramchal started to express some more radical ideas about Kabbalah, which were beyond the scope of his very short. But he was attacked in particular by the figure of Moshe Katsulis. He thought that this young, in his early 20s at the time, was actually a secret follower of the disgraced Shabbatite Tzvi shown here. He led a disastrous messianic movement in the 17th century that resulted in the disappointment of hundreds of thousands of Jews all around the world who had thought that this might actually be the moment that Jews would return to Jerusalem. It was so amazing how widespread Shabbat movement was. You can see in some of these footnotes that even non-Jews were talking about it because they saw so many Jews selling their properties, including in Amsterdam, where he had a very large following, and preparing to pick up and move to Israel. However, Shabtai Tzvi, when he confronted the Ottoman Sultan, was given the alternative of continuing his quest of losing his head or converting to Islam. Shabtai Tzvi decided to convert to Islam, disappointing so many of his followers, although a small number of them actually continued believing that if their purported Messiah had converted to Islam, then perhaps that they should do so as well. The sect known as the Ditna were active up to the 20th century in politics in Turkey, for example. But back to the Ramchal. Rabbi Moshe Katsulis felt that the Ramchal was actually a secret follower of Shah, and he raised the issue with the Jewish court in Venice that actually Rothschild, they were somewhat troubled by what they saw because he was remarkably studied by people at least at the age of 30. He was still unmarried, and in fact, he did not grow a beard, which is one of those things that bothered him. So they insisted on interviewing him, and they made him promise that he would restrict his Kabbalistic teachings. And when he got married, that actually assuaged some of their concerns, so they let him. After some time, however, this rancor for Rothschild felt that he really wanted to continue teaching Kabbalah, and so there were also some family reversals in business, and so he decided to leave Padua and travel north in Europe to find a more secure income. He moved to Frankfurt, but Rabbi Moshe Hafiz, who was unhappy with the fact that the Ramchal was let off without too many consequences in Padua, he sent letters ahead to Frankfurt, telling the authorities there that they should arrest the Ramchal on suspicion of following Shabbat Tzvi. They had a second trial there in Frankfurt. He was once again to submit to a humiliating oath and Kabbalah and so on, and once tragically. The Frankfurt Beis seized all of his unpublished manuscripts in order to examine the possible heresy, finding none but still certain of their content, they decided to bury them, to hide them away, and then they launched these studies on them. And so many of the phenomenal works are lost history, so perhaps wondering if they will be the teacher of the Ramchal, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, showed them tremendously that he wrote defense of the truth, arguing that there was no reason for him to use suspicions. He was incredibly upright and especially founded on that. And so in the end, after he took the second oath, they allowed him to travel on. And it was finally in Amsterdam where he found something else. As we spoke about in a couple previous reports, the Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam in particular had a predominant influence on admitting the Nahal and giving him the respect he needed, a place to teach. He had an honored position and so on, and he enjoyed some of the best years of his life, of his short life, living in Amsterdam, because they saw, among other things, not only his brilliance, but also they recalled some of the negative repercussions of the situation of Uriel Acosta that we spoke about previously, and also not too far in the distance was the excommunication of Spinoza, which engendered some controversies as well. So Ramchal was allowed to teach and study and write in Amsterdam, and he was there that he wrote his remarkable work, the Srilanka Shari. One thing I'm especially excited about, I haven't studied the Ramchal in a while, perhaps we maybe in the Shiva, we had an opportunity to study the Ramchal. In the 1990s, a new version, an autographed version of the Ramchal's own hand was discovered in the archives in the former Soviet Union. And this version is not like the one that's been studied for the last 200 years. It has a dialogue version in which the entire theme and plot of the social drama is expressed to two old friends who married for many years apart. It has kind of gone on the exact comparison, but it's kind of like modern Orthodox Jews, still very observant, but at the same time quite engaged in secular culture. And on the other hand, this old high school film has become like a super cluster. It says Tehillim all day, it says Psalms all day, very, very pious, very, very considerate of the observance of life. And the two of them get together, they start talking about their comparative experiences, and it is so insightful. But anyways, I prefer the dialogue version, which I decided not to publish to the version that has been written. So much fascinating stuff. But anyway, I hope that you'll be able to join me as cruise. We're definitely going to look at the Masilati Sharia because I try to understand a little bit more of his thought, what it had to offer the world. Thank you very much for that. Hope to see you on cruise one day.
Uh, I am David Lawrence. I'm one of the directors of Kosher River Cruises, and I wanted to thank everybody who is attending. We thought we would reach out to some of our guests for a little taste of hopefully what will happen soon, more sooner than later, and to give everybody just an idea of some of the. I know we're all missing out on our opportunity to travel and all that other good stuff, and just to keep connected with you. I know the biggest question that everybody has right now is what's going on with the cruises. At this time, as Henry liked to say, we are in a state of ambiguity. Meaning that everything depends on what the cruise lines do, what the governments will allow us on rivers. It's very interesting because you're going across multiple territories and multiple countries and multiple borders. With the Amsterdam cruise, obviously, we're in the Netherlands the entire time, but some of the issues are the ships coming up the Rhine from Germany. So there's a lot that goes into who's deciding where, when, what, and how, and we're keeping our communication is constantly open. We just don't have an idea right yet. The minute we do, we'll let everybody know what's happening. And like we have our Dream Now cruise later, everybody signs up for a cruise if they want, deposit necessary, and then that just holds their space. We hope, and we kind of need to know, obviously, same as you, for airfare and everything else, pretty much around 90 days prior to cruise, we're going to have that stop dead date or just an update as to what's going on, because we all need to know what's happening so we can prepare it. So we're hoping, praying that the cruise might run for our Netherlands. If not, that we'll be happy with our Douro cruise to Portugal. That gives us a whole bunch more time to prepare for that, and hopefully things are a bit calmer. So I am now going to turn it over to David Krause, one of our directors, scholar in residence, all-around good guy, and he's going to take it from here. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, David. And thank you, everybody who have joined us today. It's so nice to see some of the familiar faces, although only behind the names on the screen. And so just very quickly, Henry has the great idea of doing this sort of a little tasting of the cruise in the form of a particularly interesting lecture on Amsterdam and the Netherlands. And I think you will agree, this is one of the most intriguing, one of the interesting stories of any Jewish community on the Europe. And there's many layers of his story in Yiddishkeit. Amsterdam is known not just for the Jews, with the nickname Mokum, which comes from it's sort of a version of Makom, the place to be, Jewry in general. And so this is what we're going to hear about today. Before I hand it over to Henry, I just want to give you a technical information. I am here to moderate the questions today. So in the Q&A section, please feel free to type in any questions you might have, and we will address them after Henry's lecture. So without further ado, Henry is yours.
Wow, thank you so much. I hope everyone can hear me all right. And let's just have a quick look at the screen share. Is that coming through okay? Everyone sees the beautiful picture of the canal now in Amsterdam. So, like all of them, incredibly excited about the potential trip to Amsterdam, and I am definitely putting in extra energy of petitions to the Supreme Being that we should allow this pandemic subside as soon as possible, obviously for the cost that it has placed upon all of us globally, but also in a very selfish way, so that we can get back on the road again, and especially on the rivers of Europe. And like David said, the truth is Amsterdam is just so incredibly fascinating. It is an unusual paradigm of the entire story of the Jewish experience of modernity, specifically how we cross the chasm from the pre-modern or medieval environment to the Judaism and the Jewish practice that we see around us today. Jewish sociology, Jewish society, Jewish achievements in the secular world, all of these really can be seen in a very tiny form as being birthed from Amsterdam, specifically in the first half of the 17th century. So in this brief lecture, that's really what I do, is just to give us a sense of why was Amsterdam so incredibly important? Why was it such a mix of phenomenal influences? And why did Jews coming from Amsterdam really impact the entire European Jewish experience and beyond, became a confluence of factors that came together in the 1600s? That's the overall plan for this lecture. Really a short lecture. I'm hoping to keep my remarks somewhere around 30 minutes max, and then we'll have plenty of time for a discussion of the ideas that come out of this introductory talk, and hopefully we will be able to continue much deeper discussion as we are enjoying Malcolm's fine cuisine and the beautiful sights that surround the windows of the cruise ship that we'll be together on shortly. Okay, so let me start with the origins of the community. Let me just understand, let me just explain a little bit about where Amsterdam is now. I know that many of you on this call are quite educated and quite well traveled and are aware of these things, so forgive me if I'll just take a couple of minutes for those of us, especially those of us in America, to know a little bit of the actual geography of the Netherlands and Amsterdam, and then we'll get to the Jewish part of it specifically. So this is a little detailed map that shows you where Amsterdam is in the country known as the Netherlands. It's sometimes colloquially known as Holland, although strictly speaking, Holland is only one of the multiple provinces that are located in the Netherlands. The Netherlands means countries, and in fact, sometimes we refer to the Netherlands as the Low Countries because they are quite low. The vast majority of the country is only about 1 meter or 3 feet above sea level. Think of it as kind of like New Orleans for the entire region. And in fact, New Orleans is an interesting comparison because there's a lot of similarities in culture. Maybe when we get back to sea level, weird things happen. We want to have a lot of parties, Mardi Gras, Carnival, things like that. But at any rate, that's why it's called the Low Countries. The predominant language is Dutch, although there are 4 officials of the Netherlands, one of which is, believe it or not, is actually one of the official languages of the Netherlands. It's not a social province because Jews are settled in it, but nevertheless, it's a small tidbit. As you can see here, it is very close to England. Just on the outside of this, towards the left of this map is England. There's a British Channel that separates them. So Amsterdam is especially significant as a maritime center and as a mercantile center. That's in fact one of the reasons why Jews were so attracted to it, was because it had phenomenal potential for international commerce, especially when the New World was discovered. New York, of course, where I'm speaking to you from right now, was originally known, at least under European influence, as New Amsterdam, because it was settled originally by the Dutch. The local Dutch person in charge, a man named Stuyvesant, actually did not want to admit the first Jews into New York. It's hard to imagine New York without Jews, but in fact, he wanted to block them. there were in South America, but his Dutch masters actually overruled them and said, no, let those Jews in, and boy, there goes the neighborhood. Anyways, this is a map of where the Netherlands and Amsterdam is. Looking at Jewish origins in the region, they go back quite far, although it's rather spotty for about the 11th century. The 11th century onward, you begin to see Jews in Ashkenaz proper, and Amsterdam is one of the most of Ashkenaz, but particularly, as I mentioned, in the early 17th century onward. This is about which shows you the pattern of Jewish by DNA sequencing, not by historical. It revealed some really fascinating things. This is a study specifically looking at the Y chromosomes of Jews who are from the tribe of Levi, which would mean they call themselves either Kohen, Levi today. And since it all descends through the male, only men serve as Levim or Kohanim, it's fairly easy to trace it on the Y chromosome. As you can see from this map, 40%, no, I'm sorry, this is 100% of, or statistically very large of Kohanim and Levim have genetic history which can be traced. You see the lower right, the number 1, from Israel proper, which stands to reason because of the Hebrew origins of an ancestor born 3,000 years ago, Aaron the Kohen, who is, by the way, it's completely consistent with the DNA patterns we have today. And although many historians, myself included, often felt that Jews migrated across the coast of North Africa through Spain and then into Ashkenaz, it has become abundantly clear that the alternate route, which was through Italy, was far more significant. We know that there were early Jewish communities set up in the 1st century of the Common Era, some even prior to that, and there was a significant expansion with the tens of thousands of Jewish slaves that were taken from Israel and brought to Rome after the First Roman-Jewish War. Those are numbers that Josephus, an ancient historian, provides us with. And fascinatingly, if you look around where the number 2 is in this map, modern geneticists have calculated that about 40% of Ashkenazi Jews today trace their origins to 4 women living in North Italy sometime around the year 1000. I find it ironic there are 4 women, probably the Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, just guessing. But at any rate, it's very clear that the genetic origins of a large chunk of Ashkenazi Jewry are specifically associated with these 4 women, most likely converts to Judaism who lived around the same time in northern Italy. Anyway, that creates the nucleus of the community in the Rhineland, which was known to Jews as Ashkenaz, named after a figure that occurs in the book of Genesis. And then, as a result of pressures that are both political and anti-Semitic and economic, a large majority of them moved to the east, where they populate the regions of Lithuania, Estonia, a certain amount of Estonia, Latvia, especially Poland, and Ukraine, later Russia. And that's why most Ashkenazi Jews in America hail from Eastern Europe, but their roots come via the Rhineland of Ashkenaz. Following that, if you look where the number 4 is, there's a reintegration of Sephardic Jewish genes as well. But to bring this all to a close, the Jews of Amsterdam, while historically there are very old medieval roots from the numbers shown from number 1 to 2 here, there's a much more significant migration after the Spanish expulsion of 1492. That's what I'd like to take you to next. And this is extremely important for the background of Amsterdam Jewry in particular, and also very helpful for us because the cruise that, God willing, will be going on after we enjoy Amsterdam. It'll be on the Douro River in Portugal, which is a fascinating opportunity to see some of the legacy of Sephardic Jewry. So this map here shows you the migration of Spanish and especially Portuguese Jewry in the 16th century and beyond. To understand this migration, let me just take you back about a century to the year 1391, when a wave of pogroms swept through the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual aspects of these pogroms was that they were by forced conversion to Christianity, forced isms. This was, typically speaking, in contravention of canon law. The church did not authorize these forced baptisms, but as a result of Catholic dogma that was essentially not changed until the 1960s, once these Jews were forcibly baptized against their will, they were nevertheless Christians. And so you had this large, rather indigestible mass of people who continued to regard themselves as Jews, continued to live as Jews in Jewish communities, observing Judaism, and yet they had the status of being fully endowed Christians with all of the rights and privileges that go along with that, and with none of the disabilities that had been laid on the Jewish population. They could attend universities, they could advance in virtually any field that they chose, and even in the church hierarchy. And they had a distinct advantage over the large mass of the Spanish population because they were literate, they were numerate, and they were urbanized. And those three things meant all of these Jews / Christians against their will had, all the doors suddenly thrown open to them to advance in Sephardic society. So over the course of that 15th century, the 1400s, you had this situation developing where, there was a mockery of Christian theology because these obvious Jews, nevertheless, allowed to ignore all of these barriers, and they advanced very far into society. By the time you get to the last quarter of that century, there is a backlash against the situation. What motivates the Spanish crown to invoke the Inquisition? The Spanish Inquisition was specifically directed at the so-called new Christians, is these people who were practicing Judaism but were baptized, and that includes their descendants, who were taking advantage of their legal status and still practicing Jewish rites. The Inquisition was, technically speaking, not directed at Jews who were never baptized. They were restricted in certain living areas and all kinds of disabilities placed on their economic advancement and trade activity and so on, but they were, strictly speaking, not part of the problem because they were not pushing up against the Spanish establishment. The Spanish Inquisition, which we'll talk about a lot more when we're speaking about the Douro River trip, but as I'm sure you're familiar, it was a horrendous kind of purge atmosphere that completely subsumed Spanish society, where people were economically incentivized to betray their neighbors, because once a person was accused and condemned of Judaizing, of secretly practicing Judaism, their property was forfeited, and that property was now shared by the church, the crown, and the people who betrayed them. So there was like an incentive to rat on your neighbors. Once a neighbor was accused of Judaism, it could be anything small, like, for example, they never seem to eat pork at their house, or I've seen that they don't do work on Saturdays. Those people were arrested, tortured horribly, and forced to confess and to give up names to everybody else they knew who were all Judaizers. And this created a massive ripple effect the Inquisition literally took over society, and people at high levels of authority were accused of the Inquisition, by the Inquisition, and were forced to undergo this terrible situation. The culmination of Inquisition trials was the auto da fe, in which the church would, technically speaking, release the accused to secular authorities. The church, strictly speaking, never put anyone to death in the Inquisition, but they used the term relaxed. They relaxed their hold over these people to the secular authorities, who would then have these public burnings that were absolutely horrific. And they lasted right up until the 18th century. The Inquisition did not die in the 15th century. The final chapter of this, of course, is that by the time you get to the late 1480s, it's not working. The Spanish Inquisition has gone way out of control. Society is upside down. And so the Grand Inquisitor, a man named Torquemada, goes to the Spanish crown, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand, and says, I think we know what went wrong here. We left the original Jews in place. The reason why generations of these baptized new Christians are not converting is because they still have Jews to go to. They still have a place where they can learn Torah, where they can get kosher food, where they can hang out with other Jews. So what we need to do is get rid of those Jews, and then we'll be able to put an end to all of this. The crown agrees, and in 1492, on the horrible day of Tisha, of course, the decree is implemented, and the Jews are forced shortly thereafter to flee the peninsula. And this map shows the direction of their flight. Quite a few of them made their way across Constantinople, to Guildspot in particular, and many to North Africa. And there were two major areas that we have to look at. One of which we're going to spend more time on in the next slide, is of course Amsterdam. You can see that they made their way, especially through Portugal and then to the north to Amsterdam. You also have that massive wave of illegal Jewish migration into Portugal. So let's look at Portugal for a second now. Portugal was, for a very brief period of time, quite literally 5 years, a place of refuge for these Jews. Even though they tried to hold back the wave of migration, the Portuguese allowed the Jews to practice Judaism until 1497. At that point, as a result of some geopolitical changes, the desire to unite with Spain, for example, and a desire to not expel the Jews because they clearly provided lots of economic advantage to the western part of the peninsula. In 1497, the Jews of Portugal were forcibly converted en masse. They were all made Christians. There were incredible negative incentives placed to force them to convert. Among other things, the Portuguese deported about 2,500 Jewish children, literally separating them from their parents, to an island off the coast of Africa, where many of them were literally consumed by the wildlife on that island, Sao Tome. And so the Jews were completely broken, forcibly baptized, and then shortly thereafter, they imposed the Inquisition again. This is one of the reasons terms Spanish and Portuguese that is applied to synagogues in the New World, the Spanish Portuguese synagogue in New York, another one in London, and so on, because there were two different populations. There were those Jews who were expelled from Spain in 1492, who technically speaking never had to pretend they were Christian. And then you have those Jews who fled to Portugal, were forcibly converted to Christianity, and then for a period of several generations managed to escape Portugal, but they left with a tremendous lacuna in their knowledge of Judaism because they had been held back from any kind of instruction in Judaism and open practice for as much as a century. So that brings us finally to Amsterdam. And Amsterdam was a place of refuge for these Jews in particular. Those Spanish Jews who had fled to Portugal and then sometimes waited as much as 100 years before they could finally leave the horrible Portuguese Inquisition and escape to Amsterdam. Many of them failed over the course of that century, and we know a lot about it because we have the Inquisition records. Trials were held in Lisbon in particular, also in Coimbra, which God willing will live on the Douro tour again. We know a lot about what these Jews had to say for them as they were attempting to leave Portugal. But one of the most tragic examples of their background when they got to Amsterdam, which was at the time a very liberal kind of environment, much like it is today, very open to the idea of multiple populations living there, and very open to the mercantile possibilities. We see in the figure of Uriel da Costa, who is shown here in black, with the kind of a fanciful image of Spinoza, the great philosopher, sitting on his knee. It's unlikely that anything like this actually happened in real life, but it did coincide in Amsterdam for a very brief period of time. But let me just return for a second to the origins of this migration, which begins really in the 1580s. That's when we begin to see some Portuguese Jews beginning to organize themselves in a synagogue in Amsterdam. Now, the story that we have of the origins of the Portuguese community in Amsterdam are shrouded in legend, but we do have a history that was written in the 1600s, 1660s, that records an amazing story of the secret gathering of Portuguese Jews in Amsterdam. Suddenly there's a knock at the door. This is, I think, 1582. There's a knock, and the sheriff's office breaks in, and there are accused of being really practicing Judaism. Amsterdam officially allowed Jews to reside there, but they were residing as Portuguese individuals, right? Because they were technically Christian. They were Rabbi and his son were arrested, were brought before the on Yom Kippur, and explained that in fact they weren't doing anything. I forgot one small detail. They were accused, actually, they had no idea, according to the original story, they had no idea that they were Jews. They accused them of being Catholics, which was, for the Dutch at this time, quite a bit worse because they were with Catholics. And so they were brought before the magistrate, and the magistrate asked for the report from the sheriff, and in fact, they amazingly found no Catholic paraphernalia in the house. There's no crucifixes, no chalices, nothing like that. And so the rabbi explained, the truth is we're not Catholics, we're Jews. And so the magistrate said, oh, Jews? Well, okay then, no problem. And he let them go. And this is the fanciful version of the story of the beginnings of the official community. About a dozen years later, they were granted official permission to exist, but at that time, the Dutch simply turned a blind eye to them. Now, fascinatingly, the story is basically true, but there are some key details that are different. The reason we know there are key details that are different is because we also have the police report. And the police report says a few different things. It was Yom Kippur. It was about 10 years later. And the police broke in not because they suspected them of being Catholics, but because they suspected them of white-collar crimes. They suspected there was some kind of criminal conspiracy going on to subvert the tariffs and taxes of the state. And they arrested the rabbi and his son, and they pleaded before the magistrate that they had nothing to do with any of this, kind of white-collar crime, and all they were doing was praying according to the rites and rituals of Yom Kippur. And that's when the magistrate said, okay, fine, you guys are not white-collar criminals, you follow as far as you can tell, and they let them be. That's the origins of the community. Now, later on, as I mentioned, they would eventually gain official recognition, but not in all parts of the Netherlands. In fact, there are many parts of the Netherlands where Jews were forbidden to reside. There are other parts where they were allowed to reside, but only in certain small restricted numbers, and they all had to sign statements of good behavior. And even in those places where they were required to reside, they had all kinds of disabilities, like if they were drawn into a court case, they were intrinsically believed to be liars. The Mooric vehicle, the Jewish oath, which meant they had to undergo a ritual humiliation in order to prove that they would tell the truth. Not only putting their hand, for example, on a Tanakh, which is a very common thing, you put your hand in the Bible and you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and that kind of thing. But Jews were required to, for example, bare their chest, stand on a newly slaughtered pigskin, sometimes even hold a Torah scroll to say truth, as they were intrinsically considered to be untrustworthy. Anyway, by the time you get to your 1600, you definitely have a small, officially tolerated presence of Jews in Amsterdam. And they're primarily these Portuguese migrants. They are functionally illiterate in Judaism. They have been living for a century now without any access to Jewish teachings, to Jewish texts, and they practice a kind of like half and half Judaism, half and half Christianity. They take advantage of their Christian identity to be able to travel wherever they want in Europe, and only when they feel sufficiently safe to begin to reveal themselves to be actually Jewish. This happens incidentally in the town I mentioned earlier, Recife, which was actually a Portuguese-held island off the coast of Brazil, which many Jews fled to as Christians. And when Amsterdam took over that small island in the 1650s, they essentially came out of the closet and said, "Hooray, the Dutch now control us, we can be Jewish." And they revealed their identities only to discover that in 1654, as a result of a treaty, the Portuguese took the island over again. And they were in trouble with the Inquisition, and so they fled northward to land in Manhattan and established the Jewish community here in New York. Okay, so if we go back to Amsterdam now, we have figures like Uriel da Costa, who I spoke about it a little while ago, who is this remarkable figure who comes, his parents tell him as an adult that actually he's Jewish. Typically, Portuguese children were not told of their Jewish identity because fear they would reveal their identities to their friends, because children don't understand the signals. So when he learned he was Jewish and that they were going to Portugal and make their way to Amsterdam, he was like overwhelmed. He was delighted. He thought it was fantastic. But he was sorely disappointed when he got to Amsterdam and he saw that Jews don't always behave as wonderfully as the characters that he read about in the Old Testament when he is living in Portugal. And he became quite a gadfly to the Portuguese Jewish community in Amsterdam, so much so that they actually excommunicated him 3 times. The idea being that by trying to moderate their control over his behavior, he would stop making such a mess and stop, representing Judaism as being somehow hypocritical to the larger world. Uriel da Costa was a very intellectual. He actually wrote books in Portuguese in order to communicate, and in Latin, by the way, how he felt about Judaism, and it was like an embarrassment to the community. He ultimately, after a ritual circumcision, a ritual humiliation, he actually committed suicide, which was itself also a terrible humiliation at that time. But he served as a role model, not necessarily a positive one, for Baruch Spinoza, shown here, who was perhaps the most famous Jew to emerge from Amsterdam of all time. Spinoza, who was about 25 years the junior of Da Costa, was a lens grinder. In fact, died from lung ailment from inhaling the dust of lenses that he was grinding all the time. But he developed, partially from his Portuguese roots of skepticism, a very different approach to Judaism which directly challenged the authority of the rabbis, among other things. The rabbis, wishing to control this kind of heretical behavior, not only heretical vis-a-vis traditional Judaism, but more seriously, heretical vis-a-vis Christianity. We should not forget that the Portuguese Jewish community was still quite tenuous in the beginning of the 17th century, and although Amsterdam was a comparatively liberal place, they might worry that they would lose their privileged position there and they would be expelled, which was something that was happening all over the continent. And so especially wanted to make sure that all members of the community down, did not make waves, didn't make a fuss, and didn't draw unnecessary attention, particularly by promoting heretical approaches to the Bible, which reminds me of a joke. I gotta tell you this quick joke. Two Jews are being led out to a firing squad. As they're being led out, they place in front of the wall, and they bring the blindfolds on them. One of them starts saying, "Wait, don't do this. It's a mistake. I'm totally innocent. Prove it. Please don't shoot me. Please don't kill me." And the other one says to him, "Shut. Don't make trouble." Because the idea was that the Jewish community was trying to self-police themselves, trying to control their erogenous elements, which were only bound to grow in Amsterdam given the nature of the Portuguese population. And they failed to do so with Spinoza. They placed him like a Costa under a harem, under a ban. No one is allowed to stand within 4 feet of him. No one was allowed to do business with him. No one was allowed to speak to him. And you get this picture of Spinoza here, from a brilliant picture from 1907, one of the early artists of Israel, originally from Poland, who composed this image. You can see that he's like lost in a book. He's dressed in Portuguese, Dutch fashion, and he has no idea the impact he's making on these traditional Jews in the background, who are alternately afraid of him. One of them is literally blocking the door to the synagogue. Another looks like he's bending down to pick up a rock to throw at him. Obviously, it's a very pro-Spinoza kind of image, but it carries some of the theme of this. Now, there's a lot more to say about the second half of the 17th century, especially the influence of Shabbatai Tzvi, the false messiah, who actually found an increasingly large and important following in Amsterdam, one of these major centers in Western Europe as a whole. But I'm not going to take us too far in that direction. Just suffice to say that there are amazing things to say about the Jewish community of Amsterdam. I want to conclude, however, with this one idea of Amsterdam as a refuge, because although the Jewish community struggled to contain its antinomian and exceptional individuals like Acosta and like Spinoza, there's no question that they valued highly the idea of Amsterdam being a point of refuge, being a place where Jews could flee to in the short term as they're awaiting the messianic redemption in Israel. And we see this in particular in one place, graphically at any rate. What you're looking at right here is one of the most important of the Spanish, the Sephardic diaspora. This is the so-called Ferrara Bible, which was published in Italy in the middle of the 16th century. And it was a translation from the Hebrew into Spanish, very valued by Bible scholars of the day. And it was largely translated by Spanish and Portuguese refugees who had made their way to Italy. And there was a very, very great sponsorship by two amazing women of that century, Gracia Nasi and also Benvenita Abravanel, very important figures from Spain who used their great wealth to promote Jewish causes. At any rate, on the frontispiece here, on the title page, as you can see here, there's this strange choice of an image of a ship in distress, lost at sea with a broken mast, surrounded by monsters and these strange looking like wind gods on the outside graphics, as if to say that the Spanish expulsion
There he is.
had
How do you live in
tossed the Jew.
all day, every day? Did you wake up really early just to get your ass kicked? Oh, there's another version of it. I don't know, you might like it more, where you can put in any color. You want that one? Oh, okay, I see. Hey, everybody, remember that time when Ryder was like, hey, you want to play? And I was like, fuck, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. And then he was like, okay, time for me to walk my dog. You all remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers. Pepperidge Farm remembers. I'll be right back. I'm going to take a whiz. Are you ready? There you go. What you said I had to take a whiz. Okay, so there's a different kind of way to play. It's called. Okay, here are the different kinds. This game's a lot like this game. There's classic pool, freestyle 120, freestyle 160, freestyle 210. So we're gonna go 2 players, riser. I'm gonna whoop you, and it's not even gonna be cool. It's gonna be such a fast game. Let's see what you got. So, so if you get the red one in, it's 50. The white one in, it's 20, and a black one in, it's 10. Like I said, you can get in. Yeah, you don't like it. So why are you judging it as wet? Yeah, like 2 times. I like the idea of just being able to take anything and like having to do it. sniper. This is really sniper training school. I'm gonna take you. I'm gonna give you an education. This is the special forces. Not many, like barely as many. This is hard. That was big. Look how sick I am. All I need is 20 more points.
It seemed like you got way more than I don't know how I possibly would. Let's see.
You get the 50. This is 20. Just miss. Just miss. Fuck.
Oh, the ones on the side. Oh, this one's a big.
Yeah, but I think you have to get that last one. I'm not sure. Or second to last one. I'm not sure. All right.
I need to cover the
Oh, no way. Keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, I must be. All right, do you want the other way?
what's where are the other
Okay, so options are classic, the way that we play. Then freestyle, which is what we just played up to 120, or up to 160, or up to 210. And then there's pool, which I've never played. You want to try pool? No, it's Quran. It's just a mode called pool. All right. Now again, I don't know. I don't know what this is. Okay. So I think you have to get. I have to get 9 white ones in. You have to get 9 black ones in.
doesn't look like the same format.
There's no queen.
It's a big twist.
I know. It's kind of fun.
Crazy variation.
Right. That queen element is strange. Like, I wonder how they were like, yeah, we're gonna make a game. It's gonna be like you're gonna have black ones and white ones. Oh, let's just have one random color.
I mean, you have to have some excitement in it because or else it's just too easy to end the game. It's like you have to sing twist too. Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I like all the variations. Bum, 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 bum.
I agree. This is like cool, like you got this burger,
And
extra.
angles. My things are not in good spots.
Two. My thing tonight is whatever they call it. My easy peasy. Dude, oh fuck. I just gave you a fucking shot. Easy. Easy. Super easy. Maybe the easiest shot here. Oh, oh, you've never played this before.
It's the same game.
Oh fuck. What a big miss. You pocketed your shot.
So here's
Yeah. Okay, man. No. Oh. I'm gonna try to bounce this like that. That's okay. I'll take that. Oh, get in, get in, get in. Bump, 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 bump. Bump, 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 bump. Why'd you take so long? That was close, dog. Get it. You've got all this shit already. Bump, 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 bump.
oh,
He's going out, he said tonight. So, might not have, he's trying to get pussy. No way it goes in. Bump, 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 bump. Good shot. Good for him. I'm gonna win this. No doubt. Bump, 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 bump. Get it. I think you did. Game winner. You know what the dragon attack is?
oh, this game doesn't even have
Bump, 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 bump. Okay, we'll play that one. Bump, 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 bump. Jordan did a Gatorade commercial, like in 1991, and I was sending out this thing on Rabbi drinks pussy juice, like a Gatorade commercial. So I started watching more Gatorade commercials just to make sure they like really drink Gatorade in them, and they do. And well,
Do you know, you may know, probably, maybe, I don't know. You know what it
not eight and
U-A-N-A.
what is it?
It's a underground, basically like Liverpool, like, trick-or-treat water.
That sounds like a cool kind of software.
It's like a medieval times. Uh,
Bum,
I remember we have like 300 it's underground, and it's not really dirty. Between like 30, 6,000 30,000 possibly times.
Are you proud of the name of this place?
This game so far, I don't
You're looking at Dude, that was a dirty shot.
uh, shit.
A major miss. I saw this old man who played this game effortlessly. Yeah, that's how I found out about it. Oh, fuck. What a, but your balls are in difficult positions. My balls are in perfect positions. Bum, 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 bum. Anyway, so the song goes, oh, that helped you. The song goes, sometimes I dream, he is me. I got to feel that's how it's got to be. Bum, 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 bum. Sometimes I move, sometimes I do. Like Mike, if I could be like Mike, oh, I want to be like Mike. If I could be like Mike. It was a very popular commercial. Like, very popular. One of the most popular commercials of all time. And, dude, your fucking shit's right in my nose. Look how sick that shot is. Get too. Oh, fuck. What a big miss. And then it takes him out. What a big miss, dude. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No way you get no way you get that. You almost did. That was almost really good. Look at this though. I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna clean up. I'm gonna clean up.
It's to oh,
This would be one of the greatest comebacks.
this
I put the balls in a perfect spot. Hit my ball. Oh, fuck. No way. No way. No way. No way. I win. What happened? We both won. Hilarious. 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 Oh, I'd be so pissed. I'd be so pissed if I were you. Hilarious. You didn't want to see shit. You want to win. You want to straight up win. Lost. All right. You want, what kind of way do you want to play now? Freestyle 210. I don't get what the difference is. Let's play classic actually. Classic, but turn based. And so we play live usually. I honestly don't know what the difference is. Turn based versus live. I thought it was turn based. Oh, that's a very good point. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it is. I wonder how they played like a long time ago. Oh, so then it's not that. Oh, well, right, right in fact, the strike. Oh, doesn't it seem like it's exactly waiting for time? Same thing. This would be one of the greatest shots. Oh, it wasn't that close, but it was outside the box. Spin. Where do you go, Biggie? Easy shot. The board. You could just let it go. Dude, these old men in like the Middle East just like slide this shit, and it's like they're like in Yemen or Oman or something, and they're just so good. It's pretty entertaining. All right, don't go in. Dude, I don't know. Thank you. Oh, that was great. Oh, baby, you got two of mine in. That was great.
That's just how quick the game was.
On.
Oh, go.
No way.
So I have this like insane. That's like impossible to get.
No way.
Actually, just maybe
Yeah, but this shot.
this is low.
No, this is one of the toughest shots of all time. Oh, and I put one in. And
There we go. Go.
how sexy that shot is. Now, I don't really know how to do this one. All right, we're gonna play freestyle. Not funny. Freestyle 210. What do you mean? Yeah, because we're playing with 210.
was talking about yesterday. I'm going to do who got locked up for something late.
Oh, boy.
And so he was in there, like they wanted to big, big sentence.
Yeah.
And whatnot. He was serving time and locked up roasting the meat every day for like 3 years. And this is like 3 years of like 15-year sentence or something. But Iraq sides, like they hear about the ring of Iraq is going to be delayed. And their prison is like 15 miles from the border. And so the like police and like the jail were like getting scared. They made it like scared. And the people they kind of like bullied with it. And the guards that leave the jail and then like very soon some guy like just like picks up with all kinds of stuff. He literally picks up jail cell and my mom's like, well, he was like not he's like the broken door that was like bashed open all the others. So they literally was big and started running to the there. That's what guys feeling out. And they're like coming up with that like this stuff. Something get back. And it was some guy, some Chinese merchant told him to help out. And they hitchhiked some ride with like some African family. And there's like 2 prisoners in this car, and they have to go through a checkpoint. But they made it through that checkpoint. So funny story.
That's wild. Did they get to leave?
Yeah, he in the country. Why is it not?
The later with 20, after with 10. The other with 50. Dude, you are cleaning up. You are cleaning up, son. But I'll the least amount of points. Dude, no way. No way you get this. No way you get this. Oh, what a great shot. What a great shot. Let me see this comeback. I don't know. No. Welcome. Oh man, I just gave you. Go. Yes. That's a big miss, dude. Stop. Go.
So this, you could be in trouble. No, don't run.
believe on this. It's a difficult shot to do though. Go ahead. I can't believe I missed that shot.
No,
Go. Go, go, go. This would be a huge comeback. Perhaps one of the greatest comebacks in history of sport or gaming. Got it, baby. All right. So that, I don't know the difference between live and printed. It's like they're exactly the same. Oh wait, I think maybe I could be wrong, but if you play with, so this game isn't just 2 versus 2 or 1 versus 1. You can play 2 versus 2, and I think if it's 2 versus 2, then it's turn based. So like, no matter how many you put in, I get to go next turn. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You can't play on. Maybe if you join the game, I think it's the same time.
You know, that's a thought. I don't.
I think
Does that work for golf?
it might.
We'd have to time it like exactly that. I mean, you could try it. But then, what are the odds we're on the same team? This is a tough shot. I'm going to do something I want. This very risky shot here. Oh, what a good job. Very difficult shots. Oh my God, I'm just getting so fortunate. There we go. I wonder what happens if there's so many of those balls that you can't put your slider in this spot.
I just gave
I can't really get the ball. Like, there's two of them. Come on, baby. Oh, no, they just like slide because it's, if I recall. No, I don't know why I did that. done. I'm gonna end it right now. Oh fuck! Great shot. Good fuck. If I make this, I win. Game win. Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh,
Well, if you get to the necessary number. All right. Classic. 2 players. Classic. Good.
It's called like Master Cheater, and it's like this decorative, and like this radio show where people can call it and make believe that they're like boyfriends, girlfriends, husbands, all the time, except cheating on them. And so the radio station guy will call and just be like, oh, yeah, oh, congratulations, good luck, look at that. We're gonna send you a whole like 30 roses, a box of chocolates, and cards from anyone that you like. And like, if you want to send it to, just need to pick the first and last name. Message you want to write to the so
I'm gonna tell you something.
you want that show.
No, those are all fake calls. It's very common that musicians do that. Ryan Seacrest show does it in LA. It's like it's just called Running Roses, and instead of like the reward card, they just send roses to someone. So you just need the first and last name and a message on the card. And then the guy will be like, oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna send it to Jane, whatever. And then the wife's on the phone line at the same time. And she'll be like, who is Jane? Right?
Yeah,
Yeah, those are things. I was very disappointed.
yeah, so and based on conversations, but yeah, there's still. And why was taking up for
There's a few reasons. Yeah, a lot of people get just sent on shit to their discounts, and it's not that spicy. Like if you listen to those shows, I used to listen to them every day, or they would do it like once a week or something. And at first, I thought they were real, and it was like, how are all these people such bad costumes? And um, then I started learning more about the radio world because a lot of contacts in radio, and because we were a customer, so I started looking into it. I would listen because I would want to hear advertising on the radio and make sure it was being great for me. And so this is the show. And like, I always wondered, like, do you know who Ryan Seacrest is? No, he does like American Idol. He also does Wheel of Fortune. Oh, he also did live with Regis Kelly, but with Ryan Kelly. Anyway, he's like a giant radio personality. He's easily the biggest one. And we were going to sign him for this one person agreement for $1 million. And so we listened to this show, and I would listen to it and I'd be like, what is going on with these people? Now, you want to hear something funny?
Cheated on the steps.
A lot of people think it's very much. No, so then they would do these other shows. This is before I knew that this was all just to make good radio. And, and okay, so they had this thing called, I forget the name of the segment, but they had some girl who, oh, I have to get the thing. What, can I get them both at the same time? Again, no. So there was this girl who they had on the radio. Okay, so basically the story was they paired two couples a couple together, not like it's called like first date or whatever. And they were like, yeah, we got this these two people, this one guy, this one girl who's new in town, she's from New York, and then this guy, and they're gonna go on a date, and then we're gonna buy him dinner, and then we're gonna hear about how the date went. So this girl's like, yeah, I met, let's just call him what, James. I met James at the restaurant, and he was really cute with her looking, and I told him to come here, so we started talking about like what there should do in LA, and how it's different than New York or whatever. And she was like, and he just seemed like not really into me. He was really into all the other girls like in the restaurant, and I just thought it was really weird with him. Oh, fuck. And James is there on the phone too, and James is like, it wasn't like that. We were just in a restaurant with a lot of different chicks. And I didn't know I'm like a single guy. Yeah, I'm on a date, but like, um, I was just, they say I have a moderate eye, but I was just checking out the talent basically, and it just kept sounding like a real douchebag on the phone. And I heard this, and I'm like thinking to myself, look, this girl is from New York. She doesn't know anyone here. This guy's like being an asshole. So I forget the name of the show. It was called like it was like is it a love connection or something like that. And so at the end they were like, do you want to go on a second date with this person? And she was like, no, absolutely not. This guy, he was a jerk. And so I heard this on the phone or on the radio, and my stupid ass was like, dude, that's not the way any guy should treat a girl. And the way that she sounded like a Jew. And I thought, okay, I'm going to take this girl out, but I'm going to try. So I called the radio station, and I'm like, hey, you just had this young lady on for you. And she said she's from Brooklyn or whatever, and she's new in town. She's just on a date. Here's my number, and if she's into them going on a date, have a call. And the person with whom I spoke on the phone, she's kind of like a semi-famous person in LA. And she's like, okay, well, that was really nice of you. Thank you so much for time. She was laughing to herself in the other end. Like, this guy doesn't know that these are two actors. And this girl was paid to be shown, but the guy was paid to be on the show. And I know that. So then only when I find out that we're actors, like, later on, I was still like, whatever. I didn't think it was nice the way that guy was treating that girl, especially if she's doing that. I was pretty sure of that. They had another show in the United States called Cheaters. And it was a show where they would, it was all set up, but everybody wanted it to be real. Because there's nothing more. It's like, well, did you see this? Who got caught at a Coldplay concert? It's all over the internet. Right. So everybody loves those kinds of stories because there's like a revenge aspect of it, and there's like, you know, exactly infidelity and exactly. Did you have the cases? Okay. Absolutely. Okay, I'm finished on this stuff.
Welcome. How are you? What's good, H? Oh, well, basically, he's the CEO of a astronomy, and he was cheating with the head of HR, and then they had a third person there from their company who was like, knew that they were having this affair. It seems like it was one of these companies. I mean, it had a $1 billion valuation, and it has a gain in tow. It's like massive. It's a lot of money. I have a feeling that this is going to be good for this company, but this guy's got to step down. And there's a chance that it's sooner than he's going to lose his ass in a divorce. I'm probably tell you that. And okay, well, they had this show like maybe like 10 or 15 minutes ago. Exactly. Did you hear what? Did you hear what Chris Martin said? So Chris Martin, the lead singer of Coldplay, was like, right when the girl covered her face and the guy dropped down, he said, "Well, they're either having an affair or they're just really shocked." So they would have been totally fine. No one would probably know if she didn't hurt her face and he didn't drop down. But the second they did that, it became a viral moment. And yeah. Okay, so they had this show in the United States called Cheaters. And the shows was we have married couples and we have somebody who is cheap house. And they have been for like a long time. What we're gonna do is have the cheating spouse go on a date with their side piece, and then we're gonna bring the wife along and have her confront them. And this was a very popular. I don't want to say very popular, but it was a popular syndicated show that come on every week. Basically, it was bullshit radio. No, it was not. So everyone on the show, it was all bullshit, and so that's why the show didn't do really well long term because people started to find out, hey, this is fake. But yeah, they used to do that on all those like daytime shows like Ricky Lake and Montel, and, like Sally Jesse Raphael. They used to like have somebody would be cheating on somebody and whatever. And then there's this one show called Jenny Jones. It was pretty popular in the United States, and this isn't exactly the same, but it's just it was an interesting thing. So there was this woman had a daytime talk show named Jenny Jones, and she invited a
and onto the show. And the theme of the show, or the, like, whatever, the theme of the show that day was, we work together and I'm in love with you. And so he agreed to be on the show, and he's there, and Jenny's talking to him, and she's like, all right, so are you ready for us to give a surprise and the person with whom you work and who's in love with you? And he's like, yeah. And you could see that one of the people he worked with, this lady, was in the audience. So he figured that was going to be her. And it was going to be like, okay, I'm in love with you, whatever. But it turned out he was a guy who he worked with. And he ended up killing him. The guy who was surprised by the guy who had a crush on him ended up killing him. They ended up canceling the show. It's kind of wild. Anyway, it doesn't have to do with cheating, but it has to do with that. And that was a real case. But at least that the cheaters on the phone, now that you hear them, like, aren't you kind of like, oh, what are the odds of somebody, like, so many people cheating? I mean, at least in LA, it would be over the course of a month. They would do the show, I think, on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or something, and it would be, so that would maybe be like, let's say, 10 weeks or so ish, not even close, and like they would have 5 of the ones would be like somebody would want to send it to their wife, and then 3 of the ones or 4 of the ones they have it send it to their lover, and then 1 or 2 of them it might be like they can't get a hold of the person. Now you ask, well, why don't they do it with real people? It's difficult to get a hold of people just off the bat to pick up the phone at work and stuff. So it doesn't really work that way. And chances are, it's like 95 out of 100 times, they would send it to their spouse. They're not going to send it to their lover. It's just like, you're a random stranger on the phone. I'm already secretive about this relationship. Why would I disclose this information to a random stranger? You know what I mean? Well, didn't the show?
So necessarily like have to be like courageous thing like has to be like live on the air or whatever. But like whether it's live or pre-recorded, like the day before, it's not really makes a difference.
But I understand the show has been live, so like they canceled the Jenny destroying people's lives. It would, at least in the United States, there's an argument that it's intentional infliction of emotional distress, which is a tort. So basically, it's illegal in the United States law to cause someone emotional distress unnecessarily.
Isn't that like very subjective?
It is, but it has certain requirements, which are requirements for emotional distress, intentional infliction, but not doing anything illegal. So, to establish the claim for intentional infliction of emotional distress, first, the defendant's conduct must be extreme and outrageous, meaning it goes beyond what is normally accepted in civilized society. So, a radio station would be doing that, but that's not a normal thing for someone to do. Second, the defendant must have acted either intentionally or recklessly with the intent of severe emotional distress or with disregard to the likelihood that their actions would cause such distress. So they would be intentionally doing this. It's not it was an accident. Third, because the defendant's conduct isn't seen as extreme or outrageous, meaning going beyond what's normally acceptable in civilized society. People cheat, and that's accepted in civilized society. Third, plaintiff must demonstrate that they suffered severe emotional distress as a result of the defendant's actions. Fourth, severe emotional distress is defined as emotional pain that is so substantial that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to endure it, and may include symptoms such as anxiety, depression, etc. Additionally, while some jurisdictions may require medical documentation of the distress, others may accept testimony from acquaintances regarding changes in behavior. So I think the big one is um, severe emotional distress is defined as emotional distress so substantial that no reasonable person in a civilized society should be expected to endure it. Kinship, you're expected to endure emotional distress at some point in a relationship with somebody. However, you aren't expected to, you're not expected to now broadcast on the radio. That's not something that would be expected in civilized society. Now, to your point, I think if you do cheat on your spouse, that it should be considered an infliction of emotional distress. But courts don't find that. That's something that they consider at least. I think that is to be expected in civilized society. I don't though, but I guess I have, you know, I think people should act morally. But if a radio station, I mean, look, that was just my idea. I'm gonna, we're gonna find a real reason right now. Yo, dog, a show like Ryan's Roses on Kiss FM in Los Angeles has actors that are on the phone who portray cheaters, and these are very popular in society on radio. Why is it that a radio station cannot do this with real people? Yo, that's a sharp observation. You're definitely not the only one who's wondered about why segments like Ryan's Roses are staged. Here's the deal. Why Ryan's Roses might be actors pursue legal liability. If they prank or expose real people cheating without consent, the station risks lawsuits, defamation, emotional distress, or invasion of privacy. So all of those things. So defamation, definitely, and invasion of privacy, because they're on the phone broadcasting to like millions of people. Using actors retaining consent after call there protects them from legal blowback. Welcome. How are you? What up, Gramblex? Gramblex, can you hear me, Pam? I don't like talking to you. FCC and consent laws, at least in California, it's a two-party consent state, which means it's illegal to record and broadcast a phone call unless both people agree. Either get the person's consent through it, sometimes they say this, or they use actors making it dramatized but legal. Entertainment over authenticity. Real people are messy, unpredictable, and might not deliver a clean or true story. With actors or at least coaches, they can script the pacing, emotion, and drama to make it viral and addictive. Production and control. Dead air, awkward silences, or boring radio. Actors allow for tight editing and make sure the segment fits all the dramatic effects. Why not use real people? They can and sometimes do, but only if full permission after the fact. The people involved are okay with it being broadcast. It doesn't harm someone without cause. So that would be one where if you had like somebody who really sent the roses to their spouse, they're not being defamed, whatever. Hey, can we use this as a no call? Yeah, go for it. But that's risky and inconsistent. Radio stations want reliable daily content actors or semi scripted people. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, but then what if you have a situation? I mean, this gets messy. So let's say you have a husband who cheats on his wife every single day, and his wife just gets sick of it. She has to stay in the relationship for the kids, and so she gets a side piece because her husband keeps cheating all the time. Well, they don't say that on the air, and then when they talk to the woman, they make it seem like she's cheating when she has never had a chance to explain herself.
I mean, she does have a chance to keep herself, but
Well, okay, so she
I guess not. I look at like the conversation.
right, so she would be like, "Yeah, I'm cheating, but that's because my husband's cheating all the time with all these other people," and she wouldn't have the same ability to trick them, and that's just unfortunate that they're.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there was interesting. I don't know.
I know.
It would be an ideal world real and entertaining and allow real problems.
I get that. I know when I was a kid, they used to do these calls that were real because I knew two people. I knew someone had one set up, so it was called like birthday call, and it was a bigger segment of the radio station. So what they would do is it would have to be birthday. So let's say the person was working as I don't know an administrative assistant, and it was their birthday. So the radio station would get permission from like a spouse and call the call the administrative assistant. Be like, "Hi, is Sarah there?" And Sarah would be like, "This is she." And they'd be like, "Hey, Sarah, I'm calling from Tony's Pizzeria over on Ventura, and I'm trying to get a pizza delivered to such and such address. Can you help me find it?" And they'd be like, "What do you, excuse me?" And they'd be like, "Yeah, I'm trying to, it's on Ventura. I'm right outside your door now. I'm just trying to deliver a pizza." And the person would be like, "This is kind of strange call. Like, well, how can I help you?" They'd be like, "Yeah, I just need you to just ask around where your office is. Just ask if somebody needs a pizza because Tony's here to deliver it." And then the person would be like, "Oh, okay." And they'd go and ask a few people and then come back to the phone and be like, "Well, I asked and nobody here is ordering pizza." And then they'd be like, "Oh, okay, well, we did it as a prank on you. Happy birthday." And then they'd sing to you all the time. And that one was allowed because it didn't necessarily defame the person on the other thing, a positive thing. Um,
Motivation, perhaps.
yeah, that's true. But I think it was,
I don't really ask for it.
yeah, it was either that. I'm pretty sure that's what it was. They asked for consent, and I've heard them on YouTube as well. And they could be they just are in a state that's a one-party state as well. I'm not exactly sure on that. But I do that they did do some. Yeah, it just depends on what state. If I mean, there's a list of them. You know, whatever one-party consent states in the United States. Yeah, so like I can't tap your phone as a third party, but let's say you call me, I can record our calls and not tell you. So states that are one party consent. Um, so as I recall, this happened in New York. The people I knew, or at least from New York, so I guess that's how they were able to do it. Anyway, I remember them telling me that exactly you can't in California, but you can in some other states. Quite a few. There are like it's more states than So in the United States, only 9 states require all parties consent. 41 are either. Uh, I think they should be legal. Uh, so I love prank calls. Did you ever see Crank Yankers? It used to be Comedy Central. Do you know what this is? Okay, so do you know who Adam Carolla is? He has, he has a big house. Okay, do you know who Jimmy Kimmel is? Yeah, yes, Jimmy Kimmel show. Okay, so they used to do the show called The Man Show, and um, then they did a show on Comedy Central, and it was called Pranking. And what they would do, since you needed two parties to consent in the state of California, they would go to Las Vegas, which is like 3 hours away, and they would make the telephone calls from there, from another state, but it's not that far away. What they would do is call people from all over the United States, and since it was a one-party consent state, they could prank some people, and the kind of pranks they would pull are like, you know, like, did you know that your refrigerator is running? People would be like, my refrigerator is running. Yeah, they'd be like, or they'd be like, is your refrigerator running? Is your, yeah, and they'd be like, yeah, my refrigerator is running. And then be like, well, you better go catch it. Like little jokes like that. I mean, that's like a comedy, but they would do this. They do it for like 21 minutes or whatever, at least enough of them that that would be an episode. But because they were only doing telephone calls, they needed to have something to show on TV. So they would have Muppets that were playing the part of both sides. So it was something that had some visual aspect to it. And it was a funny show. And then I went, like, in the early days of YouTube, I used to love this, a few shows that it was called, um, they were just a few prank call shows on YouTube. And one of them was called Friday Night. Friday Night. Yeah, Friday Night. And since it was on Friday, I couldn't go back and listen to it on like Sundays or like during the week. And what they would do, just have, it was like this brother and sister who could do voices pretty well. And then they would just call like Walmarts and they'd be like, yeah, can you tell me what aisle your flashlights are on? And the people would be like, all right, this one, I don't know. They'd be like, okay, it's aisle 14. They'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me what aisle the lettuce is in? They're like, well, that's in the produce section. They're like, okay, well, can you tell me where the honey's located? And they're like, okay, well, we'll have to go to the aisle for that. They'd be like, aisle 16. They'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me where the rope is located? They'd be like, that's in hardware. They're like, what aisle is hardware? And they'd be like, yeah, it's aisles like 11 to 17. They'd be like, all right, well, can you tell me exactly? So they get their whole grocery list or shopping list, like from the person at Walmart, and know where all the aisles are. And after a while, the person at Walmart would just be like, I'm done. I don't care. They hang up and they go, or whatever. Sometimes they would just tell me the thing, whatever. Okay, so the big one. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Just to drive your people bad. Yes. And so they like to call big stores like that. And it used to be really entertaining. And this was before the days of Mr. Beast and stuff like that, where this was like real content and it wasn't like thumbnails and all that other stuff. Okay. So the reason why the show stopped, the sister stopped doing it. I think she just kind of grew out of it. I think, you just mature to a certain point. And they felt bad playing these pranks on people. All right. So the best ones though, if you want to listen to just 8 hours of funny fucking shit like this, they had a guy back in Napsters. Yeah, yeah, of course. But like back in the day, you had Napster. So, so you had Napster. So Napster was so you had Napster, and then you had LimeWire, and then you had Frostfire, and you had like there were a bunch of them. Like, one would get shut down, and then another one would start. And there was only like a limited amount of songs. I don't, it wasn't like Spotify that had all of the songs that are really neat and like playlists and stuff. It wasn't like that. It was like sometimes the artist they would say the artist was one thing and it was really another thing, or sometimes the name of the song would be messed up, or sometimes they would say it was like a video, but it was really just like gory, like like a gore video or something like that. They would say it was like a music video. It was just gore, and it took forever to download stuff. I mean, you have no idea how fortunate we have it where things download relatively quickly. Back then, it would literally say that it was going to take years to have this stuff download. Like it would take weeks sometimes to download a certain song, and because it, oh yeah, definitely, oh absolutely, I can't tell you how many CDs I've heard from that kind of stuff. And so, oh yeah, but you have dial-up internet. Even pictures took long to load up. So a whole sound file, it would take like 5 or 6 hours to download a song with good internet. If you had good internet, it would take like way shittier, dude. You have no idea. It would take to load a web page. It would take like 5 minutes, just one page, and then to download a whole song, it would take hours, like many hours. And it wasn't just a, oh yeah, oh definitely. I'm telling you, sometimes it would tell you it's going to take a week or more to download a song, and sometimes it would say it would take years to download a song because I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. There are people who would screenshot it and like publish it. Like it would say like it's going to take 340 to download a Green Day album or like a Green Day song or something like that. Well, okay, so back in those days, there were people who published prank calls in addition to music. And so there was one guy who got really famous. I don't know if he got famous, but his prank calls were famous because he could do a really good Arnold Schwarzenegger impression, and he would use a soundboard and like call people who generally were not like native English speakers, and he would he'd pick a 7-Eleven, and he would use a soundboard of Arnold. That's right, he would use a soundboard of Arnold Schwarzenegger. He couldn't even do the impression, but the soundboard of Arnold would be like the guy at like 7-Eleven would pick up and would be like, "Hello," and the guy with the soundboard would be like, "Give me your wife and kids," and he would be like, "Hello," and he'd be like, "Can't you rich?" And he'd be like, "What shop? How can I help you?" And he would be like, "I'm not your daddy." He'd be like, "Well, who's my daddy?" Like basically, this was so new to the world. Not that prank calls were so new to the world, but using soundboards and things like that became very popular. Okay, so then fast forward a little bit to, do you know who Howard Stern is? Yeah, exactly. So Howard Stern, who dominates New York City radio, not really that big in LA, but dominates the tri-state area, which is New York City, New York State, Connecticut, and New Jersey. He would have people on his show. His show used to be so big, and it was so big, it was a radio show that they would show on E at night. Before the Kardashians, before any of that shit, it was Howard Stern at night. So he would do these things where he would have people from his show do prank calls. And they were really, really fun. And then you'd also have makeshifts on, and they'd like have to blur it on TV. But when you were like, I don't know, 14-year-old boy, like that's a huge fucking deal because there was no porn. And you might be like, well, wasn't there porn on the internet? It took forever to load. I mean, it would take just a picture. It would take like 30. I mean, it just is so slow. Like 1999, like 1999. Yeah. I mean, let's get. Oh, there were no videos like that on the internet. Companies did not post video on the website. You would have to download a video, and to download a video, it would take a very long time. Yeah, it would take like like I remember eventually around like 2005 or so, you could start to download videos on Napster, and it would take like a week to download a video or a game or something, and that was under the best conditions. What would end up happening, the way it worked is, let's say you had a file like that, let's say like a popular movie back then, The Matrix. You have The Matrix, you would upload it to a website called Napster. Well, actually, you didn't even do that. You didn't even upload it that way. The way it worked was, you had it on your computer, and you would share it with all these people around the world, and they would download it piece by piece from you. But let's say you went offline, well, that means that the downloading stopped. So you might have 1,000 people downloading the Matrix from you, but if you went offline, then all these people had to wait on you to get back online to download that video. So that's one of the reasons why it took so long. And then the download speeds were really, really shitty, and the upload speeds were even worse. All right, so but let's say we eventually got the Matrix. It would take hours, or not just hours, but it would take hours for a song under the best conditions. Usually, if there was a song you really wanted, you had to expect it to take maybe 4 or 5 hours in the best conditions and at least a week or so under shitty conditions. And sometimes there would be stuff that you would want. Let's say you had that Matrix, but you just went offline and you got a different computer. 1,000 people would just have a video that was downloaded 50% that they couldn't use it because it had to be downloaded in its entirety, and then we would never be able to use it. So we would just have this wasted file space on our computer unless we deleted it. It was a very, very inefficient way of getting media. However, it was free, and it was the wild, wild west. You would download something. Let's say you listed it as the Matrix. There was like a very good chance that it could be some execution video in Afghanistan or some kind of film. Even though it was the Matrix, 2001 or whatever when it was published, it was just like, yeah, and you didn't know what you were. Yeah, exactly. And you didn't know what you were getting. Anyway, back to how it started. So there are these. Yeah, they could. I mean, do you know what torrenting is? Well, that's what this that's what this was. Except it was peer-to-peer file sharing, just like how torrenting is kind of risky, which is risky too. Now, if you're wondering, like, well, why didn't you just download stuff all the time? ISPs would send letters to your house if you did it too much, and threaten to shut you down, or threaten to have you prosecuted. And there was only like one person who was ever prosecuted. There were more, but it wasn't like they just made a lot of threats because there was a lot of. Okay, there you go. Without a VPN. Right. Because you can do that pretty well without one. You get some like an email. Yeah. If you did it now, if you use a VPN, you can go crazy. Yeah. Just saying. Oh no. Okay. So if you want to listen to the funniest fucking prank calls. Okay, you go to YouTube and I think you could just stream prank calls. But
Are there any prank calls
no, that's illegal in the United States. So they have this thing. No, prank calls are not illegal, but prank calling the government or like emergency services. Okay, so um, like okay, so there's this thing called trading. So these things were so fucking funny. So there'd be like a really innocent radio station in like I don't know Chattanooga, Tennessee, or like some smaller place in Middle America, and Howard Stern would have his minions or whatever call these radio stations, and these radio stations had a type of show called Tradio, Tradil, and what that was like you could. It was before Craigslist, or it was before like eBay or anything like that. What you would do is, let's say you had like a, I don't know, a big, an old pitcher's mill that you wanted to sell. Well, you could normally have like a garage sale or something like that, or you could put it up for sale on trading, and with a way to contact you. So let's say Riser wants to sell a hockey stick. So you would call Tradio and you'd say, I have a hockey stick to sell. You can buy it for $10 and you can contact me at 555-5555. And somebody would hear that you were selling a hockey stick and they'd call. Or they would just call you and say, hey, I heard you were listing a hockey stick. Do you understand that idea? Yeah. Okay. So Howard Stern would have his minions or he'd call these really small shows and be like, yeah, I got a used dildo that has a little bit of cum still on it, and I'm gonna sell that for $75. And they'd be like, all right, you dildo. Wait a second. They cut that person off. Then they call right back with another voice, and they'd be like, yeah, I have a steaming hot pile of shit, and they like cut them off right away. So then they call back. Exactly, and they would just be two people calling one after another after another after another. So it was a different voice. They do different voices, and they do this for hours. So what do you look up? You just look up Howard Stern prank calls. They have compilations of these things, and they're so fucking funny. I still listen to this day. And these compilations 3 hours long, and they're just all prank calls after prank call after prank call. And so they would call these people. Let me like just off the top of my head. I don't even know if ChatGPT will know this, but here we go. Howard Stern used to do a thing with prank calling radio. Some of the things that they would call and sell, like the prank stuff that they would sell. What are some examples? Yeah, so they would say, yeah, like I have like some used butt wipes for sale, or I've got some penis enlargement cream, or I've got an electronic flatulence simulator. And the guy who's on the phone is like this real like backwood kind of guy who doesn't put together like an electronic flatulence simulator is a fart machine. And they'd be like, all right, well, we've got one electronic flatulence simulator, and how much did you want to sell that? And they'd be like $8. And they'd be like, all right, $8, you can contact me at 555-5555. They'd have like, yeah, I've got a rectal thermometer for sale, and I'm looking to get $8 on that. Or yeah, I've got a book here. It's called How to Pick Up Women with Halitosis. I'm gonna sell it for $7. They'll just have like all kinds of things. And they'd be like, I've got used dentures. I don't know whose they are.
but I'd like to get at least $11 for those. And I got some stained underwear from the former quarterback of the Green Bay Packers, and that's going to be, I'd like, it's a celebrity item. I'd like to get $6 for that. And I got some celebrity toenails. I dug through Pamela Anderson for this, and I'd like to get at least $12 for those. And they just be like, we've got some fresh cow testicle jerky. Yeah, so listen to those. There are some those that they've done, so maybe those they're hilarious. Prank calls aren't really that big in the United States anymore. And the reason why is because caller ID became a thing. And once caller ID became a thing, it killed the whole prank call industry.
You never pick up the
I do, but like if you were, let's say, like running one of those shows, you're not going to expect like a New York area code to call you. And at the time, they didn't have like number switchers like the things they have today. So it would just be like these numbers keep calling us, and you could call them and get them blocked. This one time, just hold on, I got one last story for you. So my friend, my friend and I at my house, and he was spending the night, and it was like the first time, maybe he wasn't spending the night, but our parents were friends, and they were going out to like dinner, and I think they were gonna go to the casino or something like that. And my friend was over, and he's like, "You want to do prank calls?" I was like, "Yeah." I didn't really want to. I was a pretty good kid, but I don't know. So we got on the phone and we started calling just random people on the phone. Like we didn't have any numbers. And we called this lady who we were laughing so hard that like we couldn't even breathe because like we were just having a good time. And so we were prank calling her, and we kept calling her to answer and hang up or whatever. We were having a really good time. But then this was like our family had like pretty big phones, and they had caller ID built into it, and we get this call, and it was from the police, and they left we didn't pick it up, but they left a message. We went to the answer machine and listened, and they were like, "This is Officer so and so. We got a complaint that citizens are making prank calls from this number, and causing distress to someone." So my friend and I were like freaking out. We were like, I don't know, 11, 12, 13, something like that, freaking out. And then we got this knock at the door that night, and we did not open the door. We just stayed quiet the whole time, just like we were freaking out. Anyway, after we did that, that was like the last time. I don't know if it was the last time I did prank calls, but yes, we got the prank calls. We would just kept calling her, and when she would answer, we would hang up. And like, yeah, and there was no way to. It was an old lady, and there was no way to like block somebody's call. Today you could just block a caller, but back then you couldn't. And she didn't just leave her phone off the hook. She just kept picking up, and so we kept calling her. And this, I remember my friend was saying, we said something like, "I can't read," something like that, something like, "Oh, I know what it was. I can't read." she was like, because reading was new to us or whatever. And so anyone who couldn't read was like funny to us that that somebody couldn't read or something. So when she did pick up one time, we'd be like, I can't read. And he'd be like, who is this? And he'd be like, I can't read. And she'd be like, who's calling me? And then we'd hang up and then wait 5 minutes and call me back. We did it like 3 times. We didn't even do it that many times. It wasn't an outrageous amount, but it was enough to piss this lady off enough for some reason. And well, dude, it was like it was by far the scariest. Well, we scared when they called and left a message because I was like, well, we have to delete this again. They, yeah. So back then you had a phone book. The next telephone number was published with your address, and the police had a telephone number, which the normal person wouldn't have. So they just looked at our telephone number and knew the address, and they just came to the house. We were super scared when they called and left a message saying to stop bothering the sleep. But then when the police came and knocked on the door, I remember we had like all the lights on in the house, and the police started knocking on the lights went out. Like this, these kids are obviously home. And I remember like we were just like it was almost like we were in a movie, and somebody's up against the wall, like breathing really hard. We were doing that. I remember being like, I'm never gonna do this again. This was like one of the worst ones. And so we had to delete that message on the telephone answering machine. And so we did. I did know how to do it. The message was just like, yeah, this is Officer Johnson with the county police, and we're calling to just investigate. We have prank callers coming from this telephone number. If you would, please give us a call or whatever. And I think so we had to delete the message. I remember being able to delete the message. No, it is that much. It becomes criminal mischief. Yeah, exactly. Or deep harassment. Probably once she said stop calling or something like that. There's a way, but like when the officer came to the door, we were like 12 years old. I mean, they're not gonna lock you up because of that. They would probably what they wanted to do was have our parents answer the door, and our parents would punish us basically after having the police officer there. We would be freaked out. But fortunately, our parents were still gone, and I remember this was like my parents were like, stay home by yourself for the first time with a friend, and my parents were with his parents. They'd been friends since before we were even born, so they were great friends. So anyway, we were able to get the message. And then I remember being like, "Don't tell your parents," and he's like, "No, dude, never tell my parents what you're doing." And when my parents came home, I fessed up and I said, I think I told my mom because I didn't upset my dad or anything like that. And I said, "Can I tell you something?" And then I showed this stuff. And I was like, "Well, my friend, was here and he wanted to make prank calls on our phone, and I didn't really want to do it, but he did. And so we called this lady like 3 times, and I was like, who's this lady?" And I was like, it's just a random number calling the prank number. And then the police left a phone message, I think, in their house. And I was like, what? Like, what did you guys say to her? It's like, we didn't say anything bad. We just kept hearing like on her, but it was enough to just annoy her. And my mom was like, and then she told my dad everything. Okay, well,
this was like the next day, later that night or something. So you didn't get caught basically, or like they didn't. You didn't have to talk to him anymore. Just don't do that again. That's all. Yeah, that was the big thing. And when Color ID came out, it was such a game changer that happened. It was like between being a middle class family and a low class family. It was a huge difference.
Yeah, the reaction.
Yeah. All right. Sleep tight. See you tonight. Take care. We're done. Listen to those Howard Stern podcasts. They're absolutely hilarious. Tradio. It's hysterical. Keep big love.
News out into the Mediterranean, out of the Atlantic, on uncertain destinations. And after they managed to find their way to places like Ferrara, places like Amsterdam. To show you the Amsterdam equivalent, this is a very small from a book you may actually have in your home, the Maxwell House Haggadah, which was based originally on the 1695 Amsterdam printing of the Haggadah, which featured some amazing illustrations by a man named Abraham Bar Yaakov. Abraham Bar Yaakov was actually a Christian. He served as a Protestant minister before leaving Germany and migrating to Amsterdam so he could study Judaism. He ended up converting to Judaism and displayed great talent as an engraver, and he created the illustrations for one of the most popular Haggadahs in all history, which has graced tens of thousands of Jewish tables in America alone. It is largely a result of unusual individuals' conversion to Judaism and his interpretation of the stories in the Haggadah. And this little detail is on the title page. It's his signature. You can see at the bottom there, Avraham Bar Yaakov, but he's portraying something which has no occurrence in the Haggadah whatsoever, but is his own personal.
What up, Soy Lobo?
View of his life connected inextricably with Amsterdam. As you can see in the top left, there is again that motif, like in the Ferrara Bible, of the ship at sea in distress, people falling overboard, the terrible sea monsters about to swallow them, and values that by putting in the lower right corner the figure of Jonah, disgorged by the great whale or great fish onto dry land to safety. And as he looks over his shoulder at the horrible danger that he has survived, that's when he reflects on the tremendous kindness that Amsterdam showed by being that place of refuge intellectually and spiritually. And this is part of the Amsterdam Jewish story in a very small image. So I'm hoping that God willing, we will have the opportunity to speak at much more length about the entire history of the Jews, from their earliest origins up until the 21st century. But for now, I will conclude, and I'm going to hand this back forward to hearing your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you for your attention.
Wow, thank you, Henry. This was, I have to tell you, such a interesting and thoroughly lecture that, believe it or not, there you said it all. So, thank you very much. And
You can ask questions, David. If no one else is ready to ask. Everyone is afraid to ask the first question. If someone wants to start with the second.
What's good, Soy Lobo? Can you hear me? Soy Lobo. Yo, dog.
Can you hear me? How are you? How's your day going, Soy Lobo? I'm a wolf.
Second question. We'll be good with that.
Maybe I will again act as the thumb during the Haggadah, asking simple questions because I know you don't like hard questions. I will leave that for the vote. I will think of something very, very difficult and then I will pop it. Maybe just very briefly, if you can talk a bit on the role of Hebrew print in Amsterdam, because Amsterdam was very important printing center, the Jewish way.
Yeah, sure. That is a fascinating question. Thank you for asking it. We got to place this in context of it, right? The printing press comes out in the middle of the 15th century. Jews are early adopters. They're loving it. This is a great way because the Jews are al-Dabi, the people of the book, and they really meant the people of the manuscript. But manuscripts are like hugely expensive, prone to error, very easily damaged, fragile, hard to replace. With the printing press, movable type, all of a sudden, you have the opportunity for a tremendous new industry, and Jews are big consumers of written material. So there are a few big centers that develop. The Spaniards try to get into it early on, but of course they're expelled very early. But our first Talmuds, for example, come from Spain in the 1480s, and then the Venetians in particular in the beginning of the 16th century, they start printing big time. Amsterdam is kind of like the third wave of publishing for Jews. And you have a few major printing houses that are established there, largely because of very favorable tax policies and the absence of church oversight. In Catholic countries, the church begins to say, wait a second, what exactly are you Jews writing here? Because it's all in Hebrew, we don't know what you're saying. They have to impose lots of censors and things like that. In Amsterdam, you don't have that church oversight, and you have the mercantile connection where they're shipping books out everywhere across the ocean as well. So there is this effervescence of Jewish printing. Also, bear in mind that these Portuguese, they're essentially Vale Chuva. They're essentially coming to them with a Christian background, secular background, if you will, for that time and place. And they're willing to issue ideas. It doesn't have to be orthodox, small or orthodox. You can give us new thought. You know, one of the most important Amsterdam Jews at the time was Nasser ben Israel, who published the theory that the Semites that were lost in the 8th century before the Common Era were actually alive and well and living in Colombia, in South America. And that was a hugely popular book, very influential across the ocean, translated into English as well. It's available under the title The Hope of Israel. So there's some fascinating, beautiful things with printing in Amsterdam.
Thank you very much. We have another question, which is from an anonymous attendee. Any idea why Dutch Jews, alone among all other Jews, wait only 1 hour in the milk?
Yeah, I think the one answer to that is probably the proximity of Swiss chocolate, Toblerone, right? Like once you've got such a great chocolate like that, you really want to eat it as soon as possible. Okay, that's a joke. I hope you laughed at that. But, it's an excellent question. I've never actually thought about how that particular minhag or custom developed. From a halachic perspective, I'm not a rabbi, but from a halachic perspective, when you look at the passage that talks about meat and milk, it doesn't specify a specific amount of time. And when you get to the expositors of halakha, especially at the time of the Shulchan Aruch, 15th, 16th century, that's when it begins to a more strict opinion, perhaps in Eastern Europe, of 6 hours. In Germany, per se, the 3-hour time limit, and in Amsterdam, in Holland, only 1 hour. I'll have to look further into it to see if there is a justification on a historic basis. But excellent question. I'll be thinking about that once I have lunch today.
Thank you. I think there are no more questions, so I would like to conclude the lecture part. Thank you so much, Henry. This is as always just pure pleasure to listen to you and learn from you. And I really, really hope that session that we will continue on the call, that we will. We all know that, and I'm looking forward to that. So thank you, and now I will hand over to David Lawrence, who has a few concluding remarks.
Thank you so much, Henry. What we do on our cruises, Henry is an integral part of the team, and makes it, a really special experience. When we do our cruise, we're going all over the world, but we always try to have that Jewish aspect of it. We're a community of Jews traveling together, learning together, and that's all part of our process. You know, when we our cruises are meant to be education in both secular, exactly what we're seeing, but to understand and the Jewish part of it, and to understand the secular part and the Jewish part, you got to understand both sides of the coin, and that what makes us really, really special. You know, what we do is, and when we create this community, people, you know, Henry is always around, whether they're impromptu talks over dinner or whenever people can ask questions, people can have extra time. There's so much going on, as you know, and people have been on our cruises before. They start at 8 in the morning and finish at 11 at night. So there is always something scheduled, and there's always something happening. Do as much as you want, and or do as little as you want. And again, this is something that we've tried for the last, I guess, cruising has been doing this for about 25 years. Malcolm is one of the experts in cruising from large ships. We've moved over to the small ships because we enjoy being just a community of Jews traveling together. And I think that's what makes this a really special experience. People who came in a little bit later, we are waiting to hear what's happening in Europe, what's happening with the governments, how they're allowing the rivers to flow, who's allowed on the river, when, what are the protocols. Once we know what's happening, we'll let you know exactly what's happening. We have, like I said, our Dream Now cruise later, which is just sign up, no deposit necessary when the cruise is confirmed, and at that point you can make a decision if you want to come or not. And if Amsterdam doesn't go, if the Netherlands doesn't go, again, our next cruises will start in October in Portugal. And then for next year, we have everything from, as you see on our website, you can keep updated all the time. I'd like to thank everybody once again for coming. Please contact us if you have any questions whatsoever. Be happy to answer them, and, you know, spread the word. You know, we're here, and we're looking to travel all together soon. And once again, to everybody.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited to share with you today the results of a study that I recently read that is absolutely fascinating, talking about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just beginning my research now to prepare for the cruising season of kosher riverboat cruises. Looking forward to visiting the Netherlands and Belgium, and then a little later going to the Rhone River again to the south of France. So let's start with this study, which is absolutely fascinating. It talks about the genetic history of early Ashkenazi Jews. So first of all, let's understand what are the regions we're speaking about. If you look at this map here, you see basically the settlement of Ashkenazi Jews begins in this northern central part of Europe, primarily Germany, the Rhineland, and these locations were where we begin to see Jews showing up from the 6th through the 11th century, especially around the 9th century, start getting much concrete historical data. Then, of course, they'll spread towards the east, in particular, eventually into the great heartland where they'll expand in Poland and Ukraine, and eventually make their way over to the Americas. But one of the enduring questions in Jewish history has been like, how exactly did the Ashkenazi Jews get there? And there are a few different models of migration. Here, have a look at this map, which takes advantage of new research available And the model, which seems to be the most definitive, and in fact, the study that I'll look at with you today seems to confirm it, indicates that most Ashkenazi Jews, or at least a plurality of them, have their roots in the Middle East, of course, the region of ancient Israel, with a strong admixture of Italian DNA, meaning that they migrated from the ancient site of Israel through the Italian peninsula before they made their way to the heartland of Ashkenaz and northern Europe. There's also a significant admixture of Sephardic Jewry. You see them coming from the Iberian Peninsula after perhaps a trek across North Africa, and then moving into Provence, the south of France, and then up into the Ashkenazi heartland. But the main trend of migration, which has historically been accepted based on literary evidence, like the Cabanimous families settled there and so on, has always been through the Italian peninsula. And some partial DNA results have indicated that there's support for that. DNA research is definitely the cutting edge of historical work, looking at these original populations. And one of the studies that we looked at a little while ago was the discovery of the remains of 17 people who were sadly thrown down a well in Norwich. Radiocarbon dating of the remains suggested that they came from the 12th century, a period when there were great massacres of Jews connected to the Third Crusade. And in fact, when the DNA analysis was performed of these remains, it did confirm that these were Ashkenazi Jews, very well matched to contemporary Ashkenazi. And as you can see from this image here, which comes from that image that you see, but they were able to actually construct their faces amazing based on the DNA evidence. They're also able to reconstruct some of their, complexion, eye color, things like that. They're also able to determine, for example, that one of the children had blue eyes and red hair, which was sort of the stereotypical way of the Jews in the 12th century as well. So it's just fascinating to see these kind of catastrophic information. The problem, however, is that in Jewish law, Jews are prohibited from simply digging up graves and then taking DNA samples. That's totally unacceptable. In fact, in Israel, whenever there's some kind of construction going on and they find the remains of some ancient cemetery, there are all kinds of precautions. They can't easily dive in and start, dissecting the remains of these ancient people who lived there. So there's always been a great difficulty in actually conducting this research. But I'm very grateful to my colleague, Dr. Ellie Goldberg, who is a science writer who shared with me this fascinating preprint study that's going to be appearing in a very prestigious journal. And it gave us the results of a study that comes out of Erfurt, Germany. Let me show you that study and explain how it depicts in much greater detail the genetic history of our next. So first of all, it's dealing with this site in Germany, the city of Erfurt, which has a known, well-documented Jewish community. The title of the article is Genome-Wide Data from Medieval Jews show that the Ashkenazi factor events predating the 14th century. And there are over 20 authors from really prestigious institutes all over the world, led by S. Waldman, putting together this amazing piece of research. It's about 100 pages long. It was so fascinating. Here's a photograph of the actual discovery itself. It's a cemetery just outside the city walls of ancient Erfurt or medieval Erfurt. You can see that in the top picture, the city wall is just there on the right, and at the bottom you see actually the discovery of the remains. Now, once it was suggested that these were in fact Jews, the study actually went to some of the most premier authorities of Jewish law to ensure that the remains were treated with proper respect. In fact, the research was conducted entirely on teeth that were detached from the skulls of the deceased, which constitutes a different category of remains, and it was much more lenient with regards to assessing the DNA in those teeth. Also fascinating, they looked at differences in the enamel and were able to identify the fact that some of the remains came from a slightly different location earlier. diagram, which I have painstakingly created for you, that illustrates how I see the idea of a genetic biome. You've got these curving lines, and they move upwards in time. At the bottom of this bottleneck, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and at the top, you have modern Ashkenazi Jews. We're speaking specifically about Ashkenazi Jews because that's the results of the Air Force research. So the Jews in ancient Israel, there's really no category of race in traditional Jewish thinking. There is a category of religion, there's a category of tribal affiliation, and you see in lots of literary sources that there are tons of people from outside the Jewish world coming into the Jewish genetic population. So, for example, in the Bible, there's descriptions of these Moabite women Ruth, who first comes in and marries Boaz, and later one of their offspring is lots of their descendants. David, King David, you have Pater, who was the father of King Herod, he was Canaan. You have Helena of Adiabene, which joins the Jewish people very closely. You've got lots and lots of examples of people who come to the Jewish community in life. Makes perfect sense. Then there is a significant political displacement with the Roman Jewish wars, starting with the Great War of 66 to 74 of the Common Era. Massive number of Jews are displaced from ancient Israel and taken as slaves to Rome. That number is expanding with the Bar Kokhba rebellion 70 odd years later. And there's already a Jewish diaspora community living in the Ottoman Peninsula. So that's when you have a significant population of Jews moving to that part of the world. So beginning in the first, second century in particular, you have Jews who are also marrying South Italians and later North Italians, and the genetic base of those Jews who were displaced to Italy is naturally expanded by their connections with other people. Of course, we're not getting here into the whole discussion of the various types of relationships. Certainly, some of them involve conversion of one form or another. Some of them might involve forced relations, of course, race. But you definitely have a mixture of DNA during the early part of late antiquity. Then you get something which we call the founder event. And this is the period when a small number of Italian Jews migrate to the Ashkenazi heartland in central Germany, Rabbi. And that is genetically calculated about 45 generations ago. We work with a number of about 25 years per generation, and the authors of the study suggest that founder event dates to somewhere around the year 800, and that corresponds with a lot of the data that we have from other sources, including literary sources. And when you calculate that based on the Erfurt remains, it's very clear that people who were buried in Erfurt, the which is discovered there, are the descendants of people who have this combination of Middle Eastern and Italian DNA. Another fascinating thing is that the narrowing of the genetic bottleneck, because the people who are born from 800 in Ashkenaz until about 1350 are basically drawn from a very small sample of people. And in fact, authors observed that modern Ashkenazi Jews, even after another 700 years, are also really closely linked to the genetic profile of this from the Erfurt remains. So even though there's been a tremendous amount of change in the Jewish world over the last 100 years or so, Ashkenazi Jews still seem to have a very similar profile to this. I don't know what this would look like if we were a family again 200 years from now or something, but this essentially describes a picture of how modern Ashkenazi Jews came to be. Have a look at this map here, and basically the picture we have is where the number one is. You have the Jews exiled from Israel in the context of the Roman Jewish wars. They settle in Italy, and there they mix with the local Italian population, and eventually make their way up to the Ashkenazi heartland. And time where you have a lot of southern Italian influence and maybe northern Italian influence. But the authors of the study suggest that the Middle Eastern DNA of the Erfurt remains somewhere between 15 and 45% individual, and how you measure the difference in southern and northern Italian influence. And that Italian influence is somewhere between 45 and up to 70% of their DNA. So it's basically confirming the literary picture we have of Ashkenazi Jews being essentially the descendants of Middle Eastern Jews making their way through the Italian. I find that fascinating just on its own because it helps solidify our picture of how the Ashkenazi Jews came to be. So of course there's a lot of other implications. As for example, the Norwich study was able to identify specific illnesses that affect Ashkenazim, like for example breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and things like that, and that may have implications for baby cures. It also, puts to rest some of the more bizarre theories, for example, the Hassanian influence on Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not supported by any of this research, and it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, certainly this person argument that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish like other populations do, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have used to be communists, being capitalists. We're out of the moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our kosher ritual cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jews in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I hope to see you. Hello, fellow students. I'm really excited about how to come to this season because together with the amazing group of people at Kosher Ritual, us planning is growing with the ground. Some it's absolutely fascinating place for the it's the beach of Balls. It's just a tremendous melting pot of ideas connecting as it were the Iberian Peninsula with central France and connecting Italy across the Mediterranean. Like these are full into Provence. A lot of translators that have been there. These are just so amazing. As I take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, great Benjamin Agudelo. He traveled to Provence and parts farther east of it, somewhere between the years 1159 and 1157, and he returned around 1173. So he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in the so-called Pascal of the German and it's basically a very early travel document for many people. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not as accurate. There's a lot of errors because it was copied so many times over and over again. So-called have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages. Because this is a pretty rare thing for a book to travel this distance. It's really going to be done well by a family, which essentially considers something like this in that century, but by an individual who was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish words all along this route. In fact, that's exactly what he did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like Torah, very interested in Torah, suggest that maybe it was part of the translated question. But all the way along his travels, he beautifully notes the nature of the Jewish communities, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he books the notes. I'll see the first map here. This is a pretty reliable route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but he heard about while he was traveling. He records the route to this and all that. He starts out in Stella, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Quebec. See the regions of Province here have famous cities like Montreal, Mercier, Quebec, Lumiere, and Ottawa. These are all places associated with this great virginist Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that was actually there. You mentioned some of the things who were alive that he met, like the great Rabbi Abraham David, the Raiva, who was one of the fantastic humanities and references to all kinds of people that if you study Rothschild, you'd be quite familiar with them. The Talmud is really, really interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dated from the 12th century, is really, really incredibly precious. He gives us lots of information about trade, about ethnography. He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of Jews people the first European reference to China by that name. It gives us sometimes the only source that we have for a long time about, for example, the false Messiah David Alloy. Kevin Allen, one of the scholars, will spend way more time talking about something very interesting and we're not here more the integration of traffic and cities like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish stories like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there, so obviously the people who were in contact with at the time were trying to think about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into his age. Okay, I hope that you can be able to travel with us on our cruise in the Storm River Valley, but if not, I really want to share this with you, and thank you very much for watching. Hello, I'm doing a lot of research in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Boat Group. I'm really looking forward to visiting this part of the world. And Today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific, and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 20th century. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the brown shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. Some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Malta. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. You can actually notice the word strike 3 times with the 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this, and it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews, in solidarity with Jews. There's nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that compares to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, it was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who lived in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. And that's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than anywhere else in Western Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed, discovered, and then later killed. So, of course, Frank, his daughter, and wrote a very important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against the Nazis. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant, and they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected a few years after the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker, really worth looking at because see, it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. It looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. You know, he is a dock worker, but you know, he's not like a Soviet, certainly not like a Nazi heroic model of like a big bulging pectoral, things like that, with his strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially like aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocity that's going on around him, and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage him. The spirit is so beautifully captured. It's remarkable. I'm looking forward to visiting the statue in particular when he's in Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise, and if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. One of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine. That would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Jacobson, and I'm really excited about being part of Kosher River Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. We usually try to take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life. Like, wow, we actually visit the streets where it happened, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, guys, it's scheduled for August this year, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Drury, and then we'll have a little bit of opportunity at the end to kind of for some Q&A, both about Dutch Drury and about these cruises if you are interested. Okay, so why don't I get started right away with the material. I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so, and then we'll go to the Q&A. Okay, so here we are. The origins of the cruise. First of all, let's look at where exactly is Holland, Belgium, the Netherlands area. As you can see in this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's a picture of Holland in particular, or the Netherlands in particular, is made up of actually several provinces. North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area is not so much this political map this map here, which of course shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level, and of course you can see Amsterdam is like right in the middle of a lagoon there. It's it's protected by some kind of barrier island, but it will actually to be inundated with the waters of the Atlantic and flooded. So how is it possible to have a city there? This is and quite a bit of this region, really right up to the beach. This graph you can see is just completely below.
Shalom, I'm here. I'm working on one of my devices. Apologies. I've got to restart it. I'll be there in just a moment.
Which translates as pronunciation. God created the world, but the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. What this is referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially, by managing the water and building up the peat and draining the peat, they were able to actually create serviceable land where the region could be actually farmed and could actually build on. This really begins in the 14th century, and it continues to great success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures. Here is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside in this region. You can see the Archimedes screws there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this massive region of very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement. This is where you get the term the little countries, because of course it is below sea level and it never has these fat reclaimed land. Now, there is some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very interested in reading this. I recently read Russell's short stories from Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where nobility didn't own any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually
There we go. Apologies. How are you, my friend? What's good in your neck of the woods, Stephen, against this officer? I don't want to mess with you. How'd you find out about me? Word, dog. Where'd you find me? Oh, as always, just for you. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I know. Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. Just one moment. I know. My internet needs a second to catch up. Just one moment. Word, dog. Just one moment, my friend. Thank you so much for your patience. I know it's not going to like this. Okay, here we go. Okay, can you hear me better now? Absolutely. Okay, so I stream like 24/7 for World Peace. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? It's essentially someone who's entire life is on camera. I'm live on more than 20 different YouTube streams right now. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you, the gangster, my friend Stephen. I'm going to make you have intergeneral. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. I'm going to make sure that you and your friends become financially independent if you're not already. And I'm going to make sure to be able to give you enough money to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
I'm already generating but I'm still globally.
100%. I mean, I want to make you a trillion. That's beautiful, my friend. Well then, but I'm gonna make you wealthier than even you are currently through dating. I have absolutely. I've been live streaming my life 24/7 for more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. I do so because I love world peace, but I also want to end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, things like vertical farming and cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 billion. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for the Lifestyle program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land, make it drinkable. I'm about futurology and I'm about big ideas. I talk about things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light communication, faster than light travel, things like space tourism, things like quantum computing, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. I talk about things like de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which is a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal to reintroduce the woolly mammoth in the Arctic Circle, utilizing Asian elephant surrogates by the year 2028, which I think is just a really exciting project. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. They recently made headlines with their dire wolves. Joe Rogan is not their dire wolves. I'm someone who is a big picture thinker. Now, you said that you're a person of means, so that's great. But for those who perhaps aren't, but even for you, I want to make sure that you're able to utilize any type of life extension technology that you wish. Things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, things like cryonics, cryogenics, things like nootropics, things like perhaps inversion therapy, and perhaps full shock therapy to get you to age 100, 120, past the average life expectancy that you had at birth of 80. But then, once you get to 120 or so, you may say, Rabbi, okay, what's the next plan? And the next plan is known mind building technology. If you want, this is all for consent. We can scan your brain in your computer like a CAT scanner and MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. For later download, is an Android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially, what I'm saying to you, Stephen, the gangster slacker, that you may be able to experience a type of digital immortality. What are your thoughts? Don't they already have what? Some don't. Some don't. At least, no. We have villages of people in Nigeria who don't have it. Pardon me? Yeah, I mean, so they may have water in a neighboring village, but their village doesn't have a well. So we built wells where they don't have them in a convenient place. I'd like to do that as well. The journey of 1,000 miles begins in one step.
So if I may ask, you found me through Discord, is that correct, Stephen? Yeah, exactly. As you can tell, there's a reason why I don't interact with people generally in this channel, because they can't be rude. But for people who are mature and looking to have mature conversations, I'm here to have them about helping people in the world. So absolutely. Enjoy. Before you go, just know that I'm here to be a positive person in your life, that I'm here to have an optimistic future, and most of all, I just want to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay? Peace.
who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean? Then that would be out, right? That would belong to the majority who could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this could be done is if we all cooperate with each other, because these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people and has to be done and both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole and everyone has to hang together, or else literally we will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking of landless peasants deciding to cooperate and build this society together, and have the unusual fashioning of the Dutch mindset, Dutch culture that really can be seen in so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedogen, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social pact and immediately hold their drains and do what he needs to for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let him do what he's going to do, as long as he is observing the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, then that would be okay. And so the Dutch culture evolved around this basic concept. We see it certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America. They seem to be much more run-of-the-mill issues in the Netherlands. And what's especially important for us, although I hope you appreciated this very deep geology and management kind of discussion as an opener, it has a huge impact on Jews, because Jews would be great citizens of the region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of the society that needs to hang together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live great tranquility in this part of Europe for many hundreds of years in a very society. So that's what we're going to look at now. We're going to how that society developed. Let's start first of all with where the Jews came from. How did they get to the Netherlands in the first place? So we have to step back a little further, quite a bit further, actually. How did the Jews get to Europe in the first place? So the very, very early so-called Ashkenazi. Ashkenazi basically trace their ancestry back to the region of Ashkenaz, basically northern Germany, the Rhineland. This term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of stick it out the Bible for the day. Let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as used in the book of Genesis and just one reference. Maybe there's a reference to Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly likely to be located in Europe. That term is associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much later. Here's basically how they got there. This term, by the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record where we have the 12th century in Canada, how Jews got to Ashkenaz several hundred years after they already were settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history that we live as a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process, but it's also been augmented fascinatingly with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually goes through this traditional path. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which is just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossally devastating Roman Jewish wars. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century, starting in the year 66. That was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while. It was a series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70. With pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kibbutz Rebellion in 117, and a much bigger rebellion that eventually was driving the war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the first war in part of the rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea during the first century, a number that many scholars believe is very accurate. And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it works. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, it's time. From earlier at the bottom, later at the top, you have Jews in ancient Israel, and they, in the first and second centuries, about 100,000 are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish community in Rome prior to the Jewish war. In fact, 200 years prior, that the massive influx happens in the first and second centuries. And then while they're living there, they're also integrated in Belgian society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire. And you begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely not, as far as we can tell, through conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is from the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources and later bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews, not very larger region of Italy, make their way up to the Rhineland, the cities of Kiel and Mainz, Speyer, and Worms, and they settle there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern-day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they have 4 specific mitochondrial DNA. Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, they have been complicated. But anyway, these people were, conversion is allowed in Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Herodotus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by these majors' discoveries that were the DNA evidence reveals that they were exactly people. The English city of Norwich, about the people were thrown down a well, and when this was discovered in the 21st century, when they were doing constructions of a shopping mall, and found this ancient closed up well inside it, there was this terrific discovery about these bodies nestled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to analyze the DNA. And discovered that in fact they were very similar to modern day Ashkenazi Jews, and that their DNA eventually was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where, since we suspected in advance that the people buried were Jewish because of historical data, the people working in the skeleton staff for the guys said that that have been separated from the bones, and by analyzing DNA of those teachers is because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to disinter the corpses or to rebury them, things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 32 bodies that they found, just like the trove that was found in Norwich. These people were also closely related to them and very closely related to a lot of Ashkenazi Jews. I mean, there's a kind of a genetic bottleneck where, as opposed to like having all kinds of people mixed together in a region, there's this small group of people associated with modern-day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges, and there are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is plagued for breast cancer and cystic fibrosis and Tay-Sachs and all kinds of things like that. Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure that they are acceptable marriage partners for the person that maybe they're accepted. Anyway, we basically have a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years until we get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically very related to the founder generation or founder of the prosperous world. One last detail before we look at a map that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews who eventually would move more to Greece for various reasons expelled Western Europe by Semitic pressures, and they would be invited into Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular, would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to are especially tribes, the Kazakh, who around which there is a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century. That is fact this argument that modern Ashkenazi Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews mixed with the Italians. Their DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from all those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. We've gone after the first century, a massive movement of Jews largely as a result of their Roman Jewish wars into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into northern Europe. There are also groups that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the Mediterranean line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, going to the number 3, there's the large Ashkenazi population moved very far east, where they become much more dominant in the Polish Commonwealth and its successor states. But that's basically the charting out the major DNA sampling population of Jews, which largely corresponds to what we know from the literary record. The Italian presence, of course, look at the DNA of Ashkenazi Jews in their first, that was the 1350 discovery.
And you live in camps?
The Ashkenazi Jews there have a rare field of 45% of their DNA going back to the
What's that yours? Okay, very well. How did you find out about me?
population. And about 45%.
Oh, very cool. Well, I hope you have a wonderful day. And when I get some sleep, I'd love to talk with you, okay? Peace, my friend. Bye.
A very large amount of their DNA is actually from the Italian populations with whom they lived for several centuries, coming their way up to Europe. That's basically how Jews got to Europe. How did they get to the Netherlands? So we have only a few isolated references of Jews in the Netherlands until about the 13th century. Then we begin to see them a little bit. The largest settlement of Jews was in the Rhineland, which was in northern Europe, just a little values were increasingly over the 14th century, but really big things happened in the 15th century. Let's turn to that map. This map is also very important. This is, of course, the map that describes the emigration of Spanish and then even Portuguese Jews in the wake of the Great Expulsion of 1492, the forced conversion of Portugal in 1497, and the association of let's just pause for a second and start looking for this. We have to understand Spanish expulsion and its massive impact on European Jewish history. We really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion, with 1391. There was at that point a series of riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula, and one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be martyred. And you had a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo the ritual of practice. Often done right then and there with holy water on the spot, and Jews were kind of like, but what does actually the church, which has long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless is kind of trapped in this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christians. And so you have this unusual situation that happened in Spain that lasted for about a century, where you had these people who consider themselves Jewish, and yet were legally Christian and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that had required them to live in certain regions, only occupy certain occupations, never allowed to in higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's license. And so you have this phenomenon. Very suspected. There are some Jews who became true believers and really committed themselves to Christianity, while others were deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them, and who go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret when necessary. And then you have people in between, people who will go on not, but still consider themselves very Jewish and marry other crypto Jews or as they were called, Christians. So Jews actually, I'm talking about now these crypto Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up in virtually every area of the devil, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were literate, they were urbanized, they had a very high level of education. And so over the next 100 years, from the abrupt of 1391 until the eventual expulsion, you have this phenomenon where there was like a second class in Spanish society of people who trace their origins back to Jewish roots. And they have been extremely active in the Jewish practice, but nevertheless have very high level of traditions in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not technically speaking directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christian law. Supposedly, they were not believed to behave in this manner. And so we have no birthright holy set up where they arrest these suspected people of Judaizing you want to hear another torture that was Spanish Inquisition. Torture, and under torture, these people would give up the names of all kinds of people that they thought were also denouncing. This was, information provided under duress. Not very reliable, but Spanish Inquisition would recognize those as those people, and eventually sustained all of society got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the French inquisitor, who also traced his own family back to these people, so a lot of years of stuff going on there, argues that you know why this is not working, you know why we keep trying, and there's still these Jews active in Spain. The reason is because there are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. They're still maintaining schools, they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the Christians are always being drawn back to these sources of intellectual, spiritual repression. So Torquemada argued persuasively before Isabella and Ferdinand that all of the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain. Not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And those, in fact, were happening in 1492. So this massive exodus, you see from the red lines, they're headed to North Africa, they're headed to North Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was very important refuge for them, and then they just go back to Israel, where they were building the kernel of the great Islamic Renaissance in the 15th century. The most significant number, of course, they just pulled Germany to the west and crossed the border into Portugal. What happened there is especially significant because King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews who had not a value economically in society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391. And he made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, that there's no Inquisition for a good 30 years, don't worry about things to be right, thinking that eventually they would assimilate with Portuguese society. He was, of course, wrong. And when the Inquisition came in Portugal in the 16th century, it was even more brutal than the Americans than what happened in Spain. And so many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, would be Manhattan or New York City, and a lot of them went to the Netherlands. So you have this massive flux, these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Lancia, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews, still thinking of themselves as Jews, building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origin to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries, they could travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections with many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the economy. And so, think back to what's going on in the Netherlands. They have this idea of rebellion, right? Illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So, depending on who gets important levels at that point, and there's a lot of Spanish influence as well, they basically said, well, listen, Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but we're not bothering with us. We're not specifically involved with agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activities, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we persecute them? This was also in line with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in the future. In contrast to Lutheranism, much more prevalent in parts of Germany, Calvinism was more of a Thomas version of to kind of use those original positions. But, Jesus was born Jew and some very good Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong foothold in the Netherlands, established communities there, officially only in 1608, but most likely they have been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century. And they succeeded. They were tolerated, they were to establish an economy, they were to get clerical, things like that. And later on, they would be joined by the Ashkenazim, who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Magnitsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, even though there tends to be Ashkenazi section, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world was, Western Europe and North America, predominantly Ashkenazi, that tends to be a relative part of the world. So, this stereotype of Ashkenazi as being the big brothers taking out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews, where the younger brothers, in reality at this time, definitely not. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity over the guests, with caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi. But that's one of the things that makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see, especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza and this second group, not even second, but Julio da Costa. This is a remarkable painting. If you heard anything about Esther da Costa before, please forgive me because I returned to this figure quite often. He did supplement this is extremely important for understanding of traditional identity. Julio da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. And so mainly, of course, the Portuguese Jewish parents who told their kids that they were not Jewish, because that could like different positions on it. So his parents ultimately divulged his identity to him, give him all these degrees from the University of Portugal in theology, and he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Okay, it's fantastic." And then moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in the world as well. But he was unable to fit in with Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this idea of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, David. He thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, but they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, sometimes not they demonstrate out of the highest level of integrity with God. So he became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community. He took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing Jews from the bench, but he threw a nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jews more than once. And after his third, he kept on coming back to prove that after the separated, ultimately after his third, richly rapprochement, decided that he should rather take his own life and died by suicide after being 12 pages suicide. Very early Dutch had he died exactly his life. That says a lot of what Jewish identity means in the modern era. Sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that Costa has this, he's all dressed in black, has this, kind of like claw-like grip on the edge of the chair. He's got this $1,000 stare. He looks very somber with an organ. And sitting on his lap is this carefree boy with long golden curls, languidly flowers, rather than a sketch out of the text of a book. That's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, when you overlap with all his many years in Amsterdam, Spinoza went through much the same process as Acosta. But unlike Acosta, was able to somehow essentially say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm not married. I the same artist in 1907, a few years later, into this version of Spinoza as communicator. He was a Jewish writer who became very interested in other perspectives of the Bible. He essentially invented what would be called later biblical realism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza in area extent here, but in many ways he's the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community because the Amsterdam Church community did not want to rely on this idea of being equal and officially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line, they might have their ties on and proper, and they regarded him with some hatred and fear, whereas in this case, what you see his attitude was, well, sorry about that, but I'm informed. There's much more to say about Spinoza than really he is indicative as an intellectual ferment of the community of Kulturelle and how you understand this stuff. It was a place of tremendous activity, tremendous exchange of ideas, which center of thinking. They recognized this speaks from the Amsterdam Agenda, which is a landmark of Catholic believers that were devastated that Agenda in hundreds of thousands of Jewish people every Passover. The day is picked by Abraham by a convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being one other than prophet Jonah, being tossed over the waves, swallowed up by the sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Yaakov decided to at the bottom there, 30 some of the stuff was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately. Judaism became a very important master copper engraver. And his work, is seen as a table of who knows how many untold families here in America, because one of the most famous agendas that's widely used, primarily because it's available for free. Your local grocery store, the Passover agenda published by the Maxwell House Coffee Company is essentially Amsterdam agenda, and might become federations, but for the longest time it was the Amsterdam agenda. So we get to the 20th century, and it's very critical. Divided themselves much more in Dutch society, and one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, and specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, this is the actual document that circulated. You can see strikes, strike, in a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, you might imagine, horribly legally truncated by the Nazis who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling the set, and it was crushed within a matter of years. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi propaganda. This is a wonderful statue that was invented to memorialize that general strike. It shows a black worker, and as you can see from this photography, some sort of the artist who constructed it on the separate video we're talking about. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of neo-Soviet people, Trojan pectorals and the Latin and things like that, which would have resolve to engage in this general studies. It's very, very touching. And I just want to stand to it. I hope you see it. Unfortunately, the larger story is Holocaust is not one of the areas of in Amsterdam, particular process where actually was reported and lost their life after a reported disaster. The diary was published. In fact, Amsterdam had a victim that's graphic impact under the Holocaust nation that both of them. That's the reality. But after the Holocaust, the influx, particular of refugees, Jewish people was the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. Those of you who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now and turn to the Q&A as soon as I can answer them. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay, so here are the Q&A. Stay tuned. You're most welcome. So, Mr. Rich asked about Moses' parents. Usually Lieutenant Maran, but this Maran is kind of fallen out of favor as a scholar's work, but really good. And it was a term of authority to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. Her terms typically do those who are even Christian in the church. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from Portuguese Christians. Explore is asked, because of the client to this book, because they want to confiscate property of money from the wealthy Jews who were forced to the Jews were forced to leave them behind. And that way they fund their war primarily against Muslims in the South. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates Jewish historiography was the expulsion of Jews primarily economic. Was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? For them, it was about the true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They did not only totally do it, but also Muslim life, and they wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's an aspect debate. I am some of those two extremes, but the Crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expulsions. They got into a lot of trouble later, debts paid, government. Christians were developing time into the many of these economic arrangements, so it's not just a diplomatic, we steal money to come out. It was something like that. Quite religious tradition. Stacey Allen reads that among the Jewish studies, Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the point that the Jews had actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that exists in the French Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also, they had a very increased enthusiasm for acceptance of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the really who came first from Spain and Portugal, and they made it didn't have quite as good as about the kind of Ukraine and Poland and Colombia. So there is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, in Amsterdam specifically. The Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves in their own charity strength, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to the Ashkenazis, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Oscar writes, how is it possible that Dutch powers strikingly is not treated as the Jews who are the devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think variable that has to be isolated is a degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not simple to answer, particularly short term like that. You know, we should recall that the Nazis had very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, which they regarded as their racial equals. And the degree to which local population was cooperative Nazis was highly correlated with what we see from Nazis. Very, very good. So, your question requires far more attention to go through. Okay. What can put it together on YouTube channel? So I put it on there. And Mr. Barry asked my Jewish so please have this mention lecture there. We have discussed it. Okay, that's it. Thank you guys for time. Thank you all very much for this. I think it's great to work together in person on this groups. If that's not possible for you, then very happy to my research has opened for that's thank you very much for webinar, and we all have a Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with kosher riverboat cruises, and I came across this one individual who was so fascinating that I had to share his life story with you. His name is Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Cludia. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew and became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews. Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions of not allowing them to attend higher education or travel over businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ended up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there, very fascinating. Okay. So the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. He also visited the past with Coach Riverboat Cruises, has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Geronimo de Saldana. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews, so the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual Ramirez. His father was Geronimo Nunez Ramirez. Nunez is a very common name associated with these Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures, confessions, things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway. So frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trade, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a husk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria Bettina, and you don't be confused by that name, Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rothschild. She was a crypto Jew as well. So, working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Rabbi of the Beit Jacob synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minion, which happens all the time, and he managed to kind of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany. When he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse which was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely did not want to mess with the local Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew first to a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments, and especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopu became a major promoter of this estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews. That even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight, Caballero Fidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanos, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanos means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez, and he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on YouTube that will give you the link to an article where he's discussing great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters, so 3 brothers to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of his 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters, one of course passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahab, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, the formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in Nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of Kara, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used Nidui and Kara quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Udo da Costa, and others. So this status of Nidui lasted a very long time. And Lopo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with ruling authorities. And even though the papal living Rothschild himself opposed allowing local Ramirez to move to Hamburg and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests, so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he had all kinds of people coming for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved. After 13 years, local Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam, Bulgaria. Fascinating story. Local Ramirez, David. Hey, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, brothers, research users. So, in the course of my research preparation for the post Amsterdam this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi here in Amsterdam. This story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let's start first of all by talking about the period of time in which he was. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This was a period of time when Amsterdam was persuaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were captured in the Revolution of declaration of the rights of man and citizen that the French had put rights as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas, and there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's do with this, let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews at this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the multitude, they were known as the Orangists, and there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values, the Jews are important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews and it was so intense that actually there was fistfights. And they became a street over this with some Jewish orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not the Jews or not Jews. This was eventually called in August of 1795 when the authorities of the Batavian Republic, the Conductors, those were the traditional leaders of the old style heroes, were very in charge and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish court to make sure that people behaved. So it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental sort of conservatism of many elements of Jewish communities, here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it the top Ketev Torah, the Brahmin Torah, in the year of the coronation of the king, never seen a Torah mantle actually specifically dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king. Here it is, and it was a short summary of very profound patriotism and conservatism at the time of the anyway, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of Asian standards and organized themselves in what we call Jewish Union, which essentially means happy religion. 1/3 of the membership of this group was non-Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of the was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, some of the other videos I talked about the Napoleon saw, the French Revolution in 1789, and when we explained these rights of man and citizen, there was a question of what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we don't necessarily think about that. So they took basically about a year, they said, okay, we supported it, they're close enough to the regular French people, and then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territory in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right to higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening with the Batavian Republic in 1796, September. Jews there were also emancipated not before, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was appointed to public office. Moses Solomon Astor became a member of the city judicial. Now, here's some great internal change going on at the time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization not only of the overall society, but also of the small conservative communities. He wanted to remove the quasi-democratic or oligarch structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called the Gila community. The Gila leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property laws and so on. And although this is a structure that has served the Jews instead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen and so on. The traditional leadership really did want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal mechanization of the Jewish community, and so they wanted to keep the old guard in place to just 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title of students who would not be separate, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community, and they established their own Judah, which they called Naya Judah, or Jew Judah, and they had their own shul called Adat Judah, which is again that they have changed into an argument where whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of during Kiddush, and they just set up a separate business and we still have it. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one so separate. They have had several synagogues that were all sort of organized and single, evil, and even justice. And the service has been a tremendous break. They could also give evidence later on, like 50 years later, they actually called Hirsch and from the line famously succeeded in something that was known as the Auschwitz separation of more orthodox Jews from the liberal Jews in that city. So this actually proceeded with one of the at any rate, you have this and they have their own shul called Adash. They appointed respected clergy director Dayan Tito, his name was Rabbi Yitzhak Yer Barak. He was 1738 and 1879. But just understand the membership of this IOD was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kedila. The new Kedila only had about 700 people, and only 180 of them actually paid members. 1799 like a taxation going. So it was much smaller than the large team, but it was certainly worth its weight in focus in controversy. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive in this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between old Kedila and the new Kedila, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourse, where they attacked each other. The new community attacked the old community for circulation, and the old community attacked the new community for their opportunities against the British and so on. And some of it means like protocol, which actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community. I say that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night stations, all of which were huge violations of the law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that. And then we can remember the back of stuff. I'm looking forward to reading some of this a bit later. But when we actually look at what were the things that Italian people did that were so radical, they're pretty funny actually, and hardly liberal compared to what was being said. But these changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shrill announcements guns. Not in Hebrew or English or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, that's a whole shot. It's the short announcements are basically like when is the next prayer, and like who had a baby, and who got married, and who was getting sugar, and who's sponsoring kids, and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual, but if you only certain people make these announcements, but switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kedila wanted to emphasize, and although the rest of the religions are still this particular regards to the Dutch, other shocking. Secondly, amazingly again, the new Kedila existed and singing the song for the together. Oh my God. It's pretty funny because almost every system I've ever prayed just like that always has this particular song or songs at the same time. Always the 16th century spot, but those are the beautiful couple of welcoming the sound of God. That's almost all these songs, although I did pray for many years in a very religious style during some unity kind of a Friday night service, where we would also sing parts and sing both to ourselves. But then with the night, I said, no, there are all these long medieval compositions of extra things, long, kind of like Homeric, like epic poems that are composed, but nevertheless long. There are certain players that the service is these things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those Jews books, prayer books today. They will, put them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional pieces. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Africa. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the United Kingdom said that they would adopt the Sephardic on eating ridiculous certain foods, which are changed not less than rice, for example, and Ashkenazi members of the custom of not. But the United Kingdom said that since we are essentially starting fresh, starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and these foods, even though Ashkenazi is a little bit more radical, but still, hardly very sharp. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until the they all answered and said, we're going to stop all of this and abolish those innovations. But he said that the leadership of the science Cuba has to be reintegrated in some cases with leadership positions in the old Cuba. And with that context, they were able to ultimately provide culture. So let's get back to our main topic, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Sierra. So here, of course, is conflict. And besides the fact that there is a general conflict prohibition against the values, of course, that they are converts, but they are intended for converts. Nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for the making story relates to this background. Here is actually a system representation of him. Here's how him in 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Oleg Estes at Amsterdam, who is a descendant of Rabbi Jacob, and Mr. Mississippi Fred Gonzalez Alton, and he looks like a very cheerful individual. He's kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the time of the 19th century, I guess. And sort of next to him is kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi or rabbi, is an allusion to his book, which was Sarah Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars of harmony that will expand the famous passage of that book. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, spiritual investment, prayer, and so on, and on the pillar of acts of kindness. It's interesting, these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. So what's his story? The family history is reported by Israel Gilasi, who is one of the later descendants of the rabbi family. This was a substance. And at the end of his life, he published the family history as a matter of memoir. The patriarch of the family was Yaakov Rabbi, who was actually born in Sweden in 1600. He was orphaned as a young child. He was raised in a military family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a Canada command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses. And this has led some scholars to suggest that because she was actually Jewish, she may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland that occurred in the 16th century. Now, it's possible that Dr. Johnson may have actually been of Jewish descent, but at any rate, she guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible, and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish values. He rarely attended church, and he began to observe Saturdays and his rest. He slowly adopted the practice of kosher abroad. Finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was, the Christians manufactured pretty much all of Europe. It was forbidden to convert to Judaism. I was talking about the early modern period and the Adam restrictions of these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to Syracuse, a place to study Judaism, and was ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob, Yaakov, took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak, or Isaac. So that makes him, as the biblical figure, Isaac, the son of Abraham. The son Isaac ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, having ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. Then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the diaspora. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father living in his old age in Judaism and making contracts with him, and then ultimately leading with his heart. What an amazing individual. He is a fascinating story. I wrote a whole bunch of books looking forward to learning more about this, and if you'd be able to join me on this cruise, if not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam and other experiences. Thank you very much for Hello, fellow students and children. Just a couple days ago, I came across a story about this amazing thing. I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. I thought it was so fascinating. And when I did a little more research, I was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Preston. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular, then we're going to look deep at the Advent, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activities, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Preston. he also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish woman part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1337. So although Abraham Hesketh was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century be involved in. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century that we have visit astrophysics and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tend to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tend to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout their time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants in the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues written by people like Benjamin Tudela, Katya Regensburg, and others who record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps and star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time, and they're involved in the creation of navigation instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written with Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So I look at where people in the island of Mallorca, from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute to thank our sponsor, Kosher Really Good Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months, and then afterwards we're going out to Rothschild, the south of France. We've been to Venice, we've traveled to Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John the First of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box so you can look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine to find this absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it was just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine's work. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard skin boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first 2 leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which is more like astronomical and especially connected to the zodiac and things like that. It's absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions to give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when they're original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when we go to the bibliothèque site, we see what it looks like actually clear. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so miles ahead of geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also presented. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era. There's basically 2 ways of representing the world in exact format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type of representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from a century prior. And it's kind of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to a kind of fanciful sort of a magic aspects of the world, where the garden is, things like that are interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this, they're called portolan charts, which are especially laid out with latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison, it was roughly contemporary Catalan atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass, which of course is very familiar to us now. Even those of us who use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazingly different. Is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the portolan charts, which are much more prosaic and provide something that's just a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is a representation you see on the upper right. It's actually zooming into this feed. I've taken a screenshot from the video that has Paul's website. So this is the way it looks over there. It's zoomed in on that section. And you can see that a couple of things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think we probably read it out on a big table, and we probably walk around the table to read it in different positions. Because sometimes the material is presented sideways, ups and down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of place names, of course, like the portolan maps, but it also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features and mountains and so on, sometimes political, like you can see the island of Corsica, towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Paragon, so it seems kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some use of political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving you people information about, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big red swan on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out it's not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic. It's just the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be regular watercolor, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. We're not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, down into the Kinnereth, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separated quite far from each other. Of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron, although there are, of course, many references throughout the map to Jewish location, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer Rothschild never actually saw an elephant in real life because he looked at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit based on its limited information. Like, for example, Gog and Magog, or the principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see how the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, who lives in China, apparently, you know, and he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all, because it is about a century before the Americas would be discovered by the It's absolutely fantastic, accurate information, and have a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the colonization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things in my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish Golden Age. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, come along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there's some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on every time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something we rarely see in Jewish history. Today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like president of the United States or Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, who is also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. Right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood, they are also not, chairman of the Constitution staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, we did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farsi Bible, after a later Alpha manuscript, that shows tremendous application of these talented books. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 perfect pages. This is a complete Arabic style of this illumination, in which an entire page is covered with incredibly made decoration. Like here, for example, you can see Quran, which has typical kind of lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the cover page of the Farsi Bible, decorated with words from the text, and is fascinating by each of the entire Bible. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of obscure materials that would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. For example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service that describe the Bible, and on the right, you see the menorah, various other appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating voice here. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the capital at this debate. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises as we actually visit the sites where the history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow creatures. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to get to know you as others. Excited I am about the piece of jazz class this year. In particular, I'm so excited about two Netherlands and Greece once again at the Rothschild of the South Atlantic. These are places where so much history and so many cruises we have the opportunity to live in this gap and see history in a visual place. But it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Rome and to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern history building on a lot of things ancient places. So I'm really looking forward to this fellowship and the people on the sun deck and into the lounge and of course a dinner and athletes to these really exciting places. Very much watching and I look forward to hello fellows researchers. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the United States. It's an amazing story about a fight in a synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, Sabbath of Repentance in 17. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi synagogue, which is this image which is sitting in the land, which celebrates the entry of the Holy Trinity. You can see it is the grand building on the right. Well, it's the transport, how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so accurate in the Holy Trinity town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogues too, massive edifices built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Bucko, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. Anyway, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazi and the Portuguese and what are they doing there together. So here's a map of the region. The first Jews to really make their way to Amsterdam. Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water. And the first Jews to make it there were so-called High German Jews, or the Dutch. Forgive me, Dutch is not that great. Deutsch Jews, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and already in the early 17th century. We've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto Jews who actually started arriving early. Now why are they called crypto Jews? Because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in 1497. So that gave them kind of an equal status, as we discussed in many different classes, in that they had a strong Jewish identity because they were baptized against their will, but on the other hand, the forced to live in secret against the word crypto, like hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Moranos, that is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship of the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education, all kinds of things. Many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly adopt their Jewish identities and nobly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being enslaved. And finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Magnitsky uprising of 1648-49 and later the Polish-Swedish War. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles. The Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazim, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim: the Deutsch Jews, the High German Jews, and now the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardics. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Stories. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it like this. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war. In particular, this video is based on research from this article published in 1940. Now, he was the author. He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association, kind of like some interfaith or dialogue with some kind. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority, primarily as second or third in command. Many decades of service. He worked in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on the type of sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, member of the Order of Zurich, Nassau. He had happier times at a wedding. I believe that's his daughter on the right. It's an undated photo, but he is a top hat third from the right next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in 1938 with Jewish and Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to him for many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Poland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat was the Jewish council, and the Nazis' modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the council, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Stories, were forced to continue with Newsroom. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Newsroom because some of these Newsroom leaders, in particular, lorded over the Jews in a honors that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I really like stories, and you see others like Chernak, like Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far Nazi waves of destroying all the Jews would eventually go. But that was their intention as they moved through it. We see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Lutheran leaders of how they hoped to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable. The fate of the Amsterdam Lutheran was similar to the fates of so many other Lutherans across Europe. Members of the Lutheran were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then from the last train to deport guests, they recruited finally as well. That's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Western Europe. Dr. Stories eventually murdered and so people. Well, let's go now to the actual story that we informed based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi synagogue. You should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis and congregations, and very powerful, what we would call today presidents of their communities, the Parnas. Quite often these got quite universal and involved a certain amount of communication back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabtai Tzvi, who injected a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Stevens talks about is that at the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more Russian evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues. Things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There's a level of stochastic violence. I had to look up this word stochastic for sure. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's like it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as another Amsterdam resident from this time, Moshe Sato put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. It's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable. But that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, so it was a challenge. Most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazi community, but by the way, I should also mention that the Rothschild and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you have these two Ashkenazi communities together. They're really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chassid, new cantor. It's the famous look like this. A very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic. And so as a chassid, he had a beautiful voice. And then he introduced an interesting innovation that it took around for us to figure out what exactly he was doing. In the Dutch, he started using a zin and a mass. So apparently what he would do when he was actually leading the prayers, this is totally non-traditional Orthodox society. And this, of course, is Orthodox society. This is well before you had to perform synagogues, like maybe 200 years before you had to perform. So this is really totally he would have a backup singer, or cantor, that apparently had like a tenor voice or something like that. And he had another backup called a bass, so a baritone bass. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, imagine like two guys standing behind him who would like make him sing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. For example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to sing the name of God except in prayer. The singer and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decades of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazi Seder. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistic people like the and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the end of it, it was very common that they would recite a blessing on the person who was called up for that reading, called the Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, a pledge a donation, make a donation to Shabbat. And it also mentions his family and the rabbi and people who like to say that they should all have blessings for one. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro singer bass and the anti singer bass, whenever one of those camps got up and got Maria in the Neshbera, he would say, and a special thank you to Yehiel and the singer and the bass who sing so beautifully. And that would provoke the anger of the other camp, and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Rabbi, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaler. And anyone who started trouble during the Shtar would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while. But then, after Rabbi Rabbi passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. He was Rabbi Arya Leib and David Antonish, very, very well regarded scholar and individual. Like a diplomat, unfortunately, very much, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is that the Jews who are familiar with this, of course, realize that that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person. So you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in year 5470 or September 779. A fight, a violent fist fight, broke out in the synagogue over the use of the glass. It was so awful that the rabbi had a heart attack. Right away the community, they stepped up and they banned this innovation. They would not be done. And they punished those who were rapping about this. But the rabbi never gets passed away from his life. Into that year, it's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, but it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own religion. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research and preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands, which Liverpool cruises, is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of weakness. When we look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when we look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, you see that it's really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's foundings, it's claimed lands, taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that would become massive and mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situations in much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic systems. You see this as kind of a historical cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in America, where the Jews are among those who are going up to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and then look for ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of single fiat. Someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden happen. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, and that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately this is what they decided. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is especially before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not how it's happened today. So, unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, unlike the United States of America, with, as an 18th century example, with the Declaration of the Bill of Rights, things like that, there is like some grand gesture. There's experimentation. There's moving back and forth. There's different ideas are tested out. What's let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for the internal diversity as we see, of course, with figures like Louis Costa, shown here on Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to focus on that a little bit in the section. So for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two schools of thought in Protestant. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestant Netherlands and other continents. I follow the arguments by the senior scholar, Dr. Daniel Sutchin, who wrote one of the classic works, Composite History of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed and republished with new updates under the title Reappraising the History of the Jews in the Netherlands, published by the Rothschild Library in 2021. And with regards to the material on Martin Luther in particular, I read a fascinating 1937 article by Hastings Mills, which was really great in this evening. Okay, so who are these two groups? Here's what I'd like to look at first individual named Martin Luther, who lived between 1491 and 1651. Very important thought. Husband of foreign thinker. Originally a Dominican monk, but after he met Martin Luther, the founder of Protestantism in 1518, he said, "That's it. He's in the church." He disavowed his oath as a monk, and later, of course, is going to be excommunicated. Right? Bear in mind that up until the 15th century, the entire European world is only Catholic, and there's a certain amount of dissent about that, certain amount of dissent to movements, but it was only with Martin Luther in the early part of the century that this Protestant movement was to explode, and it generates a lot of uncertainty, ultimately a lot of war as well, as this revolt against the Catholic Church grows, and it solidifies itself with various movements. Now, Martin Luther is ironically considered a pioneer of ecumenism, which means getting together different groups of religious values, but that means ecumenism without Jews in place. So Catholics and Protestants and things like that. He was especially active not in the Netherlands, but in last war. But his thought was extremely influential, and that's why we're specifically looking at it. He was one of the early communicators of shapers of Protestant doctrine vis-a-vis governance, which is why it's especially relevant to the Jews, because he said a lot about how the state should relate to the Jewish population. This came about in the year 1538 when a nobleman named Philip, his title was Landgrave, he came from Hesse in Germany. He asked Martin Luther, okay, how am I supposed to deal with the Jews in this region? And Martin Luther formulated a response that was ultimately not successful, but nevertheless, it just takes a very important hold on these two extremes of how to deal with the Jews. The way in which this was posed to Luther was fascinating. Philip presented to him a petition that he said was given to him. A lot of scholars believe that actually this petition may have even been written by Philip, as he is looking for a convenient way to understand how to deal with his Jews, how to take advantage of their economic productivity without necessarily affecting his emerging Protestant church, and so on. So Philip had a couple of possibilities, right? He could say, well, this would go with the Catholic approach, which we've done up until now, which on the one hand is animated by the doctrine of witness, idea that was shaped by Augustine in the 4th century, that the Jews should be tolerated in a subjugated state. And sometimes that's expressed in rather nasty forms, like in the 4th Lateran Council of 1215, where Jews are required to get a special badge. And of course, there's the horrible persecutions of the flood libel and post-desecration charges after the Lord's death in the 14th century, where Jews returned alive, including this image in Strasbourg, himself. was. Now, go back to that kind of model, or those maybe keeping the Jews more freedom, and that will generate more economic benefit for us because we can especially tax them. So this petition that he said was given to him in some mysterious way, it was probably written by him, probably with some advisors, probably with some Jewish influence. It had basically 7 requests. They went as follows. 1, Jews should be allowed to be economically active as long as they're not competing with the guilds. Right? The guilds were very jealous of their rights and demanded that people be able to live in guilds and practice that profession. So the Jews realized they weren't going to be able to challenge that, so they said, just let us do other things. And they kind of stuff. Well, become shoemakers if the shoemakers guild that doesn't so. Secondly, the Jews should be allowed to carry on any kind of business and they'll be subject to the laws of how commerce is dealt. They should be held to the same standards as everybody else, and it should be permitted to go through. Third, the Jews should only engage in money lending, which is one of the major elements of the Jewish economy. Some centuries back, but already fading by the time of the 16th century. The Jews proposed to only engage in money lending if it was under the supervision of the state and the interest rate was regulated itself. It's not such a proposal. The fourth one, that the Jews should be given the right to manage their own affairs, supervise their own activities, and to mete out punishments for those individual Jews who may have gone astray from those requirements. This is also something the way the Kila structure was functioning. Fifth, the Jews would be happy to pay a tax to the landlord to fill it themselves. Right? So that was definitely a proposal, a petition that he liked. 6, and this is one that I'm sure this definitely didn't come from the Jews, but someone added it, I guess, in a low number, that the Jews should be forced to go to mandatory service. This is something where Jews see right up until the 18th century, that in some communities Jews are required to attend church once a week. Attendance is taken, and they have to be forced to listen to sermons about the true religion of Christianity, often delivered by Jewish converts to Christianity, and it was like a tedious kind of thing that Jews had to go through. With some frequency in many different communities. Number 7, that they should not argue about their religious beliefs. Also appears to be something coming from a Christian source, so that Jews should not be allowed to engage in any kind of polemic, pushing back against Christianity. The point is, those are the petitions. It seems like some sort of plan that Philip hoped that Luther would say that in the new Protestant environment, now that Protestants are making up new rules, we should accept these things. They make sense. Now, what did Protestants think? At this point, we don't have a really clear definition of how Protestants will deal with the Jews. If we look to Martin Luther, we have kind of like the bifurcated record. For example, when Luther is early on in his work, he published this book in 1523. Das Jesus Christus eingeborene Jude sagt, that Jesus Christ was born a Jew. Wow, that's a really interesting title that seems to emphasize that Christians should pay attention to Jews and Jesus so, because after all, Jesus Christ was born a Jew. However, this was written when Luther felt that the reason why Jews did not become Christians is because Catholicism was not the right church. But once Catholicism was reformed through his Protestant movement, then of course the Jews would become Christians. When this failed to happen, Martin Luther had a pretty severe change of heart, 180-degree turn. He published, among other things, about the Jews and their lies, which is a very nasty piece of work, definitely very critical of the Jews. And so Luther himself seems to be originally very positively disposed towards his faith, and later towards his faith exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was the question that was posed by Martin Luther. He comes up with this document which is called the Castle Advice because it was composed in a town called Castle in the year 1538. He begins by saying 5 basic starting principles. First of all, there's only one true religion, and government officials have to protect it by punishing all the other religions, the false religions, right? So that doesn't sound like a good start for the Jews. Secondly, Jews are misanthropic. Jews hate other people. This is an old anti-Semitic charge that goes way back even to the Roman times, because Jews have certain club rules, like if you want to invite a Jew to your table, you better be serving kosher food, or if you want to become a Jew, you Jew has to be circumcised, and so on. So Jews must eat everybody else's circumcised. Third, Jews are condemned by God. Fourth, be barred from economic competition. They should not be allowed to compete with Christians. 5, recognition is given that previous rulers, both secular and church, ignored the previous 4 principles, and so maybe we have to make some compromise on those bases. So, not a very auspicious beginning to the Castle Advice, and not at all what Philip was hoping to hear. So, basically, after these 5 principles, Husserl lays out a system that definitely is not going to be favorable to Jews. First of all, they've got to take an oath to refrain from harming Christianity, whatever that is. Secondly, they're only allowed to study the Bible, they forbidden to study the Talmud, right? There's this growing thought that the Talmud is somehow what makes Jews as nasty as they are understood to be, and so therefore you've got to forbid the Talmud. 3, no new synagogues. It sounds a little bit like the doctrine of witness, a little bit like the doctrine of Bar and Muslim rights that Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with it. I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews. And finally, same thing as we saw Philip's petition, Jews must attend mandatory sermons. So the Castle Advice begins with 5 really strong religious objections. By the way, you recall the petition started with economics and later out the religion. The Castle Advice said, no, we're going to talk about religion first, and then we'll get to the economics. The economics has 3 additional rules. 1, Jews must be banned from finance, basically money, commerce, and industry, unless the state takes control of the finance. Jews can stimulate money as long as it's completely supervised by the state. Never do this. Second, Jews may not engage in any good unless it is, this is a quote, I'm not sure if it's a quote from Rothschild or from the secondary source, but they can only engage in work which is subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful. What kind of jobs are subordinating, wearisome, and ungainful? Several examples are listed: ditch digging, masonry, stone and wood cutting, lime burning, chimney sweeping, sewer cleaning, and lodging. Those are the kinds of jobs Jews are allowed to pursue those occupations. That's it. And third, Jews should pay a special tax for the privilege of living in these societies. So the whole thing was summed up by Rothschild saying, listen, if you were to do this right, you would expel the Jews from Protestant lands. Like they have been expelled over the course of the last couple of hundred years from many different parts of Catholic Europe. We would do that too. But you know what? If we're going to allow them to live here, then these are conditions. It's pretty harsh kind of medieval strict ruling that takes everything that's the worst about the Protestant era and brings us forward. Now, it happens that Philip said, wow, that's just way too harsh, and he rejected the consequence. As we would say, true borrowing something else, like said, that's just way too much. Remember, there's an economic motive here. The Jews are economically productive. We can tax them. They are loyal because they know they can't rely on anybody else. They're loyal to the Lord, so we should take advantage of it. Now, we still maintain a very close relationship with Luther, primarily because Philip was also a very strong Catholic ruler. And by the way, the Vatican is if you look at this remarkable woodcut that appears during Philip's tenure, Philip apparently read it and was deeply pleased with it. It shows on the right Pope, I think it's Paul III, and he's issuing some kind of bill, and German peasants literally turn their backs to him and they pass with at the Pope, saying this is essentially what we have to do right now. It's just like pretty nasty kind of stuff is coming out today. But there's an interesting kind of codicil that we should mention. The Jews kind of dodged the bullet because Philip would not approve this castle advice. But there's an interesting kind of footnote because what happened in his personal life is that Philip was married to Christina Saxon, who was apparently very, very unhappy. Despite the fact that they had 10 kids together. And early on, after a while, he actually went to Martin Luther and said, listen, we're doing this thing right, Protestantism. I know that Catholics aren't allowed to engage in previous relationships, but Protestants are allowed to do so. And by the way, when I read my Bible, like this Protestant, I go back and actually look at the text itself, I see that Abraham had multiple wives, Jacob had multiple wives, Philip. And he had in mind in particular Margareta von der Sade, who was an associate of the and he basically coerced both Luther and later Luther as well to go along with his second marriage, which was performed in 1540. And Philip went on to have 9 court cases after that, was solid as well. When the scandal of this growth migration reflected poorly on all of them, but nevertheless, this is kind of like the compromises that Luther had to make to try and have his connection to but the overall message here, this is the one extreme poll where vision of Jewish place in the Netherlands started to connection that they should be boxed in and not allowed to have anything beyond change, dignity, change, and things like that. And luckily, that was rejected as being not saved by it. The other side of the coin also happened in the same century. There was remarkable work by Dick Lopez Cruz, a fascinating individual, really liberal Protestant thinker, who wrote a book called Synodus Project Constant, right? I hope I said that right, which translates as Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. Very unusual. So what's his background? First of all, he's a fascinating kind of Renaissance man in many ways. He was at 17 years old. He married a woman who was aged 29, 12 years a senior, and his family disowned him and cut him out of their will and ended their support of him. So he ended up becoming initially a corporate grade scientist talent, and he ended up becoming a whole round intellectual, translated Latin, Dutch. He wrote plays and poetry, got very involved in politics, and he was a Protestant theologian. And one of his major projects was this remarkable document, which stands out as being an early beacon of tolerance, the Synod on the Freedom of Conscience. And he was a fictitious synod. Synod was normally a gathering of experts to discuss some important topic. And it was modeled on kind of as reflective of a church synod that happened earlier. He created a fictitious synod, which recorded the minutes of in his book. And it was all dedicated not to a particular church, but to freedom of conscience. In many ways, the same kind of device was used, for example, by Rabbi in Spain to depict the debate between Christianity, Judaism and Islam before it became the Khazarians, Khazari. So Quran also used a similar kind of device, because that's the Jewish Senate, and there are all these characters speaking in such a play format, a dialogue format about their respective views, and the hero of it is not particularly happens to be Jewish. Gamaliel the Pharisee, who is mentioned in the New Testament in the book of Acts, chapter 5, verses 38 to 39. Interesting discussion there on his inclination towards tolerance of Christianity. There's a little bit of church context. And basically, Gamaliel was probably modeled, at least in Acts, not so much in Corinth, but in Acts, on Rabbi Gamaliel, the great Nasi, the head of the Sanhedrin, who was actually a historical individual in Jewish history of great importance. He basically takes this position, which I don't think Gamaliel would have taken, but nevertheless, he was that the scripture is perfect. Of course, Gamaliel, the Jewish Bible and the Christian Bible is perfect. People can make mistakes and we are unable to do them. Given this uncertainty as to if it's reading the Bible correctly, we must tolerate each other. That's the basic thesis of this amazing work. And we go through all kinds of issues. Christians argue one point, Catholics, Protestants argue various points. And Gamaliel goes on to say, for example, how ridiculous it is to force Jews to attend sermons. It would be much better to allow people simply to have a free exchange of ideas, and then people will be able to follow their conscience. This is what it's about, religious conscience. He's advocated a total freedom of conscience. He advocated for, no boundaries between religions to allow people to first and and by the way, it was still illegal to convert to Judaism at this time, although it did happen from time to time, it's just not understandable. And he also advocated the removal of all censorship, that everyone should be able to write and circulate any kind of idea they wanted. This was really amazing for the 16th century. We're talking about something that, it's 200 years before we get to the discussion of something like the First Amendment in American politics. But he's coming up with these ideas, and they were also rejected. They were also considered too radical for their time. But nevertheless, they exerted a kind of gravitational pull on the Protestant Dutch psyche that actually was very much in favor of tolerating Jews and in many ways, there's something of an intellectual hero and statesman of the Jews for that. We should put this all into the context and understand the 16th century was a period of tremendous change. Right? It was a period when Protestantism takes over and dominates more than Europe. There's armed military conflict as a result of the church reacted to this change, the Counter-Reformation and so on. There's a lot of demographic change, not only as a result of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including for our purposes, those Portuguese Christians who represent unsettling new groups in the Netherlands. There's tremendous economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development is possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that age of maritime economy and commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. So the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how Jews find themselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and almost modern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this group. We only have room for a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and make some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Rothschild. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I used to enjoy learning about as I was preparing for the kosher river book to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century and some fascinating little bits of Rothschild. Now, I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. Most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature. There's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Jewish castle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the Hebrew data that's mentioned in Latin. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Iverlo. His years are 1846 to 1929. I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a 4-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Dossier Documents sur l'Égypte de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published it with very prestigious journal, Études and Juifs Review, essentially the review of Jewish studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque royale de Belgique. That he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Very cool. We found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, see it's kind of the same. And this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find the actual form of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. Jewish man, with dreads, with nails, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat. That was mandated after 1215. Question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from like let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, and if you saw it also down there at the bottom of Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit A, and then Yoel, a strange word, which translates as Jacob, and then the abbreviation, Beit A, this renders as son of the saint, or son of the Holy One, which would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov and Yoel, which would be a very typical name to use to sign the names, and the son of his father is the sign names. What is this title? Kadosh or holy? It's not that common, but when you figure out the dates, say this document from 1378 to 79, it could be that his father, his name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is his name. Maybe that's a place name, maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr? Someone died on Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 to about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of the Black Death. Could be, I don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that are real found for us. So we're going to look at one right now that is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tinan, also known as Tilia Mall in Belgium. As you see here on this map, it is just west of the coast. And apparently, when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1870, it was apparently a small chapel that was being renovated, only about a foot and a half down, so the grades were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, but in the orchard, that's the facts on that. But what they discovered was a series of graves, and this remarkable stone. Let's look at this. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine, thankfully, you can read most of it, but it will provide us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So, it's with the strange word, which means grave, okay? Evan Echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is the grave. And here's an interesting thing. The word Echad, or one, is misspelled because the word Evan, stone, is an irregular feminine. The Hebrew, it appears to be masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in A, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read as Achat with a tuck. So that's interesting. Why would there be fairly obvious grammatical mistakes here? Unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of a community high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones group, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it, or people will let it slide. No. But let's go on with the text. It reads, and it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, not even feminine, stands at the head of Arat. Arat is an honorific title. I think you would translate this to English as something like Madam or differences, perhaps, but it's strange because typically if you can use Mara, you would also say who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married. And this is amplified by what's related. She is the daughter of Moshe, Shemitra the Shem. She died a day. Now, if you look at the stone, and Avery Little writes about this, it seems to be the shot with the shape at the end of his work, rather than the final pen. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time, difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The red is all very similar, except the left hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense. The shot would be something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg us to pile of questions. It's probably the word Christian, which would mean with a name. She died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to the title, Mara. This is a map on a list. Interesting, we don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people that put this together. And then it says the year, which is the year in Triangle 1-6 in Hebrew counted from the beginning of creation, right? But in the Christian calendar, we reckon either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died, and so that's why it's understood, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights above, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to have the numerical value or something like that. Even though it did not help us out with what this might be here. And it says that built up in an and her rest is in the garden. Opens up so many questions. But what is really and most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history of France. This region, as you can see on the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands, and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is but Antwerp is the home of a bustling modern Jewish community. Very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community. And, it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp, Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the Jews were moved to Portugal, but they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians for already a young generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt to varying degrees their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Busquet, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, he wrote The Consolation for the Tribulation of Israel, a really remarkable book. The Portuguese Inquisition was a more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being kind of a conduit for Jews in Portugal. That is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to re-adopt this Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Doña Gracia Mendes de C. Here she is most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great King Rosino, this name is called Rothschild, just numerous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States. It's just a mind-boggling story, but it's not for us now. Anyway, the Rabbi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which began from 1713 on, conditions began to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which resulted in complete emancipation for the Jews of the Jews, which is extremely important. And then finally, in 1830, Belgium was an independent country when there were about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time, and this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west. So you see this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also various Southern Europeans. Begins around this time, 1881 to 1917. Collapse of the Civil War. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America, 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel, smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There's a lot of finance involved, sort of detailed work with gem cutting, and there's a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, but 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, and about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population. Of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion, and they realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazis, more so than citizens in many of the other countries surrounding them. So a large-scale flight of the Jews began to look like France. This combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge of resistance was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places to be successfully avoided deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is really difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the area as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as a well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, about 15,000 Jews lived in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless, a significant amount of Jews were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high rate. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 Jews in Antwerp today, a very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools. Really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise. And if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but always good to share some of this with you. Thank you very much so much. fellow students of Jewish history, as I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activities during the World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Zuskin, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam. He saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. It was especially fascinating because one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically, what happened when the Nazis set up these raids is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and the Nazis would say, "Who's second in charge? Who's third in charge?" Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. There's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the human race, because after all, the members of the Iraqs were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. And that's not universal. We definitely have some human leaders, like, for example, Adolf Hitler in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those human leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Zuskin. Zuskin was a fairly non-scripted individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism the Nazis had inspired, he and his wife and later their young daughter fled Germany and were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his at that time was that he was a manager of the Rothschild, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit zone. Susskind relied on his strong human management skills to maintain very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Halberstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Menzel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by Johann van Boost. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. Small children were taken in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involves a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. So they worked together with the Utrecht Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Rothschild, they were very valuable to the Nazis. Ultimately, they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of reconciliation that he had from his previous overseers. We had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Reichstadt and finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on May 25th, 1944, but he survived. They were killed. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis tried desperately to pull back from the advance. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him. a bridge was constructed near Rothschild as a memorial to the way she was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jews. Absolutely inspirational. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students. I am so thrilled that next week we will towards our ship when we begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing the work on the lectures on the economy of the golden age of the 17th century. Joseph Enzo de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1650 to 1692. And he's one of those amazing Jews who have made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Amsterdam. His family was there, and he did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with America and also with the bodies of the world. Have a look at this map of the countries, the Rothschild, the Madrid countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economy and a lot of import and export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets. Very important was the market in Guatemala. It was still hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean. Huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general, and in particular we see here in New York, where New Amsterdam, at least West Europeans the region. It's fascinating to think that these local government of Peter Story was on here, where it keep on. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. I really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said that was, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with that tradition not to allow them. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews existing before into America. And of course, for our purposes, very important in South Africa, which would be very significant. The diamond trade with Russia, Belgium, and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and he is concentrating himself especially into the stock exchanges. The first European international exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam in 1936. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese
fact, if you went the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, but 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. You really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670s. It gives you a sense of what this must have been like in 1770s. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition against Isaac and Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism. Right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family, and later on to Middelburg, and there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and given out about 80,000 children, which applied to us a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only out of letters that were published, but also of several books. One of his most significant Roberts is a book called Conclusion de Conclusiones. Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusion. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated to English, and it's still used today. It works. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. It gets to all kinds of things. It explains what stocks are, it explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and it's all kinds of like anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life and Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really great. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that this is what it's all about. Here they are. I'll give it to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea. It's more of like how to maintain friendships with your brother and things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. It's all up and down. You don't want to just give bad advice and then get them flipped. Second rule, accept both your profits and your debts. Don't, simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have, bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But anyway, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules. Profit in the share market is goblin treasure. I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but it goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncle, it's called. One moment, diamonds, the next pebbles. The profits that you earn, they can grow up tremendously, and they can also, move on to so-called bubbles, right? It's very, very important rule. The fourth rule, he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. And it's really fascinating. It is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stock exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on the cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of our research and in my experience with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets on ways. And in particular, we see here in New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating. I think that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with the Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. We're talking about now on day one of the American and I think there were a lot of places. I learned something about sometimes when they think of culture, how the land felt the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority. It's one of the key areas of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, building will mills and water drills, and send the water elsewhere. Yeah, they were also prepared to overlook minor differences that affect people's private lives, right? For example, religion. But basically allowing open for minority places to be able to flourish in a society like that. Like that, like they don't. Good morning, fellow students of Jesus. So, yesterday was just an amazing experience going to these synagogues. They have phenomenal edifice. Really is a testament to the magnitude and the generosity of Portuguese immigrants and what they affected for the largest Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially simple adoption for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a elephant right in its own place, and it was otherwise starving. So, what exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Rabbi boardroom, where the leadership is gathered to engage discussions and especially distribute
charitable funds to communities. And you can see that especially using sports. And it's particularly shared with the Phoenix, which is a separate set of ideas related to these new births from the act, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese have just escaped from the position. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats there. First of all, it is highly unlikely for Portuguese, especially with their detailed experience of the actual lives that they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christian as a result of their birth several generations earlier, and with their experience as a decision, you would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol or a Christian association. So they knew what they were doing and never let those symbols. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not adopting a Christian symbol by the church. Very much so like the Phoenix, which also has these in mythology, and it would be absurd to say that we wanted to adopt, Greek and Christian sort of stuff. So let's look at first important instance we have of elephant as an image from the second century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, a book called the History of Opus. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was to force of myths about animals and then apply it to communities what Christians and Americans from the belief. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various theories, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the elephant. In the Middle Ages, when Eucharist was circulated, and so there's lots of representations of Christian elephant. So what is the idea of the elephant rather than letting it so the star opens up its breast her own life. So life was kind of gross, but there you go. And the comparisons of course are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So back to our question: why would the Portuguese adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the Phoenix, and they're talking about how Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that's incumbent upon Jews, and is something that they value very highly. This is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews made phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century as a void, the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, today unfortunately, but as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was extreme pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their Jews. They did so with tremendous generosity. That's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there was so many of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's do the facts. I think this is just so fascinating. I'm really grateful to give these in person with possibilities, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for this.
Jewish moments here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that notes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation away to the death camps.
Fellowship was allowed to take pictures during transportations. The Jewish can pictures of the people from
Sure enough, we started playing. You guys were talking about it. We started playing Jewish geography with them. Yeah, it was like 5 languages. It's Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was a language. Trying to match up where we should go. And we're having a live Jewish program. Beautiful thing about Asheville is that we have this experience. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, I made a couple of short videos about a few of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos weekend in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. I'm going to tell you about it. So if you walk down the street called Parents Drive, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit Knesset synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, which means where you will praise. That works out to the year 1704. And that's it's charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and it describes the story. And you can see that under the Star of David and kind of a line of Shiva, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied maybe by Nazis in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar in 1944. And those 3 lines you frequently see on monuments of this nature. And then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. And everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe. See the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major tourist center, and then went all the way down through Canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there where I had some great experiences, tasting dairy and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made a way up to this little place called Middelburg, and nearby the very important that's the home of Boss, who is a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, it was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw Rainbow, which was very spooky. Anyway, that was our full trip. We went back to Amsterdam. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around really village core, and then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map is the synagogue. The entrance is on the Herrenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had
what they call a Dutch after house, behind house. It's the same word that is used as for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family is during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of histories about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see a Heron Strat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of the drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. You see the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground there. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows that the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you see those distinctive two windows that featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middleburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is the destroyed it. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected, and in fact, had trees even grew in consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary Zima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time we got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few scaling walls. And this is the way it would stay. Were it not for the intervention of Ron Ross. He's shown here with David Lawrence, of course, Rothschild Cruises, in his remarkable home in Vienna, just a few kilometers away from Newburgh. Here's a picture of some other guy with Dr. Ross's one. By the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for his community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews. And so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that, several articles in his book, and amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing was what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg, and now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Coach Red helped do. We invited Odd Boss and Tim Smith, a very important person in this community, to come join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. And so I have a video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you.
After the war in 1945, almost everyone thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Europe. Only some Jews came back from the camps in the places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 15 years of the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Europe. There are more synagogues and stories restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Wednesday has different services.
So let's just recap it. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed. And a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it.
he rebuilds it, and that attracts the minds of Jews. They raise money to buy a Torah school that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance. And then you will be very fortunate to hear the personal story of Rothschild, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young child, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, it's just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a video. Luke's story was absolutely vivid.
You know, a little boy, 4 years, he said always to walk to the bushes. Look behind you. Because tomorrow it can be happening again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, the Jewish family. And I didn't do anything to the people.
Now, Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take it together. So to take the candles, we start with make the candles burn, we try at night, my shoes can last. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jew that here at the I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I got the phone for the surgeon in the hospital working at Fox, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middleburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met the first time in the hotel where some Jewish people had Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah. And I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah, we came there, and one of the women had made their own home, and the man told her, he makes this lesson about the cross. And we walked back and we said, you should be celebrating Rosh Hashanah. Instead of blessing, celebrating the miracles. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had too much synagogue. But we didn't know what to do.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I learned the whole year I had the same text. And I learned a language which is there. And that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when I stand beside, if you go to shore, I'm going to play applications. So in the first 5 years, so every morning, to play alone, which was what no one else would play. And I couldn't create Hebrew phrases. So I did a double one, very last. I think the figure recording for 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I stopped. And then I go, and we started this for Friday evening, one Friday evening, we made coffee and milk and apple and everything. People come, all people come, and so we have a little Jewish community. And now, it was upstairs, we have celebration every Friday and every Saturday. The celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah, and I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning, and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had to learn how to sing. And I said to the people, we say like this, I can sing that slowly. Come on, learn then how to sing. And then they want more, and I want more. And so we started only 100 minutes, 5 minutes,
lot going on there, some decisions. Yeah. And young people, children in the community. Yeah, here's a big event with a child who's somewhat older than 10 months, but nevertheless, it is beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we have some satisfying history of conscious people do that. They can find one. Young people, little people from Rotterdam, they started to work, the law school, live in Liverpool, and still not growing. Sometimes started growing in India. You never do that as well. So it's amazing. It's really beautiful.
From mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, they have weddings there. It's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today it was, for me, I was riding my bicycle today. We were living lonely, but I never saw so many Jews in Liverpool. Looking. I saw people looking. There was a guy with a keyboard. She seemed to have a discussion with, and I was with my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for me. But I think also to see that there are still people, there is still Jewish life, and that we are still there. And
it's so amazing to go visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community resurrected under the direction of people like Rothschild and Rothschild. Wow. I can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for that.
this man makes the story good. We meet each other, and now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg and shit. We walk to the Red Sea, you know, and you in the city to see you, and then you have some questions you can talk from.
The fast of the tenth table, which this year falls on December 25th, is one of the most unusual fasts years in the Jewish calendar. It commemorates many very sad things that happened in Jewish history, perhaps the most significant of which, however, that marked the beginning of the fall of Jesus. That is the first fall of Jerusalem resulting in the Babylonian city. For the next 10 minutes, what I'd like to do is just think a little bit about what that exile and the subsequent exile really meant in the context of Jewish history. And then I'd like to bring it forward to the 20th century, just reflect for a few minutes on how that affects the Jewish world today. Judaism regards Jerusalem as the navel of the world. That's a phrase that occurs in that literature. And this is something that they have in common, in particular with the Christian culture. Here's an amazing map. This is the famous cloverleaf map that Hyman invented. And represents here the world in a specific kind of way, like a cloverleaf. At the center of which, of course, is Jerusalem. If you look more closely at it, you see that kingdom is kind of stuck off the edge here. And then you've got even America, the Royal Belts, right? It's pretty good. It's like sea monsters, boats, things like that. And over here, some looks like many ways reflecting the fact that as the image of the Eastern Mediterranean, Israel really was, Jerusalem in particular, was the city through which on the past the Roman traveled by land through those regions. Looking at it in closer detail, you can see that the three crosses standing outside of Jerusalem clearly indicates its Christian orientation to this, but in Jewish culture, the sentiment is the same. Jerusalem is the neighborhood. It is at this time, though, the fast of the 10th of David, that we mark the first attack on the walled city by Nebuchadnezzar, shown here in this 17th century, which marks a turning point in Jewish history because it was the first great time when the Jews were forcibly expelled from Israel. And it's marked with a verse in the book of Kings, 2 Kings, chapter 25, that reads, "On the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his whole army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all night." Through the Talmudic tradition, we have the fast day that is marked on the 10th of David, marking this particular historical. There are few archaeological reminders of it, such as this ancient arrowheads that were nations, but they definitely left a tremendous scar on the site. The maps of Exodus from the ancient here show this famous location. Took them all the way out to Mesopotamia. You see this map traveling north and then moving around through Syria, following the Euphrates down south to the Balkans, where ultimately they would establish communities and ultimately the Talmud would be different. But at the time, it was incredibly difficult outside the history. It's very well expressed in this remarkable style by Edward Belden, who's a German Jewish artist from the 19th century. And you can see in the outside of the frame, there's a quotation from Psalm 137 by the living of Babylon. There is he sat down and he wept, but he remembered Zion. And you can see in the image, towards the left-hand side, there's the mysterious civilized architecture, the foreign strange architecture of Babylon by the Euphrates River, and the paterfamilias here is comforted. It's like his youngest daughter here is chained and he's holding his lyre because, of course, the horses are coming up that very heritage to sing songs of Zion. And this really is a very beautiful expression of sadness, which is not on the 10th of David, it's much like Tisha B'Av, which was a great extension. Fortunately, the Jews were able to return to Israel shortly thereafter. Under King Cyrus, there was a general liberty proclaimed for all of the territories that the Persians conquered, and they dedicated levels of religious freedom that harkened back to the key exile era. This particular item, which looks like a plain cow, but it's a way of promulgating official documents. You can see it's incised with the stick onto the actual blade. This proclaimed the ability of many of the people in the Persian Empire to return to their ancestral worship. And the recent Jews, this is extremely welcome because they're able to return to Jerusalem, shown here in the Persian region of Yahud, this is the main region of the Judea, and they're able to reestablish a temple for several years. In the first century of the Common Era, however, the temple was destroyed yet again, this time by the Romans, and in many ways much more fearsome destruction than that of Nebuchadnezzar and Rothschild. Here you can see a schematic map of topographic lines of the city is built on the top of the hill. There are hills all around the city, but it's up to straight out. And the rebels were holed up inside the city, somewhere around 20,000 rebels, who unfortunately engaged in very heavy infighting and fought with each other so bitterly that they even destroyed each other's siege foodstuffs, their stores that they set aside to protect themselves against a long siege, which of course was absolutely suicidal. In some cases, the rebels were literally suicide. That's the fortress of Masada to the south of Jerusalem, which held out for several years until the Romans finally built their defenses and 960 Israeli children were living at that time decided to commit suicide rather than turning themselves over to Roman captivity. And looking at the city here, you see that 4 Roman legions after the son emperor Vespasian from Titus came from the north. They had some skirmishes with some rebels outside of the northern gates, but then they decided to swing around and reach the outer wall at its eastern point when it swung into the eastern front. They then attacked the inner wall with several walls that protected the the Temple Mount is the structure that's on the center right there, so the rectangular center. And after a week of fighting, they actually reached it and got it to the city per se. They were not, however, able to attack the Temple Mount because the rebels had pulled down there and were able to defend themselves. So what Titus decided to do was he built this massive, huge wall that surrounded the entire city, taking advantage of the local poverty, and essentially starved the rebels for the next 2 weeks. Then in late July, he concluded his attack at the same spot, northwest corner of the temple, and was able to swing and ultimately the temple itself was set ablaze on the 9th day of the month of Av. Late summer. To this day, commemorated as a fast day for Jews, with the sick on the floor, and groups of the lamentations of them, and it's an incredibly sad day for the rest of them. After destroying the last holdout of the rebels on the mountaintop of Masada in the forbidding Judean desert, the Romans imposed tremendous sanctions on the Jewish population, shipping away tens of thousands of captives to be slaves in Rome, imposing endless taxes, and many other symbolic conditions. The Romans also chose to propagandize their victory as much as possible by, for example, creating a whole series of these coins in Judea after Judea has been taken captive. It's kind of a strange thing to say because Judea was already under Roman control from 163 before the Common Era. Imagine this, for over a century, it had been Roman territory and was really putting down a rebellion for them and capturing the territory, but nevertheless, the resilience of the rebels, the fact that they held off the Romans for so long, that they wanted to take good advantage of the victory, and they were also trying to get the reasons why it made sense to do so with Romans. But on the left, you see the Emperor Vespasian. On the right, you see a Roman soldier standing and looking down a forlorn Jewish woman, and in between them is the Balsam Pine, which was one of the most popular exports of Judea. They also built a ceremonial arch in Rome itself that was the site of a major parade celebrating the victory and ultimately executing a victory of war. Many Jews for hundreds of years refused to walk under this arch because there is a representation on the inside of the stealing of the spoils from the temple. This is what it looks like today. Scholars at Yeshiva University have reconstructed what it might have looked like to Romans because they preferred to paint their statues. And so this, you see the Romans all wearing the victory over their heads, signs the rest of Legion through the order, the law of Jesus, perhaps the sacred Torah, the tablets of the law. The second one there it says, Tabernacle Dora, the Torah, the Torah, right, the sacrament, the holy thing of the Jews, probably so on the ritual table there, the stage. This is how it was commemorated as well. Nevertheless, Jews always regarded Jerusalem as their center, even when it was construction over 2,000 years. Jews historically were not great makers of the law and Jewish maps, but this other Christian map, which is located in Jordan, that was actually discovered under the floor of a 6th century church there, and was meant to guide was the one thing our contemporary times today, which is the east. That is talking about this east, as if we were standing at the bottom of the edge of the Mediterranean Sea, looking forward. And in fact, one of the words for east in Hebrew is kedem, which means forward as well. And you can see here Jerusalem is identified as in the center, and just like we saw in the map, look at the detail, it's actually a very accurate representation of the New Jerusalem before in the 6th century. In fact, there were certain features of this map which were only identified with archaeological research in the 20th century. But the fascinating early map there of Jerusalem. But on the 10th of anyways, it's not only a time for the reflection on the sadness of the destruction of Jerusalem and exile, but it's also a moment to look forward to the ultimate redemption. That's especially so, I think, in this year, which is an unusual year, as for the 10th of April actually falls on Friday. Typically, fast day, like Fridays, very pushed off to other days because it's not considered appropriate to go into the Sabbath, which begins Friday night, in a state of extreme hunger. But this particular fast requires fasting right up until the Sabbath begins. And this is especially important to note that just like the Sabbath represents a redemption from the tribulations of the week, so too the times that we're experiencing Israel and Pharaoh for the first century so this is a map of the partition line that was designed by the United Nations, actually League of Nations, in 1937. And it was the attempt to deal with the ongoing stress between the Arab population and the Jewish population in the region. And the decision was to divide up the area into 7 distinct, barely connected units. You can see where the orange units of the other color were to be set aside for Arabs. They basically more or less conform to the demographic distribution of Arabs. And then the sort of greenish aqua color was supposed to be a Jewish state, the first Jewish state established in the region since the Roman Empire took it over in the 5th century. That's an amazing achievement, really mind-boggling. And that, so that's only 3 sections. Jerusalem, from here, we went in, was such a difficult problem to solve that I felt that the United Nations suggested it should just be designated an international zone. As the history developed, the Jews in the region accepted this plan. Arabs and the surrounding countries did not. That the first of several Arab-Jewish wars, which ultimately resulted in a slight hardening of the boundaries for Israel. Surprisingly so, because they were surrounded by Lebanon. And this is what the armistice lines looked like in 1949 after another major war in 1967. You can see that the blue area is now held by the Jewish state of Israel. Gaza is held by Egypt, and the West Bank is held by Jordan. When we zoom into Jerusalem itself, you see that it is actually divided. But the front lines fell in such a way that most of the city, the newer part of the city, was behind the Israeli lines. That's sort of a yellow color. And the old city with the Temple Mount and more over the Arabic population fell into green and sunlight. So Jerusalem was actually divided with the Jewish quarter and the old city on the Arab side of the border. Everything changed, of course, with the massive victory of 1967, which was really one of the most stunning victories of the 20th century. When Israel anticipated a major attack from Egypt and Syria in particular, launched a preemptive strike, and within 6 days had not only consolidated their territory, but it also expanded it significantly range in the Vermont and the north, the entire west bank of the Jordan River, the Gaza Strip, and the Sinai Peninsula all became parts of Israeli territory. Now, the consequences of these territorial acquisition are quite significant. Ultimately, the Sinai Peninsula will be returned to Egypt in exchange for a peace treaty that occurred in the late 70s and early 80s. Gaza was ultimately simply abandoned in the early 2000s, and the West Bank was associated with the Palestinian autonomy built in the 1990s. Jerusalem remained a very difficult problem to solve in the context of the local politics, but what is extremely significant for our point of view is the fact that this war, Jerusalem is once again united under Israeli control. And that's very significant, very iconic photograph of the time when Jewish soldiers approached the Western Wall, the remains of the temple, for the first time since it had been slipped off by the Jordanian forces. In many ways, this moment represented a culmination of Jewish aspirations for Jerusalem that went back 2,000 years. Roman expression. The photograph on the right is the construction of that image with these same soldiers. Now let's just a little bit more. This has been a very big presentation, but I want to remind you that tomorrow morning there will be other talks by Rothschild, by Rabbi from the message of redemption, tying to the history that we described here tonight and many other things. I think you will find this very useful. And I wish you easy class and speedy. Thank you very much. Chances are, if you know anything about economy, you have a fairly basic understanding of this as a revolt where some Greeks, or were they somehow Syrians, or were they somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks, invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, and then the Maccabees rose up against them, drove them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. There was this miracle with some oil, and it lasted for 8 days. And so, like all Jewish holidays, they tried to kill us. We survived. Let's eat. But you know, we actually get into the history of it. There's so much other fascinating material. I'd like to take you through 8 very quick glimpses into the Maccabean revolt that might be a little different from what you heard before. First of all, we should understand what the Maccabean revolt was. At its root, essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two large groups of Jews and how they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is a result of the political situation in which Israel had been under a Greek dominance, that is, Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, since Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly in 22 children on there. The Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power, but let's just try and understand a bit of the circumstances first. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander died, his empire was divided amongst his successors. The empires that are especially important for us are the Seleucid Empire, which is yellow and occupies much of Central Asia, the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what would today be called Syria. But they As a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrians, and that's when most of the adventure of the Maccabean revolt occurs. The version of the story that you probably as a child had a very important role of this man, Antiochus IV Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164. He was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, shall we say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution of Jews in the middle of the second century. He was also a bit of a madman. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that you might want to take if you were an emperor of a large region like this. But he was known in fact as Epimanes, which in Latin is translated as sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a commoner and then go to the bathhouses and, just try and slum it out with the regular people. And then he used to enjoy feeling himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. And then he would ask, to have oil poured on him by everyone present. So had a very troubled childhood. At any rate, what is he specifically doing, messing with Jewish religious practice? There was a huge controversy with Israel itself. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internalism among Jews, among those who were in favor of increasing their commitment to Hellenistic values. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditionalists who said, no, this is too much. You can't take us this direction. Now, Antiochus, who was stinging from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he was raised on the population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that Jews could look to reach in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen Gadol. And there were interfactions with vying for it, Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason and another more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists who favored someone named Konya, also known as Onias. The Hellenists, first with Jason and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenues, specifically suggesting that they would raid the temple treasury itself. And so Antiochus, who otherwise would never have gotten involved in such a suit, backed the Hellenizing party, first Jason and then other man Menelaus, because Menelaus offered more money. And after one humiliating military and political defeat, Antiochus chose to press his advantage with the Hellenizing elements by ransacking the temple itself, dedicated to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of traditional Jewish practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked a revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really in the Jews themselves. So those Jews wanted more accommodation of Hellenistic values on the one hand, and those who disagreed and said that the priesthood had to be held at arm's length. It may be surprising, but our best history of the Maccabean revolt, which was a glorious national uprising, represents a high point in many ways of Jewish struggle for religious and political independence, that this source, which is roughly contemporaneous with the period, is not well regarded within the Jewish tradition. How do we know about the events of the Maccabean revolt? Well, we have three really important sources and a few other the smaller ones, Rothschild period as well. Let's look at the three most important. The first is the Talmud. The Talmud seems to be a little bit cautious about describing this otherwise amazing event of the Jews actually achieving political and, more importantly, spiritual independence from an oppressor. And there are a lot of questions. Why does the Talmud spend a lot more time talking about this? Why is there no tractate devoted to the holiday of Hanukkah, like is, for example, to the holiday of Purim? In fact, Hanukkah gets just a few pages really in Tractate Shabbat, and it is in the context specifically of how to write the Torah. That's one of the biggest aspects of discussed there. How do you ritually observe the holiday of Hanukkah? But as a historical source, it's somewhat disappointing. Another very important source, but a very difficult one to use, is Flavius Josephus. He's kind of like the Oprah Winfrey of Jewish history in the first century. He was certainly the most famous historian. He was a Judean general who first aligned himself with the rebels in the Roman War of the year 66-73. And then, when he was about to be captured, a very dramatic episode, he turned coat and he joined the Romans. He rose to great prominence with the Romans, and primarily as a historian, as an official expert on everything Jewish for the first Titus, the general who was responsible for destroying Jerusalem, and then later for the Roman world as a whole. He moved to Rome. He wrote an extremely important history of the Roman Jewish War, undoubtedly the most important history that exists. And after that, he went on to write a massive book called Antiquities of the Jews, which essentially covers all of Jewish history from creation right up until his death in the late first century. Extremely important book that tells us all kinds of things. However, as I've just given you a couple of comments about his biography, there are some difficulties with virtually Josephus. He's writing only in Greek, which was the language of the educated people in the Roman world in the first century. He was writing kind of as a captive celebrity at the same time. He's officially adopted by the Roman emperor. That's why he has his surname Flavius that is added to his name, Josephus. So we're not exactly sure what his motivation was. Much more to say about him, but for now let's just rely on the fact that it's somewhat problematic source, although it's very hard to get away from Josephus whenever you want to study anything in the Jewish world. But Josephus relies very heavily on this book, the first book of the Maccabees. This is an amazing attempt which only existed in the probably the original has been lost. Probably books by someone and first hand knowledge of the actual Maccabean battles, and it gives us an incredibly detailed blow by blow version of the events from the perspective of someone who was probably involved in the wars itself from the Jewish side. Now, this has made it into the Bible of many Christians, particularly the Catholic Bible, but it was not made into the Hebrew Bible. Now, this book, I think, would definitely make it into the Jewish Bible. I mean, wow, this is a totally amazing story. But the rabbis, when they went through the canonization process to determine which books made the cut and which books did not, they elected to pass on the book of Now, I hope to discuss this a little bit more in the next lecture, but we should understand that the rabbis, and by this I mean the Pharisees, were not especially enthusiastic about everything that the Hashmonaim, the dynasty that the Maccabees founded, represented. And there's a lot of questionable things about whether or not they wanted to support and encourage and identify themselves with the Maccabees in every way. There are a lot of ambiguities that are emerged from the first and second book of Maccabees that made the rabbis think, you know what, this might not be the best thing to put in everyday's measures. So even though it was included in the Bibles as formed by Christian groups, the Jewish Bibles do not include the book of Maccabees, and you have to read it like on Wikipedia or someplace like that. Nevertheless, the book of the Maccabees is absolutely fascinating. The Maccabean Wars were absolutely fascinating. And there were a series of battles that were primarily led by Yehuda Maccabi, an incredible figure who was a brilliant military leader who understood that the asymmetrical nature of this conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops simply could not be engaged in a straightforward middle of the field kind of battle. And so he pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's go to the beginnings of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban-rural divide over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Modi'in, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Greek god. A family led by Matisyahu with his several sons demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which has been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Matisyahu and he fled to the hills, quite literally, the Judean mountains, and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian Greek forces and more significantly on the Jews who supported them. Tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real formal soldiers were brought in. This is Matisyahu himself passed away early on in the conflict, and his son Maccabi proved to be incredibly capable general. He acquired a reputation for ferocity and brilliant strategic use of the terrain. At one particular battle early on, he seized the enemy commander's sword and used it personally, symbolically for the rest of the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for Yehuda Maccabi. They set the base on fire so that when the group that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire division was destroyed. Remarkable strategy in battle. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved Greek use of war elephants. Absolutely terrifying things. You can imagine what it must have been like that they would put kind of fortified station on the top where more than a few soldiers could sit on top of the elephant and then attack from above. And so one of his brothers, Elazar, was thinking incorrectly as it happened that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants. And Elazar decided to attack the elephant from below and stab it, which he did successfully. However, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Elazar and crushed him. But this particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art because, of course, the Christians are reading the book of the Maccabees. The Jews are not, but the book of the Maccabees becomes very popular among Christian readers. And so it has been described in all kinds of amazing medieval pieces of art describing this particular event. Let me just take these incredible translations. So fascinating. As you will note from this particular example, the Europeans who are describing this happens to be a 14th century German print, they don't know what an elephant actually looks like. So they sort of imagine some kind of a horse, maybe, and it's got some kind of a funny nose. Okay, fine. Here's another one, which also has the elephant is some kind of horse-like creature. In fact, it looks exactly like a horse because now the artist could not believe that an elephant really exists. But we have lots of other examples. Here is one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy government picture of some side, something like that. Animation. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of a cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect going on. Here's the last one, I promise. We're back to the horse again, and it looks a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. Fascinating. So, sorry for that sort of detour into the death of Eliezer, but basically, under the remarkable and great leadership of the Maccabees and the Yehudi leadership, the Syrian Greek forces eventually have to retreat. At this point, you might be wondering, what about the miracle? What exactly happened with the miracle? So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in the historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, Yehuda was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of the Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic site of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here in the famous arch of Titus. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're carting away the spoils from the temple, including the gold candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. Stephen Klein of the University has done some chemical analysis of paint flecks and was able to determine that it would have originally appeared to look like this in a painted version, which personally I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's a sign, the law of the Jews in Latin, which is without some kind of representation of the Torah. And then you can see labeled the candelabra of the Jews, of course, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, which may have been the shofar, the table, or altar, or something like that. At any rate, none of the earliest sources have a really clear description of the miracle, which is at such high billing. The earliest source that we have for a description of this miracle is a Baraita that occurs in the Talmudic tractate of Shabbat, page 29 to be precise. The Baraita or Baraisa is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and was from oral traditions handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early 3rd century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we have the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days, and it should only have burned for 8 months. There are other elements, other early sources, such as the Mekulat Ta'anit, which is a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se, but mainly was days in which fasting was not permitted, and Hanukkah is one of those days. And other early sources do make reference to the need main story is actually not represented yet. What is interesting on top of this, however, is that if you had time and another note, the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev. That's the first night of Hanukkah, is on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. And so it is an anniversary of the defiling of the temple that marks the rededication to Hanukkah of the temple. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a lot of things written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing, at least from a historical perspective, is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution. Quite arguably, the first such successful rebellion against religious persecution in the course of history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. The story does not end with the dedication of the temple. One of the many things I've had to omit from this very brief presentation is the fact that the Yehuda Maccabee's earliest supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all its Hellenizing elements. So, and they followed him with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. The book of the Maccabees describes some amazing stories about the lengths that they would go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. The Yehuda Maccabees' remarkable serial successes would only bolster their support for him and for the importance of his mission. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue the Greeks. They did not, however, simply leave the country. And in fact, the Maccabees would not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes to the Syrians, for another 20 years. They wouldn't get that until long after the Jew was gone in the year 142, and even then, so we're not talking about a full political independence. By the way, have a look at this interesting picture here, which I just did not just put in here. This is dated 1918, and it's a fascinating kind of artistic representation of the similarities between Yehuda Maccabee, who managed to take back the temple and establish some kind of independence, and on the other hand, there is General Allenby, who, in the context of World War I, walked into Jerusalem with British forces and then placed it, of course, under what would be a United Nations, or at that time, United Nations mandate. And the verses that are attached, which is so fascinating, under Hanukkah, there is the phrase, "And he will reads, who is like you to be among all the mighty, both eternal," and that phrase, etc., is the acronym of Maccabee. But on the other side, under Allenby's, they will come to Zion of David, right? People will seal oil. I don't know if the Jews in Jerusalem in about 25, 30 years know quite as warmly about Allenby and the British in particular, because of the harsh nature of the United Nations mandate and dissatisfaction with the British after the white paper and so on. But it's actually similar to what we're talking about here. What happens is the Syrian Greeks realized soon that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is really not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lysias says, you know what? Let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus had overstepped his boundaries and has banned your traditional practices like observing the Shabbat. And I know we messed up your temple and we really didn't like that. How about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabi, who was, zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want you gone. However, he lost the back of his most ardent supporters who said, status quo ante. That actually sounds pretty good. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to keep fighting serious leagues. And what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted with Shabbat and with circumcision and temple rituals, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody and pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you can the actual boss and his supporter as the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of an enrichment of their religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo ante, they were prepared to abandon. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. Lysias put in another Kohen Gadol named Alcibius, who was actually much more amenable to the Hasidim than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage the Greeks at once, which is in many ways the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and it would be ongoing conflict afterwards. Well, it's a messy history that I've described so far. But let's just take a side move here. As I mentioned earlier on, the book of the Maccabees did make it into the Jewish book. Obviously, Jews were aware of the general scope of things. They had the description of the events in the Talmud, which was studied, of course. They had some access to Josephus, but they hardly ever looked at the book of the Maccabees. So they didn't have much more than a hazy idea on a lot of these things when we moved through the Middle Ages. Christians, however, I will show you this in a couple of years, were fascinated, and especially when we get to the era of the breakup of the church, with the Reformation, the Counter-Reformation, there is a new Christian interest in the Maccabee, because for Christians, he represents, correctly, I think, a symbol of fighting for religious freedoms. And Protestants and Catholics both see this as an opportunity to strike out their statement on the value of freedom of worship. And you see in the 17th century already several poems and plays appearing that celebrate Yehuda Maccabees in particular. You see none other than Handel himself, even composing music, an opera to go with the Yehuda Maccabee story. You see Henry Wadsworth Longfellow in English composing a 5-act verse tragedy dedicated to it. That's absolutely fascinating because he is seen as a figure responding to religious. He is also seen in the 20th century by both Christians and Jews as a figure of national development, as the idea of self-determination becomes much more popular among the statist peoples of the world, then many begin to see him as someone standing up the rights of national determination of the Jews. Of course, as well, they have a look at this example. This is by a Swiss writer, Karl Boxer, and the title is for the Judas Maccabeus, of course, our hero. Ein Kleinvolkskämpf im Glaube heißt a small people, this is the subtitle, a small people fights for faith and honor, which I think is a pretty good précis of what the Maccabees stood for, but we can see that in 1943, under Nazi occupation, what this means to oppressed peoples of Europe. Moving forward in history, I'd like to talk about a couple of customs that have become indelibly associated with Hanukkah, although as we shall see, somewhat later than we might think they would have. I have to give you a little bit of personal reminiscence first. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario. We were the only Jewish family, and I have to say, Hanukkah was a depressing tradition. All my friends were totally psyched for Christmas, Santa Claus, presents, and I was just bummed out every year. It was really sad. It was all particularly sad. I was right out of a cartoon called Charlie Brown. I was lumber truck driving through town, must have knocked off a small piece of that pine stick, and I found it must have been about 4 or 5 feet tall. I dragged it all the way home. I begged to let me shut it up. So my mother had mercy on me and just let me set it up. Next thing I came out, and all the needles had fallen off and dried out of my face. I felt terrible about it. So I have like ambiguous feelings about Hanukkah that happens to fall at the same time as Christmas. And one of the biggest reasons why it was so hard for me was because all the other kids got these massive presents on the 25th of December. And I got, shopping is basically money, right? And I wouldn't even get a lot of money when my parents didn't have a lot of money. And sometimes it wasn't even, like actual currency. It was like these chocolate coins, which are like very expensive. And so I gotta tell you, Hanukkah, I've always been sort of bothered by it. Here's the historical reality. It's not a thing. It is a relatively new innovation to this practice. Probably not older than 300 years or so, and that is by the way, there is no explicit reference to giving gifts to children on Hanukkah before the 19th century. And that may be shocking to some of you who might like to, for example, take Instagram photographs of presents given to children every single night of 8 nights, which probably made me feel better when I was a kid. That didn't happen in the 70s. So there's no reference to it. Where does it come from? You can find in some of the halakhic literature commentaries on the Shulchan Aruch, for example, that suggest in the 18th century that charity is associated with Hanukkah. That there is a custom of people going door to door to collect charity for a cause. Other sources reference a custom of children giving, not getting, giving charity to teachers as a gift at this time of year. There are some interesting kind of suppositions of how that connects back to Hanukkah. The reasons perhaps is because the Hashemite idea they were the first Jewish kings to print coins that we have historically, and there are a lot of them. I actually have one myself. But otherwise, I have to say there's really no explicit reference to Hanukkah gelt in the halakhic literature 20th century in particular, as Christmas becomes much more commercialized, particularly in America. So then you have this phenomenon where as Christian world moves, Jewish world also moves. So just like Christians don't have a very deep rooted tradition of gift giving on Christmas, there is a small tradition that you see in some countries, but again, not that deep. But in the very commercial enterprise we call the United States of America, it became quite a bit of a thing. And so therefore you have Christmas presents, and therefore you have family guilt that comes. So also, out of the job that comes sort of thinking a lot after the origin. So that's the okay, I can't get into too much more trouble since I already moved up. Yeah. Rabbi also mentioned that there is no connection to gambling. This is one of the practical kind of like, let's have a custom that we do and we'll make up a research for it later. So one of the arguments for kind of gambling or gambling, also not such a thing as big in this tradition, but the gambling is because the Jews, says the legend, would pretend to be gambling when the Greek soldiers walked by so that they would think the kids were just playing, but in reality they were actually studying in secret code. That's where we get the idea as the theory goes of the dreidel, which is an iconic Jewish talk that is labeled with these four Hebrew letters, which read Nes Gadol Hayat Sham. There was a great miracle there. Beautiful history of the that was a history of Hayat Sham. The great miracle that occurs here. Really shouldn't have it is unfortunately, if you're a big fan of dreidel and gambling with the dreidel, this is not from a Jewish source. It actually comes from a medieval game. It goes back to the 1500s. The German letters are actually identical. That the letters on a German tuple, which is called God's Stellai, which means if it lands on the N, you get nothing. If it lands on H, you get half. If it lands on the G, you get everything. If it lands on the S, you have to put on the archway. Does that sound familiar? Probably. Probably. But I don't want you to think that this is somehow accidental, because we have this deep idea in the Jewish tradition that a mikra b'olam, there is no such thing as good. All these things are something made explicit by the great Jews of the sacred. If you note in the literature regarding Hanukkah, there's a reference to Vayamin Ha'elim Bazman Hazeh. In those days, in this time, in other words, our time, and Rabbi Eliyahu Jackson and others point out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, like some kind of coil. And we go around in circles, and maybe it's an expanding guide, but we go around in circles and then eventually come back to the same point that we were at a long time ago. And it's kind of forensic rhythm as well. So it's not all I want that the holidays are chronicles, which is so much associated with the spending of its individualism. It's a sale every year by overwhelming tide of assimilation. And that the struggle of the Hamakah and the Hasidim to spend Jewish secularism, Jewish train of thought, Jewish practice, against an overwhelming, the entire array of sameness, of fit in, be like everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, far off Rome, the Emperor Nero is very displeased with the process established. But he realizes that he has to take matters in hand, which in a sense a much more significant general. Here from this stage, we deal with these rebels today. And at this point, which goes from stage these Josephus, who originally was given the command of the northern region of Galileo. He's a very important figure for us because he is the primary historian that we rely upon not only for the first Roman-Jewish war, he was a first person participant in that war, and he's actually relaying things that he saw himself. He also goes on to play for the war at some of the really important historians overall, providing a particular detailed book back. He was a meditation to the administration. Anyway, Josephus, a fairly young man, is an associate primarily with the Pharisees, although he had some experience with all of the relevant groups at the time. He's given command of the north, very important region. But unfortunately, the first that is attacked by the British would cost him 60,000 troops. And in the space of 67, he essentially conquers the entire region. In the center there, you see the city of Rothschild, Rothschild, which is where Josephus was housed. And he actually withstood a long siege over a month, but finally they were forced to surrender. As a result of a bizarre suicide pact that Josephus managed to survive, he surrendered to Vespasian and then convinces Vespasian that he could be a very useful ally for Vespasian ultimately takes Josephus at his word, and he ends up becoming kind of the official Jewish expert. In other words, he turns code, becomes an ally of the Roman to play in his country, which makes it a difficult force to rely on in many ways, but nevertheless, Josephus is our main resource for the entire period. And Josephus was a scribe to the rest of the period. In Jerusalem, there was tremendous chaos. Rebel leaders who were active, particularly in the Galileo region and north, flee the conflict and make their way to Jerusalem. There are now several different leaders. There are the leaders of the local aristocracy and the high priesthood, which were at the center of what ended up becoming sort of a provisional government that was set up at the beginning of the war in 66. But the competing factions fight bitterly to try to execute the heads of leadership in the United States. There was tremendous rivalry between all the factions of the zealots, and to the point that they not only fighting each other, they even burn each other with huge supplies. The disaster because Vespasian was ultimately organizing these things. It gets so awful that zealots were based on Masada at this time. That's a very important focus. Not too far south of Jerusalem. They actually attacked the nearby village, the Jewish village of Ein Gedi, on Passover night as a result of these kind of internal conflicts. Meanwhile, the Jews are fighting with each other bitterly in Jerusalem and this region. Vespasian takes his time and locks up the naval resistance at Jaffa. There were several street battles there, and some smaller conflicts around was also a very different general who they ultimately bring about the conclusion by attacking the front. By the time Putin's approach is the main leaders left. Shimon, Gloria, and John are scholars. They're fighting literally with each other, but when they realize that it must be attacked by speakers, they decide to put aside their differences temporarily. By the time Putin arrives, there are about 25,000 rebels in the city. They're fighting in 4 Roman legions who are 8,000 battle partners. And after we can see how the battle goes. First, Vespasian was reach the outer wall in the summer of the year 7. They enter the northern part of the city, and after weeks, they're able to reach the second wall that lets them into the old city towards the Temple Mount, the primary control of their complex. They attack the Iconium fortress, reach it out and build by arrows at the very north of the Temple Mount complex. In that square area there on the central right. But the rebels actually managed to push away the space attack in the station returns the attention to building a siege wall all the way around the city in order to choke off any food supplies that come in. That's the essentially starved for about soft about my after that is not forget that the zealots in their zeal to beat one another actually burn most of their siege supplies, not have the transition steps. And after about 2 weeks or so of the military wall being in place, that's its second event in late July. The fortress ultimately falls, and this results in the destruction of the temple itself. This occurred on the 9th day of the month of August, which is late August of 1870. And to the present day, this particular event is marked by fasting, by all around the world, they sit on the floors, meditation, and history, they can feel which they avoided the temple is burned to the ground. The fighting is considered like chances are, many of our commentators have a fairly basic understanding of this as a visual, where some Greeks or were they somehow Syrian or somehow hyphenated Syrian Greeks invaded the land of Israel and somehow oppressed it, then none of these rose up against them, routed them out, and then rededicated the temple, which had been defiled. There was this miracle with some oil and the great days, and so like all the holidays they tried to kill us, we survived. That's the basic understanding of the message of the day that we can get after school class with the Sunday. But we actually get into the history of so much other fascinating material. First of all, we should understand that the Methodist Church was at its roots essentially a civil war. It described a fissure between two largely held reasons. How they felt they should relate to the world around them. This is the result of the political situation in which Israel had been under the Greek dominance, that is Hellenistic dominance, Greek cultural dominance, Alexander conquered the region and then died suddenly for the Commonwealth. As I mentioned in the previous video, the Greeks were guests of the Jews long before they became an occupying power. But let's just understand a little bit further. So here, if you have a look at this map, you'll see that after Alexander's death, his empire was divided amongst these successors. There's two empires that are especially important to us are the Seleucid Empire, which is in the yellow that occupies much of Central Asia, and the Ptolemaic Empire, which is based in Egypt. Now, the reason why the Seleucid Empire is often called the Syrian Empire is because much of their activity was based in what we today call Syria. But they were fundamentally in orientation. The original leaders in particular were all of Greek descent, and they were also just getting larger Hellenistic person. But when you look more closely at their history of soldiers, like here, on this map, they are cleverly labeled both yellow and purple because it was at the borderline between the Ptolemaic Empire, which was Egypt, and the Seleucid Empire, which was Syria. And as a result, Israel was handed back and forth for much of the time, and only after the year 200 was it fairly firmly in the hands of the Syrian Greeks, and that's when most of the adventure of the revolt. The version of the story that you probably should compile had a very important role in this map as locals were told. Epiphanes, who was the leader of the Seleucid Empire between 175 and 164, he was definitely a very colorful figure. He definitely had a different approach to, I would say, religious toleration than his predecessors had, and he was responsible for some terrible persecution in the middle of the second century. He was also a bit of a mad man. In fact, he had the nickname Epiphanes, means God made manifest, which is kind of like a typical name that they might not take if you were an emperor or if they were a producer like this. But he was on the other back of Epiphanes, which in Latin translates to sugar. He used to do things like, dress up as a crooner and go to the bathhouses and, just try and slam it out with the regular people. And then he was revealing himself as being, in fact, the emperor himself. So he would ask, to have the world poured on him by everyone present. He had a very troubled childhood, which I talked about in the previous lecture. At any rate, his specifically was necessary to this religious practice. The reality is that most of these polytheistic empires were very tolerant of many different faiths because that's really part of what polytheism is all about. You have your God, I have my God, but you have your many gods, I have my many gods. They like trade them like hockey cards or something like that. And that's the typical response of the Seleucids and the predecessor dynasties to Judaism in general, because it was just another one of these weird things they faced when they have to bother again. But there was a real controversy between Israel. The thing is, Antiochus inherited an internal dispute among those who were in favor of their commitment to Hellenistic values and increasing their tolerance of polytheism, which is something that's Christians use as both radical and very strictly. And on the other hand, there were those who were more traditional who said, no, this is too much, you can't take a just gift. It was a urban-rural divide, the region in particular being dominated by Hellenizing elements, and the countryside tended to be favored by the traditionalists. Now, Antiochus, who was stemming from some military losses and had a significant tax burden that he wanted to raise for the population, began to become involved in this internal dispute because the highest office that used to vote the Jews in Israel was the office of the high priest, the Kohen. And there were two major factions who were vying for it: the Hellenists, which were favored by a man named Jason, and another more extreme figure named Menelaus on the one hand, and the traditionalists favored someone named Ptolemy, also known as the Hellenists, first with Jason, and then even more so under Menelaus, offered Antiochus more tax revenue, specifically suggesting that I asked him one humiliating military and political defeat, and he overcame to trench his advantage for the Hellenizing element by ransacking the temple itself, dedicating it to Zeus rather than to the god of the Jews, and banning many traditional aspects of existing the practice, such as circumcision and the observance of the Sabbath. This sparked the revolt, but the roots of the revolt were really the Jews themselves. Those Jews wanted more accommodation from the values on the one hand, and on the other hand, those who disagreed and said that the Greek world had to be held as the Maccabean wars were absolute. There were a series of battles that were primarily led by the Maccabee, incredible figure, who was a brilliant military leader who understood that asymmetrical nature of the conflict with a large Syrian Greek army of as many as 70,000 troops. I simply could not be engaged in straightforward, middle of the field kind of battle. So you pioneered a lot of fascinating guerrilla tactics in order to defeat his enemy. But let's look at the beginning of the war. As I mentioned earlier, there was a big urban rules of why over how Hellenistic should the Jews be. And in a town called Mosaean, some enthusiasts of the Hellenistic way of life came and ordered, in accordance with the decrees of Antiochus, that the local population should sacrifice a pig to a Jewish god. A family led by Antiochus with his several sons demurred, and rather than sacrifice a pig to a Greek god, which would have been an act of idolatry, they chose to sacrifice the Jewish enthusiasts who had been promoting the act of idolatry. This sparked a genuine guerrilla war where the sons of Antiochus and he fled to the hills, quite literally, in Judea and from there they engaged in small attacks on the Syrian was significantly on Jews who supported them. Tremendous amount of internal conflict here that made it a local conflict. The Syrian Greeks were not brought in big numbers until it was discovered that the local Jewish authorities simply could not handle them, and then increasingly large groups of real soldiers were brought in. This is when Montesquieu himself passed away early on in his life, and his son Nicolaus used to be incredibly influenced rebel. He acquired a reputation for philosophy and brilliant strategic use of his terrain. At one particular battle early on, he used the enemy's magic sword, and he used it personally, symbolically, to prevent the campaign. At another very important battle at Emmaus, he managed to defeat a group of regular forces who may have been as many as 4 times the size of his own ragtag band by force marching his own soldiers to attack the base when half of the enemy was out looking for the Maccabees. They set the base on fire so that when the troops that was looking for Yehuda returned, they found that they were outnumbered after an exhausting search, and the entire was a remarkable strategy to that. One of the most dramatic battles, however, was a battle that involved the use of war elephants, absolutely terrifying. Imagine them must be right, that they would put some kind of fortified station on the top where more than a soldier sitting on top of the elephant and then attacks from above. And so one of his brothers, Rothschild, thinking correctly as it happened, that Antiochus himself might be in one of those war elephants. And Rothschild decided to attack the elephant from below, stab it. Which he did successfully, however, the elephant in its death throes fell upon Salazar and crushed him. This particular incident, by the way, was celebrated in Christian art. Let me just take you through some of the stuff that is so fascinating. As you will know from this particular example, the Europeans And the artist, obviously, in this example, did not believe exactly how Eliza would get out of the horse. So, awesome expression from the back. Here is the one that makes a horse look something like a, sort of a happy gentleman, sort of like upside like that. This one's great. I think it has kind of like a sort of cat-like, tiger-like look. And this one is truly original, right? It's got sort of a salamander kind of effect. So here's the last one, I promise. We'll go back to the horse again, and so this is a little bit like a Dr. Seuss kind of representation. And you might be wondering, what about the miracle? Exactly what the miracle. So this is the part that usually gets first billing, but in historical sources, it actually gets remarkably little billing. So ultimately, after a series of reversals over several years, we're actually not speaking about 1, 2, or 3 battles. We're talking about a long, drawn-out conflict that took several years to resolve. Eventually, the Buddha was able to take back Jerusalem, take back the temple grounds, cleanse it of all of these Antiochus-inspired idolatry, and restore it back to its original function as a monotheistic sect of worship of God. Let us recall that the very name Hanukkah means dedication, in the sense of dedicating the temple. And one of the key elements is the menorah, which is shown here, is an arch of two first. This is a piece of Roman monumental art that commemorates the defeat of Judea by the Romans in the first century, a little more than 200 years later. And as you can see here, they're parting away the spoils from the temple and keeping the old candelabra. This is, by the way, more or less how it looks today. But Stephen Fine of the University has done some chemical analysis of paint tracks and has been able to determine that it would have originally appeared to look like this in a painted version. Which personally, I actually like the way we have it today. It's much less garish and so on. But here you can see on the left, there's the sign, the wall outlines, the glass, which would have been some kind of representation of Torah. And as you can see labeled, the candelabra of the Jews, the menorah, and on the right, the holy thing of the Jews, with the shofar, each table, and it's just part of the altar, something like that. Anyway, none of the earliest sources have a real clear description of the Jericho, which seems to get such high billing. The earliest source that we have for the description of this Jericho is a Baraita that occurs in a Buddhist tractate of Shabbat. The Baraita is essentially a statement which is ancient in nature and the oral tradition handed down, but it was not included in the important collection of teachings that was brought together in the early third century by Rabbi. So it's difficult to date the Baraita very well, but that is essentially the place where we get the source of the story of the oil that continued to burn for 8 days and it should always have burned for a while. There are other elements, other early sources, such as the Mesilat Ta'anit, which is a school of fast days that was not really fast days per se, but maybe with days of which fasting was not permitted. And other early sources do make reference to the new menorah, the sometimes way of kingdom life, because of the defilement. But the 8-day story is actually not represented. What is interesting, on top of this, however, is that you have time now is the date of this event is the 25th of Kislev, that's the first night of Hanukkah, it's on the 25th of Kislev, which happens to be the exact date that the Antiochus first defiled the temple. So it is an anniversary of the defiling the temple that marks the rededication of Hanukkah of the temple. So what I would like to say about all this is that the miracle of the oil is fascinating and there's a ton of interesting written on it. But in my humble opinion, the most significant thing is from a historical perspective
is this incredible military victory that represents an assertion of Jewish independence from religious persecution, quite arguably the first such successful rebellion in the first history. That's an amazing thing. That's an amazing thing. The story does not end with the dedication of the efforts. These brilliant supporters were called Hasidim, meaning pious ones. And these were the traditionalists who really wanted to get rid of all these Harmonizing elements. And they followed them with tremendous zeal and with tremendous self-sacrifice. So the story about the lengths that people go to, like Eliezer, in order to defend their religious values. And Yehuda HaMaccabei's remarkable serious successes could only bolster their support for them and the importance of Christian. However, he had so much early success that ultimately the Greeks had to sue for peace. They did not, however, simply release their countries. In fact, the Maccabees did not have full independence, that is, including economic independence and the freedom from paying tribute, that is, taxes, previously for 100% years. They wouldn't get that access long now. It's gone. Then, so we're not talking about a full political independence. What happened is the Syrian Greeks realized that fighting in this local conflict over whether or not the temple is Hellenistic in nature is not in their interest. Antiochus has died. There are succession conflicts over who's going to take over after him. And so the general Lycia says, all right, let's have a do-over. I say we go back to status quo. Obviously, Antiochus has overstepped his boundaries and had banned your traditional practices like social movement and observing the Shabbat. And I know we messed up your temple. We didn't like this. How about we just go back to the way it was before 167, before all this happened? And Yehuda said, no way. Yehuda Maccabee, who was zealous for the cause of Jewish nationalism and Jewish religious freedom to the utmost, said, no way. Tolerance is not enough. We want to be God. However, he wants the fact of his most supporters. He said, that is Volante. That actually sounds pretty nice. In other words, the Hasidim felt that it wasn't really worth it to be fighting Syrian Greeks. And what they really wanted was religious freedom. As long as they were free to do what they wanted, with Shabbat, and with circumcision, and with the temple ritual, okay, so we have to pay taxes to somebody, and pay it to the Greeks. What's the big deal? And so you could actually they supporters because the majority of the people, although they were incensed at the idea of having religious values, once those religious values were left alone and they went back to status quo, they were prepared to abandon it. And there's much more to say about the political fallout of that decision, but ultimately that's what happened. This is another Cohen Gadol who was actually much more amenable to the proceedings than Menelaus, who was ultimately executed. And they were prepared to manage with the Greeks at once. In many ways, the end of the Maccabean revolt, even though Yehuda would press the issue further and would be on the production. And now this deep idea is this main victor of the age is something made explicit that so it says, Vayamin HaHaim, Vayahazeh. In those days, but in this time, in other words, our time. And Rabbi Eliyahu texts and others points out that in Jewish philosophy, time is like a guide, like a spiral, or something hill, and that we go around this circle and make this expansion
to that circle of eventually come back to the same point that we were at long time ago. On a collective rhythm like that. It's all ironic that the holiday of Hanukkah is so much associated with the festive religious individuals. Is a sale every year on a very relevant time of celebration. That the struggle of the Bahamas and of the freedom to then use the tourism, use their thoughts, use their practice, use their faith against the politically strong the local entire living of such of the gift of everyone else. That's the same struggle that we have today. So with that thought, let's get time back. One of the most important dates in the history of the Holocaust is the 9th and 10th of November 1938. This is also known as the November pogrom, or more popularly, Kristallnacht. Kristallnacht was a term that was actually coined by different governors who wanted to try and create a kind of a positive spin, and there was a lot of sound to this night of violence, these 2 nights of violence. And the term crystal, of course, means crystal or really broken glass in this context, the night of broken glass. This refers to the wide-scale looting and damaging of Jewish stores in cities throughout Germany. Kristallnacht is remarkable for many reasons. First off, it represents a dramatic escalation of state-sponsored attacks on the Jewish population as a whole, with literally hundreds of smaller attacks occurring throughout Germany and Austria as well. And it represents a dramatic escalation in terms of the violence of the attacks as well. The precise number of those killed is not certain, but it most likely is in the triple digits. With also a remarkable number of rapes and certainly always a wide-scale damage of property, which is perhaps the most prominent feature of the Kristallnacht, the destruction of synagogues, maybe 300 synagogues burst to the ground. There's also a massive collection of Jews for the concentration camp system that had been growing throughout the 1930s. This represents actually the first time that Jews are actually seized for simply being Jewish in the Nazi Empire. So 26,000 Jews were rounded up in the context across the Kristallnacht and sent a killing message to the wider Jewish population that they were definitely not welcome in Germany and things were actually going to get much worse before they could get better. So let's take a minute and go through the events that led up to Kristallnacht and specifically the pretext that the Nazis used to justify this organized statewide pogrom. It's very clear from archival documentation that this pogrom was long in the making and that there were plans made in place essentially waiting for some kind of pretext to justify a wide-scale damage of this nature. It happened that the date of a pretext occurred quite close to the anniversary of the pretty much miracle switch that we discussed earlier, and so this happened to fall very nicely into Goebbels' lap as a major propaganda victory. But the ninth pretext focuses on the activity of a young 17-year-old Herschel Grinchband, shown here in this photograph. Herschel Grinchband had been living in France and was distressed to hear that his parents had been accused by the Nazis in a recent roundup of former Polish citizens living in Germany. Basically, Poland had revoked citizenship of those people who had left the country through lives of quite a few Jews who were of Polish origin who are now living in Germany. Fearing that they would be saddled with a large number of Polish Jews in their territory, Germany retaliated by expelling them to Poland. Poland, however, was not willing to accept their former citizens, and so for a tense standoff that lasted actually several weeks, there were Jews who were living in a kind of no man's land in the border region of Poland and Germany before they could finally be repatriated into Poland. Grinchbad, who was a student living in France at the time, received a postcard from a relative who was living in unbearable conditions at this time, and he resolved to do something about it. He went out the next day, he bought a pistol with the intention of murdering this man, Johannes von Rothschild, who was the German ambassador to France. Grinchbad made his way to the embassy, and finding himself unable to contact Rothschild himself, he instead shot Hans von Rothschild, a minor consular official. So Grinchbad murdered von Rothschild specifically with the intention to make a statement against Germany for their maltreatment of his own parents. Incidentally, he would later regret this personalized fast every Monday in repentance for his killing of von Rothschild. But nevertheless, he was doing this quite consciously as a political act intended to demonstrate to Germany his displeasure with how they treated his rights. Liberals, however, seized on this with a tremendous pleasure because it represented an opportunity to finally put in place this night of rage that ultimately was expressed at this time. 2 nights went by in Germany with massive movements throughout the population. It was made to look as if it was spontaneous, and the principal engine of destruction was the Sturmabteilung. The Sturmabteilung, also known as the Brown Shirts, had suffered a major blow to their status in 1934 in the Night of Long Knives, when Hitler had sought to kind of push them to the side to make his Nazi movement seem more palatable to the German population as a whole. But nevertheless, the Sturmabteilung continued to exist under the known as the Storm Troopers. And Kristallnacht was really something that was almost perfectly suited to the makeup of the Goebbels argued for a night of rage that spread across the entire country, clearly well organized in advance. The Storm Troopers rampaged throughout the cities and towns of Germany, destroying shop windows whenever they felt that a particular store was owned by Jews, burning synagogues, looting them, destroying and desecrating Torah scrolls, and even engaging in full invasions to their race furthermore. Again, the number of Jews killed is a matter of some debate. It happens to be a very fluid time of many Jews fled. The final number is not known, but estimates, very reasonable estimates, number from just under 100 to almost 300. 26,000 Jews, however, were arrested in widespread roundups of Jews and sent to the concentration camps. We'll have a lot more to say about those concentration camps later on in this series. But this is the first time, as I mentioned, that Jews were rounded up simply for the vast invasion of Jews. And this set a major precedent for future Nazi activities. The Jews were also subject to a tremendous degree of collective punishment. The Nazis argued that the Jews collectively in Germany were responsible for Grinchbad's actions, and they held the entire Jewish population accountable, demanding that they pay some $500 million in German currency to repay not only the damage that it was the stormtroopers that wreaked upon the city, but also the punitive damages for the murder of their consular officials. Incidentally, there is a strange epilogue to the entire story of Grinchbad. He was caught and arrested, and the Nazis wished to put him on a show trial. However, deftly maneuvered past that in fact, the reason he murdered von Rothschild had nothing to do with the Nazi treatment of his parents, but rather it was a matter of a lover's ploy, that he was engaged in a relationship with von Rothschild, and he killed him as a result of some spat. The Nazis, of course, were hallmarks by this argument. They certainly could put Grinchbad in a show trial if he was going to call largely unknown. He was declared dead in 1960. The reaction to Kristallnacht is perhaps even more significant than the event itself. Here is an image I personally find very chilling. This photograph is of a parade float that was taken just a few months after Kristallnacht. You see an absolutely terrific thing. The float itself has the title Very Good Professor, which literally means the one that feeds on Jews or the Jew eaters. You can see it's some kind of attempt at humor that there's this kind of monstrous thing. And here there are people who can kind of climb up as if it's some kind of ride. They put on these paper noses to mimic Jews in an anti-Semitic fashion, and then they step up and they actually enter into the mouth of this beast. Now, this is actually a long tradition in German art. Here's an example from the 14th century church wall in Nuremberg that shows something called a hellmouth. And this is a large beast that is some kind of like representation of hell. And all of these various sinners see the figure, the weird figure, just second from the right, it's got the Jew wearing a huge distinctive articles of clothing that Jews were required to wear after the 13th century before Lateran Council. And there are also some church figures in there as well. Various sinners who were forced to descend into hell by entering the hell mouth of this great beast. And that's exactly what the German town depicted here, where Jews are going to walk into very deep structures, which Jew eater, the hell mouth. And in fact, that is ironically exactly what is going to happen in just a few months at the onset of World War II. But to return to Kristallnacht, there was a huge outcry worldwide over the attacks on Jews. Here you can see the New York Times reporting immediately on November 11th. Nazis smashed even more Jewish shops and temples until Goebbels called them out. He was very well documented kind of activity. So there's a tremendous amount of finger pointing and finger wagging at Hitler, but ultimately not much was done. And in fact, not too many Jews were allowed to visas into various countries either. And so it was simply kind of like an outward show of displeasure without really much enforcement going on. In Germany, fascinatingly, Hitler was quite unhappy to see that there was general disapproval among the population over Kristallnacht. But not so much for its anti-Semitic content, but more because of the tremendous amount of disorder it described. The Germans were not happy with the idea of hooligans, even affiliated with the Nazi Party, running around their streets, destroying businesses, which of course had a significant economic impact on the entire country. And so Hitler essentially had two very important takeaways from the entire experience of Kristallnacht. The first is that based on his reading of German domestic reaction, Germans would tolerate the persecution of Jews, but it had to happen out of sight. It could not be something that was so obvious and so riotous as, attacks in the street. Jews had to be transported elsewhere if they were to be persecuted. And secondly, based on foreign reaction, the world will act upset that there will be no real consequences for Germany, no matter what actions they take. This plays very heavily to the overall strategy that Hitler had of pushing the envelope, as we will discuss in the next class, when we get to the actual beginning of the World War II. Nevertheless, this is a very important date in our understanding of the Holocaust. It was the first major escalation of attacks among Jews, and it was a perpetrator of much worse things. Thanks for today. thank you very much for coming. It's wonderful to have an audience here. I'm amazed that so many people have the same kind of passion for learning Jewish history. I spent way too much time preparing this class, so I hope I can squeeze it within 1 hour. I will do my best to do that, but I hope that you enjoy it as much as I enjoy doing the research on this. So let's go straight to the material. We're going to focus on the tumultuous first century of Jewish history in the modern era. I'm speaking now about the first century of the first millennium, right? The zeros up to 100, and we'll just edge over a little bit into the second century. We'll cover the following events in this lightning tour of Jewish history. We're going to look at the first Roman-Jewish War that began in the year 66 and extended by most scholars count to the year 74. Some will date it a little bit earlier. We're going to look at the Kitos Rebellion, sometimes called the Kitos War, which it's certainly not a war. It's not exactly a rebellion either, but we'll get to it to try to understand what exactly happened at that point. Then we will continue to the incredible Bar Kokhba Rebellion, which is actually one of the most dramatic points in Jewish history, and I hope to share with you a little bit about what that rebellion meant for the future of Jewish survival. And that will basically take us through our schedule for today. We're also going to look at the positive side of the ledger. I mean, in all of those battles that I described, the Jews essentially lost. We kept running our heads up against the wall, tremendous barriers. The Romans were able to defeat us at every turn. We inflicted tremendous losses on the Roman occupying powers, but nevertheless, we defeated each one of those battles. But the one battle, the war in reality that we won, was the battle of the mind. It's expressed in the codification of the Mishnah. So we're going to look at what exactly the Mishnah is and how it provided for Jewish survival over the next centuries and in fact millennia. I would like you to bear in mind some of the thought of this great historian, the phenomenal Salo Wittmeyer Baron, who is generally regarded as the greatest Jewish historian of the 20th century. He was a towering intellect with multiple languages at his disposal and a phenomenal grasp of so many different cultures. He's a very difficult scholar to read. I mean, when you look at his massive 16-volume, unfinished social and religious history of the Jews, you really need a PhD just to figure out what he's talking about, and it is written in English, but nevertheless, it's brilliant, brilliant work. And in this regard, he's warned us against what's been called the lachrymose school of Jewish history, the tearful vision of Jewish history. The lachrymose view of Jewish history is this kind of indoctrination, very common in day schools. It's a great kind of model for Jewish history if you want to build Jewish identity, where the Jews are oppressed over and over again, and that nevertheless they manage not only to survive but to thrive, and they have a heroic kind of renaissance despite the most awful suffering. There is remarkably a lot of truth to that vision of Jewish history, which other scholars have called the books and pogroms and books view of Jewish history, where Jews are creating these tremendous intellectual achievements and contributing to world civilization despite their oppression. And we will see it, I think, fairly clearly in today's lecture. But there are moments when Jewish oppression is pretty close to total, and we don't see the other end of the story, not even in our own lifetimes. And there are times when the achievements are so phenomenal that we don't realize them in our own lifetimes. But I nevertheless would like to offer you some caution about the model that we are using to theoretically understand the period. Let's look at our sources quickly before we get to the actual history. We're going to, of course, rely heavily on Josephus. We met him last week. We looked at the Testimonium Flavionum and his problematic relationship to the period. We're going to see that problematic relationship actually occur here because whereas in the previous period, Josephus was a chronicler, he was working with sources, he was writing archival documents. Now he's actually a first-person player in the story that he is describing, and he corresponds with many of the figures who are writ large in his history. So he is a participant observer in the history that we'll be studying today. We will also be relying on some Roman historians like Dio Cassius, some church historians who will look at this period of history from a very different perspective and yet offer quite enlightening perspective on the material that we study. And we will be relying on the Talmud, which, although it is not a very reliable source for history, as we said before, because it's not trying to write history, it's trying to teach ethical, legal, theological concepts, and yet historical data is sometimes very useful for that purpose. So we will see the Talmud view on some of the passages in Jewish history discussed today. We'll also be looking at some great archaeological finds, most notably the amazing finds in mid-century of the Bar Kokhba tunnels. Here's one of my children here who's exploring some of the Bar Kokhba tunnels, which are now open to select groups to go through them. These are the tunnels that were dug by the rebels in the 2nd century to evade the Romans as they were mounting guerrilla attacks on them with tremendous efficacy. By the way, if you ever get that, this is sort of a product placement. He's wearing a cap I got from Kosher Riverboat Cruises. So if you want to do something fun this summer, yeah, okay. Anyways, that's nice. Okay, and one of the an example of the amazing documents you get from the archive or the archaeological finds are, for example, the Babatha archives, which is a phenomenal trove of the most precious documents in an otherwise completely anonymous woman whose name was Babatha, and she was hiding out with the rebels during the Bar Kokhba period, and she left behind a precious trove of documents that says so much about the experience of women from a woman's perspective. Really quite an amazing document. So these are the kind of things we're going to rely on today, and I look forward to getting to them over the course of the next 15 minutes or so. Okay, so let's go right to our history. Where we left our heroes last week, we had just seen the death of Herod. And we took a few minutes to leap forward in time to look at early Christianity, the growth of this movement, and its impact on Jewish history in the 1st century. We will, of course, be coming back to this very significant movement over the centuries. But what about the political life in Israel after the death of this phenomenal leader who had left such a major impact on the life of the region? So he had 3 sons, and he nominated one of them, Herod Archelaus, as his successor. However, once he died, the other 2 brothers were unsatisfied with this, and the Romans had actually dictated that the region should be divided into 3. You can see in this color-coded map, Archelaus, who was designated as the prime inheritor of Herod, but the Romans, of course, did not allow the Jewish client kings to designate the successors. They would have to approve them themselves. So they gave Archelaus the major chunk of what would be later Israel, right? The regions of Judea and Samaria, Idumea, from the Mediterranean coast to the Jordan River. And they gave a second son, Herod Antipas, the Galil and the Perea, which is actually on the other side of the Jordan River, also considered part of Judea writ large. And then to the north, Herod Philip took Gaulantis and Decapolis. These are the 3 divisions. The brothers were unsatisfied with this division, and so all 3 of them went to Rome to complain to get a better deal for themselves. While they left Israel behind, of course, it fell into disarray. There was an altercation between the ever-present and often offensive Roman soldiers and the Jews living in Jerusalem, and it actually broke out into violence that was actually taking place on the temple grounds. The Roman soldiers under the procurator Sabinus, we'll speak about what a procurator is in just a moment, actually took advantage of the violence to loot the temple. This is one of many times the temple would be looted over the next 100-odd years. Before it was completely destroyed, it was considered a major source of funding for various officials within the Roman government. But let's not forget that the Jews have been dutifully submitting the Machapisa shekel, the half-shekel tax that it's mandated in the Torah, that they should give a half-shekel every year towards the upkeep of the temple. And these funds keep coming in, even through the Roman period, and even after the temple is destroyed, Jews will still be contributing this Machapisa shekel, which is quite a significant amount of money. After the temple is destroyed, of course, one of the punitive measures that the Romans would take is they say that you still have to contribute this Machapisa shekel, is Fiscus Judaeus, but it is not going to be applied to the upkeep of the temple, which we have destroyed. It is going to be applied to a temple dedicated to Zeus in Rome, which added insult to the taxation burden, but nevertheless was a constant flow of cash for the Romans. So the Roman soldiers under the procurator loot the temple, which was a precedent that we would see would have dire consequences for the Jews afterwards. And what else is going on? So there are, while the three would-be kings are in Rome, there are two other Jewish people who are standing up saying, we're actually the real kings, and they're claiming the right to the throne. So you have to imagine that the entire region is descending into political chaos at this time. Varus, who is the governor of Syria, Israel is technically within the political bounds of a region that was led from Syria, comes down to put an end to this political infighting, and he captures as many rebels as he can, and he crucifies 2,000 of them. Crucifixion, of course, was the favored method of execution for the Romans. Very, very painful method of death. People would be left out on the street for days as a deterrent to future would-be rebels. So you get a sense of the kind of savagery of the period. And as for Archelaus, the leader of the three brothers, he is ultimately exiled because the Roman emperor has enough of all this, and he sends him off to the south of France to this town called Vienne, which is actually one of the places that we visit on the Kosher River boat cruises. Okay, so now let us think a little bit about the political organization of the Jews at this time. They're living under someone called a procurator, which is not exactly a provincial leader, but nevertheless someone with a tremendous amount of power. We will get back to the Jewish client kings who are present throughout the first century. The procurators were based in Caesarea. You'll recall this is the city that Herod built specifically for the Romans, with all kinds of amphitheaters and gymnasia and a beautiful deep water port and things like that. And Caesarea was really known as a Roman center, even though there would be some important Talmudic rabbis who would establish a foothold there, like Rabbi Abahu, for example. But it's distinct from Jerusalem. This is a very, very Roman city with lots of Roman architecture, lots of Roman gods, so lots of Roman idolatry, and so on. The term procurator replaced a term that had been used up until the middle of the century, which was prefect, sometimes spelled the A-E with the English spelling, or just with the E as you spell it in America. And it seemed to indicate a decline in status of the prefect. The prefect had more authority. The procurator was primarily a financial figure, collecting funds. The most important prefect, of course, in the history of this time is Pontius Pilate. And in 1961, this stone was discovered in Jerusalem that actually names Pontius Pilate. You recall, he was the prefect who put Jesus to trial, and he wanted to, substitute him for Barabbas. And when the huddled masses decided they wanted Barabbas to go free, something which has no precedent in any example of Roman law we have in the period, when Pontius Pilate famously washes his hands of the affair. That's how we get the expression in English. Here he is. You can see the inserted letters, which are kind of wiped out, are from Augustus, which would be from the Caesar, Tiberius, to Pontius Pilate, the prefect of the Jews or Judea. This is dedicated. This is kind of like the first shul plaque in history. I thought that was funny, but I just made it up for myself. Okay, so it's interesting though. It clearly is an archaeological point of data to prove the existence of someone named Pontius Pilate, and one can, by extension, argue that many of the other stories have some historicity as well. The relationship of these prefects to Syria is not clear, and quite a bit of ink is spilled among Roman historians trying to figure out exactly who reported to whom. But in general, it seems that the Syrian governor was where the real military political power would come, and that's very significant, as we shall see during the First Roman-Jewish War. But what's not as well known is that for most of the first century, the Romans were actually remarkably tolerant of this bizarre people they ruled in Judea. We were so different from every other culture that they had encountered. We worship an invisible God. We were extremely insistent that we would not worship any other gods. We would not bow down to idols, which in the civic religion of the time, you have to realize it's the moral equivalent of standing up while they play the national anthem at a ball game. Refusing to stand, which of course is in today's politics, is a principle, very demonstrable act of defiance. And if today we're upset about it, you can imagine in the Roman Empire how much more so they would have been upset about it. Nobody took, except for Caligula, we'll see in a second, nobody took the religion really that seriously. Nobody thought that the emperor was actually a god. Nobody thought that the statues, you really had power, but this was just what you did. This was just normal Roman behavior. And we Jews refused to do these things. We refused to work 1 day out of 7, which was considered incredibly lazy. We practiced circumcision, which was considered barbaric, which was considered, a mutilation of the human form. All kinds of, and of course, we refrained from very basic dietary elements of the Roman diet, like pork. So there are all these kinds of things that the Romans didn't understand about the Jews, but nevertheless, they basically gave us space to do what we wanted to do. As long as we came up with the money in our taxes, our tribute, as long as we were not rebelling openly, then the Romans were perfectly fine with the Jews. We see a couple of examples of this. For example, here's one exception though. The big exception is Caligula, who is really one of the most bizarre and awful of the Roman emperors. He ruled between the years 37 and 41 when he was assassinated about 40 years too late. He actually believed he was a god and wanted everyone else to believe the same. And after there was a major pogrom in Alexandria, Egypt, generally considered the first anti-Jewish pogrom in history, there was a demonstration in the city of Yavne. We'll come back to Yavne a little later today. It's a very important city at this period of time. The Jews were demonstrating against the setting up of smaller idols in the city of Yavne. And so he said, that's it, it's ridiculous. If the Jews in Yavne, this small provincial town, are going to be upset about a few statues, I will show them. I want a statue made of myself, and I want it planted in the temple in Jerusalem. And he actually ordered the stones, and he ordered it carved. It was actually carved in the city of Sidon in the north of Lebanon. And even the local Roman governors, the local Roman prefects were saying, please, the Jews, what's the point of this? You're just going to make a lot of trouble, and really trying very hard to dissuade Caligula from this particular course of action. In the end, Caligula died before the icon could be installed in Jerusalem. It actually ended up being shipped somewhere else. But this is one of the major exceptions to the general rule that until the 60s, the Romans were generally fairly tolerant of Jewish idiosyncrasies. Other examples, if a Jew was called to court in a Roman court of law, they were exempted from attending on Shabbos. I'm not even sure if we can say that about many modern European countries. If they have courts of law on Saturday, would a Jew be exempted? I know that kids going to non-Jewish universities have difficulty getting out of classes on Shabbat. Can you imagine the Roman Empire would say, well, that's no problem for you. By the way, I am a dean at an amazing college, Torah College. We have, a lot of people complain about anti-Semitism rising on campus. We have precisely 0 incidents of anti-Semitism on our campus in Brooklyn. Okay. So the Romans were also satisfied with just token of observances of their authority. Like, for example, they were perfectly okay knowing that the Jews were offering sacrifices in the morning and in the evening for the benefit of the empire. We'll come back to the controversy around the sacrifices when it ends later. But they said, okay, that's fine. You don't want to bow down to our statues. You don't want to celebrate our feasts. That's fine. You're doing the sacrifice thing. That'll be your assignment. So basically, they were willing to go along to get along as long as they got the money and as long as we did not fight back. They also made some really tremendous efforts not to display standards with the form of any living creature within the boundaries of Jerusalem. This didn't apply for the rest of Judea, But they were very sensitive in general not to walk into Jerusalem, let's say, with military banners that had an eagle on it, things like that. They had instructions, depending on which emperor was in charge, which procurator was in power at the time. By and large, for much of the first century, they're really pretty good about these kinds of things because Jews at the time were very, very particular about the graven image, which of course relates to the second commandment, which says you shall not make such graven images. And the interpretation that was common then was literally no images of cows, fish, people, anything. And so these things were observed. So for the most part, they were not terribly awful as oppressors go. But we'll see that this week is going to go south very rapidly in the 60s. So let us turn now briefly to the two major client kings of the first century. They're both named Agrippas. They're actually both named Herod Agrippas, but they're usually referred to simply as Agrippas or even Agrippa. Agrippas the first, this is a coin minted by Agrippas the first. He ruled in Israel between the years 37 and 41. You can see this is actually a pruta. This is a copper coin. It is the smallest denomination of currencies in the Mishnaic and Talmudic period. This is the minimum, it's about the size of a dime in real life. This is the minimum amount of money that it takes to seal a transaction or an agreement. Famously, in the Rothschild tradition, this is what it takes to get married. Getting unmarried is considerably more expensive, I understand. But you can see that on the left, it says in Greek, Basileus, which is the king. And there is a parasol, which I think is kind of like a symbol of protection, of shade, something like that. And on the right are sheaves of wheat, which are symbolic of plenty, of harvest, and so on. So Agrippas was an unusual figure. He was raised in Rome from the age of 6. We see this quite often with minor royalty, that they are raised in a kind of a hostage environment in the home city. In order to learn the values of Rome, which he, of course, absorbed quite heavily. He was somewhat of a dissolute character. He was frequently in debt, and he was moving from place to place, stealing money, essentially against his family name. And at one point, he was so impoverished and so heavily in debt, according to Josephus, he actually contemplated suicide. However, he fell in with the Emperor Caligula, who found in him a kindred spirit. And he actually traveled with Caligula's retinue. It was kind of like a Caligula groupie. And then when Caligula was assassinated, oh my gosh, he was in big trouble now, because what is he supposed to do? He has tied his entire career to this individual. He makes his way to Israel and becomes something of a Baal Tshuva. He actually becomes much more interested in Pharisaic Judaism, that is the traditional rabbinic Judaism of the great rabbis that would later form the basis of the Judaism we know today. And the rabbis actually express some of their admiration for his support of Pharisaic ideals. For example, this famous passage in Tractate Sota, where Agrippas the king is given an aliyah within a particular context, and he's called up to read the Torah. And as he's reading the Torah, he begins to cry because he reads the verse, "You may not appoint a foreigner over you." And he, of course, is from Herod, his grandfather, and Herod was an Idumean, and so he feels, you know, as much as I like these people, as much as I'd like to be appointed over them, I can never be those because the Torah says I may not. As he's crying, the entire nation said to him, "Fear not, Agrippa, you are our brother, you are our brother. Achenu ata, achenu ata." Right? It's a very beautiful passage, for which we're all criticized. Because, hey, it says in the Torah, the passage, you know, it doesn't change. The kingship would have come through the father. So he's a kind of a complicated character, but he was not a Zoe Frucht. He was not so sharp. We know, for example, that he sort of practiced kosher style. Like when he was in Jerusalem, he was really straight and narrow. He loved the rabbis, showed up for Daf Yomi, he did everything. But when he was on the road, he was great with going to theaters and to the naked gymnastics and things like that. And we even have coins in which he printed images of himself, which were totally verboten in Jerusalem, But outside of Israel, he had no problem with transgressing these Jewish norms. So it was a little bit of a complex character. His son, Agrippus II, who reigned from around the year 50 until possibly the year 92, there's a lack of clarity about that. He's an even more complicated character. He, this is an amazing portrait from 1875, Nikolai Vodarevsky, the Apostle Paul on trial, because Agrippus II actually shows up in the New Testament, the Christian scriptures, where Paul is put on trial and defends Christianity before King Agrippa. So like his father, he was raised in Rome. He comes to Israel about the year 53. And just as his father was a groupie of Caligula, so too is the son a groupie of Vespasian and later Titus. And it's absolutely astonishing that while the temple is besieged by Titus and while Jews are being killed by the Romans, he is enjoying banquets with the leader of the Roman generals. It is absolutely astonishing that he can simply be completely allied with the Romans. But that is, in fact, where he put himself on the political spectrum. He has a very scandalous relationship with his own sister, Berenice. So there's, in this painting, Berenice, the queen is right next to Agrippus on the throne there. He corresponded with Josephus himself. Josephus reproduces some of his letters, so we get a sense of his personality directly as a result. And he has some interesting curiosity about Christianity, as we see from this particular famous passage that occurs in the book of Acts, where Paul defends the charges against Christianity to Agrippus, not successfully, but nevertheless a fascinating correspondence about the period. So those are the client kings that are active at this time. Let us now turn to the war itself and try to understand the roots of this first Roman-Jewish war that ended in such disaster, so much so that we commemorate it every year with a fast on the 9th of Av. The war lasts from about 66 to about the year 74. And what's going on is it begins in the north, where there are many, many people who are upset with Roman rule. They are upset with the procurators. They're very upset with the heavy taxation. They are upset with the impositions on their Jewish culture. And as we discussed last week, they coalesced into a group which are known in general as the Zealots, the Canoian. In Josephus, he tends to call them not zealots, but bandits, because again, remember, he's writing for a Roman audience, and they see these people as kind of like, hoodlums who are wandering around the north and attacking Roman caravans and things like that. Many of them have put together significant followings. There's Judas of Gamala, there's John of Tuscala, Simon ben Gioria. Many of them will be very important figures in the actual fight against Rome later, especially concentrated in Jerusalem. Just to give you a sense of the kind of atmosphere that was developing, Josephus describes as typical. He actually gives us half a dozen kind of examples like this. Some Jew from Egypt who is known simply as the Egyptian. He claims to be the Messiah. He claims to be the new political savior of the Jews. This is happening a lot in the first century. And he wants all the Jews to meet him in a particular place on the other side of the Jordan. They'll gather together and they'll go back to Jerusalem and they will proclaim his messiahhood. The Romans hear about this and they simply take a group of troops over there and they massacre them all in the field. They don't even arrest them. They don't even give them a chance to explain. They just take care of it in one fell swoop. And although the Egyptians may have been, to use a practical term, a Meshuggah, to kill them all was seen as a very brutal and excessively harsh response. And so it just accelerated the dissatisfaction with Roman rule. You also have the rise of a group called the Sicarii, from these short knives called Sicarii that they carried. And these were essentially political assassins who murdered Jews who opposed their radical views. Their modus operandi, as reported by Josephus, is the Sicarii would dress like regular Jews. They would go to some marketplace where there were a lot of people knowing about, and then they would pull the knife out from their their robes, and they would stab the person they wanted to kill, a moderate in particular. And when the body fell, they would quickly put away the knife, and they would feign like horror and shock and say, "Who did this? How is that possible?" And then they would blend away into the crowd. The Romans would come in, they would arrest them from time to time, but then they were very happy to give them back for ransom. And so the Romans were, as it were, complicit in putting the Sicari back out on the streets all the time, and this was just causing a tremendous amount of ferment within the Jewish community. Let us recall that their prime targets were not the Romans, but were moderate Jews. We also see this kind of thing happening in the Middle East with lots of cultures, right, where moderates cannot speak out because the radicals are simply too violent. So society is rapidly evolving in the North in particular. So in order to do this, the Syrian legions are going to have to come down. And the spark of the flame is associated with a local procurator, particularly harsh individual named Decius Florus. He, at one point, decides to raid the temple for a remarkably small amount of money, 17 talents of gold. Not exactly sure how much a talent is. That was not the term that was used, and I read it in a 19th century source, but it's definitely a small amount of money. He goes in, he takes the money from the temple, and the Jews of Jerusalem are upset, of course, because the temple has been raided, but even worse, they mocked this procurator by passing around baskets, asking for collections for the poor procurator, that he's so broke that he has to actually sack the temple for 17 talents. Decius Florus is so insulted, he comes back and he attacks the Jews who are making fun of him, and crucifies even those who would have Roman citizenship, not simply the rabble, but even prominent individuals. This is in the summer of 66. Jerusalem is very upset. They fight back, and Florus, because he doesn't have quite enough troops there to mandate his will, they actually retreat to Caesarea, and they call in the big guns. They call in the Syrian generals. It is at this point, by the way, where we have the intersection of the accounts provided in Josephus and Roman historians with the account provided in the Talmud. The Talmud has, and I won't go into it in great detail here because I'm looking at the clock and I want to be able to cover to the end of our period, but I'm sure you're all familiar with the story that we read about on Tisha B'Av of the botched wedding invitation of Kamsa and Bar Kamsa, right, where there's two people with very similar names, and they're mortal enemies, and one of them is making a wedding, and so he sends his servant out to invite his relative. I forget whether it's Kamsa or Bar Kamsa, but by accident, the servant invites his mortal enemy. The mortal enemy says, "Wow, I can't believe it." Let's say it's Kamsa is invited by Bar Kamsa. Bar Kamsa invited me to his wedding. I feel so amazing. He wants to make it up. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna I'm gonna bury the hatchet. We're gonna make friends again. He shows up at the wedding, and Bar Kamsa says, "What are you doing here?" He says, "You sent me an invitation." And Bar Kamsa says, "You can't be here. This is my wedding. I hate you. You're my mortal enemy. Get out." Kamsa is so embarrassed. He says, don't kick me out. Wow, all these other dignitaries are here. I'm gonna have a big wedding present for your children. He says, "I don't care." He says, "Listen, you know what? I'll pay for half the wedding. Just let me stay. Don't embarrass me." Bar Kamsa says, "I don't care. You've got to go." He says, "I'll pay for the whole wedding." I would have taken him up at that point. That was fair. But at that point, he said no, and he sends him away. And the rabbis, the Talmud excoriates the rabbis for being there and not intervening and not saying, "At this point, you should be Mavater, you should compromise, let them stay already." Anyways, he goes off, and at that point, he cooks up a plot that in the Talmudic version, he submits a intentionally defiled animal to be sacrificed. And the rabbis are discussing, what should we do about this animal, which is to be sacrificed on behalf of the Roman emperor. If we don't sacrifice it, then the Roman Empire is going to be more upset with us than the local procurator was. If we do sacrifice it, then of course we're compromising Jewish law and we're offering an illegal sacrifice. And even the possibility of killing the person who offered this sacrifice was discussed and discarded because they said, we're not going to do this over a sacrifice. And at this point, the sacrifices were stopped. And by not offering that sacrifice, the reverberations are felt throughout the Roman Empire as well, because this was like a tremendous chutzpah, a tremendous slap in the face of the Romans, that the Jews will no longer even, as we do even upstairs in the synagogue on Saturday mornings, we always lead a prayer for the government, right? It's actually mandated in the Mishnah that we have to pray for the welfare of the government. It's people making a point of statement of saying, you know what, this government we're not going to pray for. And so it contributes. This is where the story in the Talmud, the story in Josephus intersect. Cestius Gallus, he brings down a legion and some associated troops, perhaps 6,000 battle-hardened soldiers. He brings them down to teach the Jews a lesson. He marches straight through the south. He goes to Jerusalem, and he burns a few of the suburbs of Jerusalem. But for reasons which are not entirely clear, when he can't get into Jerusalem on the first attempt, he mysteriously retreats. Josephus cannot explain exactly why he retreated, but on the way back, he is attacked at the Bet Horon Pass. If I just go backwards here, you can see this is a drawing of Bet Horon. There is a fairly narrow pass from a higher elevation to a lower elevation, and then there's a valley which is quite exposed. As they are coming through this fairly narrow pass, that's when the rebels attack and they completely destroy the legion. Cestius Gallus, the leader, the governor of Syria, he manages to escape with his life, but he's completely humiliated because he went there with 6,000 soldiers and he's coming back just with the ragtag elements of the original force. And this was at the hands of some, totally dominated minority population that really should not even have the wherewithal to attack them. By the way, a lot of the war loot that the Jews took from the corpses of that legion was extremely useful in the future war that was ensued. Because they were unarmed. They didn't have anything other than pitchforks and things like that. The rebels returned back to Jerusalem, but everybody knew that you can't take out a governor's legion and expect to be left alone. At this point, they prepared for war, and they appointed our Josephus to be in charge of defending the north. Thinking that correctly, the next attack would come from the north, and the Galil was the front line. So Josephus marches up there to be, although he has, as he describes, a lot of hesitations about the cause because he really likes the Romans. Don't forget, his writing is for the Romans, but he decides to take up the cause, and he happens to be an extremely brilliant general, the most effective general of his time, and we know this because, Josephus tells us just how great he was. At any rate, what happens is the Emperor Nero says, I can't believe that the Jews destroyed an entire legion. That's incredible. We have to send, we're not sending Cestius Gallus back there because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. We're going to send a much more well-trained general, Vespasian, shown here in this picture. Vespasian is tasked with the charge of going back to Israel and destroying the rebel movement. He will invite his son Titus to assist him in this task. And unlike Cestius Gallus, he takes a very methodical approach. He's not in a rush. He realizes that the siege of Jerusalem is going to be long and hard. It's circled by 3 walls. There is a sharp valley and the most important area of attack. And he's going to wear them down. He's not in a rush to attack Jerusalem, but he mops up the rest of Israel fairly quickly. In particular, the Battle of Yotapata, or Yotfat, which is in the north, where Josephus was active, they besiege the Jews there. Josephus describes his, he really does sound like a pretty brilliant general. Like, for example, to try to make the Romans think that they have no problems. They have lots of supplies inside the fortress of Yotfat. They have plenty of water, and they don't. They're dying of thirst. He has the soldiers soak some of their laundry in the precious water they have left and hang dripping wet laundry on the outside walls, as if to say, we've got so much water here, we're wasting it by washing our clothes like this. and in order to convince Vespasian that he would stand this for a long, long time, and many other such devices that Josephus, in his very fertile imagination, provides for his readers. But ultimately, Yorshvat is forced to fall under Vespasian's might, and Josephus finds himself alone with about 40 other soldiers, and they all agree to enter into a suicide pact. They are not going to surrender to the Romans. Josephus does not really want to participate in the suicide pact, so he comes up with this idea. I have a better idea. How about we all draw straws, and the person who draws the shortest straw kill everyone else? It's the hard thing to kill yourself. Let's put one person in charge of it. And then after they're all dead, then he'll kill himself. And of course, he draws the shortest straw. Isn't it amazing? Right? His idea, he's holding the straws. He managed to draw the shortest straw, kills all the others, and then does not kill himself. He surrenders to Vespasian. And that Vespasian puts him in chains, but again, with his tremendous ability to kind of speak, Josephus greets Vespasian as Emperor Vespasian, which he is not. He's merely a general. And he says, why do you call me emperor? And he says, because I have seen, I'm Jewish, we're connected with prophecy. I have seen that you will one day be emperor. And basically, as they're talking, they get a messenger that Emperor Nero, it's not Nero at this point, I guess it would be Nero, has died. I got my timing right. And Vespasian, you're called back to Rome to choose a new emperor, and ultimately Vespasian will be the new emperor. So he leaves Josephus alone with Titus, his son, who takes over charge of the attack on Jerusalem. This is, by the way, the monument at the city of Jotapata to Josephus and to the fighters there in this first battle 2,000 years ago. Now, the attack turns to Jerusalem, and it is really awful. It is something that deserves a lot more meditation than we have time for today, but it's really something to explore on Tishba. The rebels in Jerusalem show phenomenal ingenuity and remarkable bravery and hold off the Romans in an incredible manner. In fact, at one point, when the Romans were encamped on Har HaTzofim, on Mount Scopus, the Jews actually mounted a surprise attack and nearly destroy a legion while it's besieging them. It's a really incredible thing. They do things like when the Romans build these siege engines to bring them up close to the walls, the Jews tunnel underneath the road, and they put in lots of wood, and then when the big heavy engines are coming along the roads, they set the wood on fire, collapsing the tunnels underneath and destroying the siege engines. Some amazingly ingenious kind of devices are used to try to hold off the inevitable. But what is also true is they had a stunning inability to get along. You have in Jerusalem several different zealot groups, Simon ben Gioria, John ben Escala, who are fighting with each other in an incredible way. I mean, thank God we don't do that anymore. But now, when we have an election, we just decide, right? We don't have to do it over and over again. But they even descend to such terrible depths in an attempt to try and weaken their rival Jewish zealot group. They actually burn their own grain stores to try and weaken the reserves of their rivals. And of course, this weakens the entire population living in Jerusalem. Now, we've always spoken about the moderates in Jerusalem who want to have none of this, but they are frightened into silence. So it is really, although the Jews are really amazing warriors with tremendous strategy and tactics, without leadership, they turn on each other in such horrible ways and really are responsible for the devastation that would follow. Titus's siege, eventually they're able to break through, and the walls of the temple are destroyed in the summer of the year 70, resulting in some absolutely horrific massacres that, of course, are commemorated on the date of the 9th of the month of Av. So that represents the main part of the First War. The last holdout, of course, is at Masada, which the Jews actually took in the 60s. The rebels took that fortress, which was originally one of the palaces of Herod, and they managed to hold out on this mountaintop for another few years, and it's rather a moving, dramatic story. And then, like the story that I described in Yotfat, the rebels of Masada also commit suicide when it is clear to them that they will not be able to hold up the Romans anymore. The aftermath is also quite significant, and with a longer time to present, we can talk about how the Romans really made a tremendous amount of political hay out of this defeat. We should recall that although it was a long war, we're talking about 8 years, it was not the conquest of a new territory. It was merely putting down a local rebellion of a very insignificant people, and yet the Romans made a tremendous amount of political propaganda out of this victory for their own internal purposes. They built, among other things, this amazing arch dedicated to Titus, the general that brought the war to a close. And of course, as you go on the right-hand side of this arch, you see the famous bas-relief that shows the Jews being taken off into captivity with the spoils of the temple. My colleague Stephen Fine, who's a great historian at Yeshiva University, the other great university that has a very low anti-Semitism rate in this city, he did some phenomenal work with the remains of pigmentation that's buried deep in the stone, and he was able to actually recreate the way it would have looked to Romans in the first century, because the Romans actually painted their statues. This is what it would have looked like to Romans. It's rather garish, I think. I like it better with the monochrome. On the left, you can see in the standard it says, Leges Judaeorum, the law of the Jews, which may have been, a Torah scroll, or maybe even the Luchos, the tablets. Then, of course, you see the menorah. And then to the right, it says Candelabrorum Judaeorum, the candelabra of the Jews. And on the right, it appears to be the Shochan, the table used in the temple. It says Sakra Judaeorum, the holy thing of the Jews. And they have the carting away Hatzotzot, the long trumpets and things like that. And this was meant to be a monument that enshrined the victory of the Romans over the Jews. They also minted about 24 varieties of this coin, Judea Capta, which means Judea is captured, that invariably has on the left Vespasian, who was the emperor at the time, while his son was, of course, the general. And on the right, you see Judea, Judea is captured. And usually there is a balsam tree, which was one of the principal exports of the region. And on the left, you see a Roman soldier and a forlorn Jewish woman representing fallen Jerusalem, who is sort of like in a Tachanun-like pose. Clearly very sad. Some of them are quite a bit more brutal, like, for example, this version here, where she is bound. She actually has her hands tied behind her back in quite a bit more submissive state, and Vespasian looks even more ominous in this particular example. But these coins were incredibly popular, and they really seem to harp on this. It was so important to them to demonstrate to the wider Mediterranean basin that they had really put an end to Judea. So that's a quick lightning tour through the first Roman-Jewish war. I've only got about 5 or 7 minutes left, but I will take you briefly through the Bar Kokhba war, which is incredibly important. So we'll do it very quickly, so we can cover it. There's a lot of repercussions for the Jews. The Jews are banned from the city of Jerusalem at this time. Jews are forced to pay that extra tax. There's hundreds of thousands of Jews killed. The numbers are hard to really comprehend. Josephus, I believe, cites 600,000 Jews murdered, which is a phenomenal number. Even if it's a fraction of it, it's still a huge portion of the population. And the Jews are still restive. The Jews are still angry about this. There is a flare-up in the so-called Titus Rebellion, sometimes called the Titus War, which is about 60 years later. And it occurs in the context of the Emperor Trajan, or Trajan, in his attack on the Parthian Empire, particularly in the region of Mesopotamia down here, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come close to each other, specifically the city of Ctesiphon, which many of you may know better by the Talmudic term Mechosa, which is just across, it's a suburb of Ctesiphon. And this is essentially the heartland of the Jewish civilization. It's in this region here, not the heartland, but the Babylonian heartland, where the Talmud is written. And when Trajan comes into the region, the Jewish minority are actually quite loyal to the Persians, and they fight back against the Romans. And there is a backlash from the Romans, not only against the Babylonian Jewish minority, they are of course pushed back, and the Persians are able to maintain their independence. Later become the Sasanians. But all across the Roman Empire, there are attacks on Jews, including in Israel, by Lucius Quietus, which is where you get the term Kitos. And it's essentially these widespread little small rebellions that are put down with tremendous savagery by this individual. It occurs quite a significant amount of discussion in the Talmud about this, but we don't know a lot of the details about how it unfolded overall. At any rate, it certainly did not constitute a war in the larger sense. It was more like a, so to speak, a police action, to use an American term. The Bar Kokhba revolt, however, is quite a bit more significant. This is a coin minted by Bar Kokhba, the Jewish rebel of the 130s. It's actually, you might wonder, that's pretty amazing that this rebel, they're essentially living in caves in Judea, how did they get the wherewithal to actually set up a mint? Well, the truth is they took Roman tetradrachms, like the coins made out of silver, they heated them up, and then they just stamped Jewish things on top of them. So you can see on the left, there's an evocation of the temple, reconstructed, as it were, because they argued that Jerusalem would rise again. And on the right, you see a lulav, and this is kind of like their way of taking over the Roman coin system as best they could, and forcing it to be Jewish. Basically, Bar Kokhba, we didn't know a lot about him. We didn't even know exactly how to spell his name. He sometimes appears, for example, as Kosiba, which means the son of a lie, an untruth, or Bar Kokhba, the son of a star. And it was only when some of the caves were discovered in the Judean desert that we know a lot more about exactly who he was. And in fact, the archaeologists recovered actual letters written by Bar Kokhba to his commanding officers, so we learn a lot more about what his personality was like. His revolt occurs in the context of the decrees passed by the Emperor Hadrian. And again, the record is a little fuzzy here. We're not exactly sure whether Bar Kokhba was reacting to Hadrian's decrees or whether Hadrian's decrees were a reaction to Bar Kokhba's rebellion. Most historians argue that, in fact, the rebellion came about as a result of a misunderstanding over Hadrian's ban on castration. He had placed an empire-wide ban that no society should be allowed to castrate young boys, but the Jews understood this to mean, as many other people did actually, that circumcision was now banned. And they rose up, this was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and began to fight back against Hadrian. Other possible interpretations of the chronology point to Hadrian's disastrous bans on the observance of Shabbat, the study of Torah, any other public exercise of Jewish identity, and it could very well be that these were in place to cause the revolt, but they certainly made sense after the revolt as well. And a tremendous battle ensued. It took about 3 years, from about 132 to 135, where leading a band of rebels who were literally living in caves in the Judean desert would attack guerrilla style the Roman legions, and they were incredibly effective. Dio Cassius speaks about 95 villages razed by the Romans in an attempt to extirpate the Bar Kokhba movement, and they were unable to do so for several years. Here's an example of one of the caves that they lived in. The archaeologists found one cave. They called it the Cave of Horrors because it was filled with the skeletons of rebels. This is the entrance to the Cave of Letters. You can see how remote and inaccessible it is. There's a climber at the bottom you see coming up into it. But among the things found in the Cave of Letters that I mentioned earlier, not only things about the development of the war, but also the phenomenal Babaka archive. Let's just take a minute to tell you about this because it blows me away. Apparently, judging from the Cave of Horrors, for example, there were men, women, and children living with the Bar Kokhba rebels. These were not just soldiers. These were entire communities of Jews who were living together, taking refuge from the Romans and engaging in these rapid strike attacks. And there was this woman whose name was Babata, who had kept with her a cache of her most precious documents. Now you can imagine that if, God forbid, you have to run out of your home and go live in a cave somewhere with rebels, which documents would you take with you? You know, probably your passport, maybe your deed to your house, maybe your marriage certificate. And that's exactly what Babata took with her. She grabbed all the most important documents she had, including her deeds to several date farms. She had orchards of date farms that she inherited from her father. She kept her marriage, her ketubah, her marriage contracts, and she was also in a protracted child custody battle with her ex-husband, and she kept all the lawyer's documents related to her child custody battle. And so reading these documents gives you such a picture of what it was like to be a woman. Just on the surface, on what I told you so far, you see that she could own property, that she did engage in legal disputes. She was a legal agent. We're not sure if she was literate, because many of these documents are written in other languages, but many say that they're like legal letters, right? I can barely read what my lawyer writes anyways, right? Because it's all in boilerplate legal text. These are phenomenal things, and scholars are still pouring over the Babata archive to learn more about what it was like to be a woman at that time. The rebellion ended at a horrible massacre at Beitar, which is actually remembered every time Jews say grace over meals. The bracha of Hashov V'Ameshu was composed in memory of the Hugei Beitar. The Jews were killed in one last great battle, shown here. But that's beyond our scope. Let us bring ourselves to the conclusion of the lecture, more or less on time. Now, I've described a lot of political history, a certain amount of military history, but I have skipped over a lot of the intellectual and religious history, which is incredibly important at the time. If we go back to the time that Jerusalem was taken under siege, there was one of the moderate rabbis, Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai, who actually had families who were among the zealots, and he felt that, you know what, their enterprise is clearly doomed. It's just a matter of time before Jerusalem falls and we are all killed. So he concocted a plan to have himself appear dead and be smuggled out of the city to be buried. The zealots, including I believe was his nephew, were suspicious and wanted to confirm that in fact he was dead. He proposed even stabbing the coffin with iron rods, but he managed to nevertheless suburbs was taken out of the city in a coffin. When he got out of the city, he went up to Vespasian and he said, listen, you know, this is going to happen, I understand it, but there's a whole story there in the Talmud, I won't go into details, but essentially Vespasian gives him three wishes. He says, okay, listen, I appreciate what you're doing, what do you want from me? And the first thing that he asks for is, Tainli Yavna v'chachameha. Let me have the city of Yamnia, or Jamnia, which in Hebrew is Yavna, and its sages. Let me have a little suburb close to the ocean where those religious scholars can gather and just study the Torah. Vespasian magnanimously grants this, and in so doing makes the next 2,000 years of Judaism possible. Because there in Yavna is the beginnings of the flourishing of the reconstituted religious body, which will ultimately be the Sanhedrin. And in that place, they begin to put together what would be codified as the Mishnah. The Mishnah is an extremely important document that is the basis of the Talmud. It has 6 orders to it, and it basically discusses the main elements of Jewish law. It's a very complicated document that I'd love to have more time to talk about, but I see we're running out of time. Here, these are the 6 orders, though. The first is seeds. It deals essentially with agricultural law, which includes things like the sabbatical year, mixing, grafting, and things like that. Holidays, the second, you do the Sabbath and Yom Kippur and things like that. The third is women. As you can see from the very fact that there's an order named women, and it's primarily written for men. And the section on women is how to relate to women. That's why it is the biggest section. So it's like marriage and divorce and things like that.
And then as the yeshiva joke goes, I'll probably cut this out of the internet. After you study women, you have to study damages, right? So damages are like, someone's ox gored someone else's cow, and then the ox died of blood poisoning, and all these things. Who pays for what? And then the last two sections deal with temple rituals and with personal laws of purity, like the mikvah and things like that. And this was a document that suddenly made Judaism portable, because when it would be codified into a text, it actually took an oral body of teaching, which is at great risk of being lost forever. But when it was finally written down, right about a few decades after the Bar Kokhba revolt, it suddenly made it possible for Judaism to survive despite the intense persecution that would follow. So, in conclusion, we should meditate just a little bit on Jewish survival. What we've seen in these last three lectures are a steady decline since the Maccabean era of Jewish political authority. Even when Jews had political authority, they frequently messed it up by infighting. They were slavishly imitative of foreign values, so much so that they betrayed the essential elements of what would keep them Jewish in identity. However, there's always a saving remnant. There's always a group of people who want to focus on the core values. In the case of what we're seeing today, is essentially those rabbis in Yavne, later would move to Tiberias and other cities, who wanted to really focus on what was essential about Judaism, and they laid the foundations for the future growth of the people and their religion. Next week, I want to remind you, we will not have a class. There's some shul event scheduled, I believe. So we will pick up the series, God willing, with Sasanian Persia and the Talmud on Wednesday, February 26th. Thank you very much for your attention. The Haggadah is one of the most popular books ever written, and its circulation among the people, particularly because it is a relatively small document associated with the beloved holiday of Passover and intended for home use, has resulted in such a large category of commentaries and editions of Haggadah, translations of Haggadah, illustrations of Haggadah, and so on. It is really an amazing document. But I have to tell you that one of the most bizarre Haggadahs that I have ever had the privilege of examining is one that was published in the 1920s in the Soviet Union. And this was a Haggadah that was an anti-Haggadah. It was actually designed to undermine many of the basic values of the Haggadah and try to persuade its readers to adopt the more pro-Soviet communist way of making a life. This was obviously intended to try and sway the masses of religious belief. People found themselves in the 1920s suddenly under the grace of this openly anti-theistic state that wanted to try and do away with all the traditional religion. And they turned to the Section or the Jewish section of
going to look at one that was published in 1922, illustrated by Mordecai Altshuler, and get a sense of what's going on with this very bizarre event. So here's a picture of the cover picture. The cover illustration essentially is the summation that you see searching of these men for letters. But look at the physiognomy of these individuals depicted here. The old rabbi theological figure there looks rather intimidating and not appealing at all. Whereas the young boy, traditional communist style hat and kisses dangling up from below his shirt, it nevertheless looks with great trepidation at this ritual. And I think that's really what's going to happen in this Agata. It's going to be a stark contrast to the old ways, which is bizarre superstition, and even misanthropic, and the new ways which is represented by communism, of course, is far more appealing to younger generations. Look at this illustration that shows the Korban Mesa, the sacrificial lamb, which is some kind of volcanic eruption happening here, and the Jews are fleeing. Notice also the physiognomy quite negative, and they have these dead that are lying on the altars there. There appears to be kind of like a message like the old ways is changing, and the traditional Jews are all running away because there's a new eruption. There is a new movement in the world, and that movement is communism. This illustration, which is from Dukas Comics, again, right on the title page, this is the passage that refers to the collection of comics, the collection of resin in the house, which refers to the traditional thought of the Yisra Harad, so also refers to personal purpose, like all the Passover. Goes to examine himself right there with all these dross elements that help him purify them for the holiday of the living. So he was very nice. Look at these letters that he actually give us how it's spelled there. You see that the spelled very incorrectly. It's spelled in phonetic Yiddish alphabet, because this is really out of the period where so is trying to move away from Hebrew as much as possible. Hebrew, of course, the language of the Bible, the language of liturgy, the language of religion, and Yiddish would be the popular vernacular. But Yiddish is heavily reflected by Yiddish, the large portion of the text. And a typical literate Yiddish reader would see lots of Hebrew words interspersed in a Yiddish sentence, but they were spelled with Hebrew spelling. Here, they are spelling them with Yiddish spelling, which is completely wrong. For example, comments with a complex of the text. Also, I'm sorry to sound a little fancy here for those who might not have that much familiarity with this group. You notice the last letter, which is on the left, of course, is Hebrew. On the left, that is a final form of the letter psi. By the end of the 1920s, the final form of all of these illegal, so literally, because they were considered unproprietarians, and it would be probably intelligent that you have 5 letters that are written differently in the middle or the beginning of the word than they are at the end of the word. So if you were to write something, publish something, for example, the final form would be 17 right here. That's just how bizarre it is. Anyway, look at the illustration here, which is supported by the text here, that talks about the destruction of the comments as the destruction of all of the schooling classes by the new 1917 Soviet Revolution. And you see like capitalists there, religious figures, Jewish and non-Jewish, and all being exploded, like the volcano we saw earlier, as a reference to how the new period, the new basis, which of course would have been the communist movement, breaking the Jews out of the nature of their enslavement to the middle class. Sometimes this takes on even more violence, as you can see it in this illustration of chorus, which is the package bread in Rabbi, a sandwich made of matzah and maror, and the This is a Soviet soldier there. You can see the bayonet flying, and he's eating a sandwich that has the name of some class enemy. So it's actually quite brutal, but every single metaphor that was possibly in the book try and describe the transition of the old world to new is illustrated in these amazing bizarre. I got a sit up one says Yachas, which is the passage when the leader of the Seder thinks the Matzah breaks it in half, and you see on the left side there's the actual traditional performance of the mitzvah. The again, fight of the also rabbi's father type who takes the matzah, breaks it in half with one part near the pillow there so we can make some great moment, and the other part used for meal. But on the right, what happens is our two Soviet workers as they suspended up high in the air, like those skyscrapers representing buildings of modernity and so on. And it looks like they're taking a capitalist and they're about to break his figure on the left that are holding up the capitalist in his right hand. They're about to break capitalist. So any metaphor possible would be included. Anyways, that's just a quick look at this incredibly bizarre setup. And I think that the anti-Passover message that is consistently delivered throughout this Haggadah should be an illustration for us as to what the true message of Haggadah really is. The true message of Passover, the message of freedom, the message of freedom, responsibility to God's will. That's what it's all about. Anyways, I hope you have a Passover service and have an excellent Passover. Hello, everyone. I'd like to talk to you today about an absolutely amazing document, the famous Sarajevo Haggadah, which is absolutely incredible work of medieval art. One of the earliest illuminated manuscripts that we have in the Jewish tradition, but it also unearths absolutely amazing, rather spooky story that's associated with its discovery, and also this unusual ability it seems to have to protect its protectors. Let's have a quick look at the document itself. It came to light first in 1894 when an impoverished Jewish child in the town of Sarajevo, which was then part of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. They recall it perhaps that is the place where Archduke Ferdinand was assassinated in 1914. This child came to school with this quarto volume, about 6 by 8, like the size of a large paperback book. And because his father recently passed away, the family was impoverished, and the child was looking to sell this document because the child knew it was valuable. It was, of course, an amazing find because it was a 500-year-old Haggadah that had originally come from Spain. So the name Sarajevo Haggadah was a misnomer. That's where it was discovered in the modern era, contemporary period, but it really comes from Spain. Most likely from the region of Aragon, where it may have been a wedding present. It may have been something associated with two very wealthy Jewish families which had the Haggadah commissioned, and as is common in medieval illuminated manuscripts, the actual faces of the people in the artwork may correspond to actual members of the family. But anyway, once this document came out, the scholars world, of course, was out of the study because it is a rather amazing, this Sarajevo, rather, has no such option as enrichment system. Here you can have a look at some of the amazing scenes in this little volume. Here's a scene that shows Moses and Aaron before King Pharaoh. He looks a little bit like a medieval Christian monarch. And the staff of Aaron, of course, is able to swallow up the staff of all the magicians of Pharaoh, as is depicted in the book of Exodus. Here is another picture that shows a large vegetable, massive vegetable, perhaps justifying the outsized Passover prices. And this appears to be marble. I'm guessing that looks like sort of like a artichoke, maybe a romaine leaf, but at any rate, it's really big. And here's a great picture showing the prophetess Miriam with the women dancing after these other sea of reeds as the Pharaoh's soldiers are all drowned in water. But here's an image that is especially fascinating, and art historians have found difficulty figuring out exactly what's going on here. It appears to be a Seder seal. Note that all the participants are female, so it appears that the men and women must have eaten separately. The woman on the far right seems to be leading the Seder. Maybe she's making Kiddush there because she's holding up a wine cup and everyone else is waiting for her. She is clearly leaning to the left. You can see the pillow under her left elbow. And that's all fascinating itself. But if you look at the woman at the lower left, who has clearly African features, and in this particular representation, her face seems to be kind of Jewish. In other photographs, it looks a little bit darker, but she's clearly not of the same background as the Caucasian woman in the picture. But she's clearly participating in the meal. She's holding up what looks like either a goblet or perhaps a piece of pasta there, and she's looking to like everyone else. She's seated like she's a guest at the table. She's not a servant or anything like that, even though she appears not to be related to her. So it's like, who is this dark-skinned woman at the Passover Seder? Is she a member of the household that's here? Is she a guest? What is going on? So I want to let you know in advance. I don't have an answer to that question yet, but I want to leave you with a question for now. Anyway, what happened to this Haggadah? Most likely it left with the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula with the Alhambra decree of 1492 when the Jews were expelled. We know that it made its way to Italy because we have a brief Italian statement by a censor from the year 1609 that indicates that the book is acceptable for circulation or for uses of the burned or anything like that. God forbid that was people were supposed to at this time. And then it somehow makes its way to Sarajevo, which is, of course, on the other side of the galaxy. And what's fascinating about this is that once the Nazis came into the region, they were, of course, aware of this great treasure, the Sarajevo Haggadah. And they specifically sought to confiscate it and then send it to their proposed museum for Jewish culture, which was not a museum where you would go and feel good about all the great things that Jews have done culturally. It was a museum to commemorate the Nazi heroic, quote-unquote, success in eradicating this culture. They were collecting all kinds of artworks all around Europe to try and populate this museum. And of course, they wanted to Sarajevo. There was a Muslim man named Rabbi, who was the curator at the time, and he was aghast at the idea that the Nazis would actually take this document. He had apparently earlier on in his life seen the Nazis burn a sacred Torah and was horrified, and he felt that this was a terrible tragedy. And so he actually smuggled the Haggadah out of the museum under his shirt. He was actually inquired, the commandant asked him for this document while he was holding it, and he said that he had already turned it over to a lower Nazi official, and he managed to get away with it. He brought it to a imam out of town, hid it most likely in a mosque among other Islamic books, and managed to survive the war there, and so eventually reunited with the collection in Sarajevo, where it is a world-class treasure. Now, there's another element to the story besides the heroic thing that Mr. Korkut did by saving his Jewish treasure. He also saved a young Jewish partisan named Zira Kappa. He and his wife, Servet, actually took this woman who had fled from the Nazis into their home and had her live in their home for several months, posing as a Muslim servant. So they actually had this Jewish girl. They gave her some very basic training in how she was supposed to behave as soon as the Nazis would ever come, and she managed to survive the war. In the end, she eventually moved to Israel, where she successfully nominated the Korkut family to be members of the righteous of the nations. And in fact, he was so recognized posthumously by God Hashem, a certificate was sent to his family in Saudi. So that's kind of an amazing story how, this man was so heroic and saved not only the Sarajevo Haggadah, he also saved a young Jewish child and was recognized. So the story is not there. What ended up happening is, those of you who remember the 1990s, there was a terrible war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The term ethnic cleansing was used or coined at that time, where Muslims and Serbs fought a bitter war. And Muslims were under attack in Serbian region. And the descendants of the Korkut family, their daughter, had to flee the region, and she eventually made her way to Macedonia. They were impoverished, they were refugees with nothing to their nation. All they had was a suitcase with a few belongings that they were able to gather up and take with them when they fled their apartment in these fighting times going on. Among the documents that the Korkut's daughter took with her was the certificate from Yad Vashem naming her parents as the righteous of the nations. So, not knowing what to do, they made their way to the Jewish community. They went to the Jewish Community Center and they presented this folded up document to give some kind of education as to what their background was. Of course, the Jewish community was overwhelmed to have a daughter from the righteous of the nations visiting and immediately contacted Israel. And the prime minister was at the time Netanyahu, as he is right now, I think he's director, met them at the airport, welcomed to Israel, where they were it's an amazing story how, what goes around comes around, as you say, Lord, Muslim was able to save treasured Jewish document, and later the Jews were able to save his own daughter. Let us go back to this question: who is the dark skinned woman? So I will leave it to the great art historians to try and define what possibly this could mean, but I'd like to suggest, maybe some people discuss it here, Passover table, say it to yourself. That woman is the other than yes. We get to say that we like to say, whoever's hungry is worth the hunger himself. Why that woman is in that picture? It's just that she was in the family of the commission we celebrated together, and just as Rabbi Temple was the other, masquerading as a Muslim servant inside the Korkut home, just like Sarah David's Haggadah itself was masquerading as Muslim books on a shelf in Boston, in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The presence of this other, mysterious dark skin woman at the Passover stage should give us some pause to think about how we relate to others. That's just stepping outside of my boundaries a little bit as a historian, but something I like to think about. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you have a Passover series. Last night I had the privilege of speaking with project not culture, but right? used with like specifically looks to provide intellectual space for people who are struggling with special, which is basically every single student I know myself included. But it is a wonderful opportunity for students to redefine some kind of intellectual space where they can ask the kind of questions they need to have to ask people that is very supportive and very essential to viewpoints. I feel really safe about invited and I thought the talk was well received, so I'm going to provide you with short video version of that discussion. The point of the talk was to look at the concept of spiritual identity in connection with the upcoming holiday Purim, and specifically the figure of Queen Esther. One of the actually fascinating figure we visited and significant is about how to articulate our perception today, thousands of years from now, describe that. So over the course of this week lecture, I'm going to kind of glance across several figures of history. We're going to look at the setting of Esther itself, and then look at some of the identity challenging elements associated with that 6th century setting. And then we're going to jump ahead to players and I'd like to look at the specific of the Spanish Jewish identity, how that required some version of Jewish identity in some strong threat. And then I'd like to look at Austria in the 70s, especially tragic story involving the attempt to reintegrate into the community after having been unofficially separated from positions. Then we're going to talk way back in time again to modern strategy to look at urban achievement, Septuagint, and the unfortunate impact of Esther. And finally, I'll wrap it up and talk about this is a little bit different than most of my lectures because it's focused on a figure in historical context, but I'm going to introduce the appreciation of the reading of the assessment, the chronological setting for the still essay, of course, in Persia after the destruction of the first temple. Here's a representation of that representation early 6th century there, which is clearly an answer to the but it captures some of the chaos and upheaval associated with the financial destruction of the district, as well as significantly the tremendous pace of exile that occurred as a result of the destruction. Captured here is shows classic work of the destruction of the first temple in the early 6th century also resulted in this massive frontier transfer, which Nebuchadnezzar exiled his ability to Syria, a significant portion of the leadership of the population onto distant Babylon, where that is. Here is a map that shows you that those exiles took countries to not have done straight because of course that would have required a crossing the desert, but the wanted to express thanks. I wanted to describe and a relationship with God was usually focused on what the destruction of that temple with that physical location of the relationship with God. And exiles were foreign land. Jews must have felt that this all over. With God, that sounds so blessed. 2,000 years later, it's what theist, of course, we approach the concept of God as we see the soul. And we can have God to have an direct power of God alone, and God out of His will. But where we are concerned, what we need to consider for the concern, especially for less well-educated people, what we have in a practice for Jews to work. It's not one that's always with us, not extravagant, or not out. A little bit of this is captured in Psalm 137, in this Bible, where it's about it on beautifully expressed with my Lord God. God is with you, and so spiritual Jews and anxiety, talks left and right in France is the first verse of that psalm. The first Jews approaching the rivers of California, so of course, ladies, there they sat down and they wept and they were very sad. And there's so much of them saying, sing us a song of God, with the power of that. And they asked the question, how can we sing a song? They are good. They are understanding of what the good. You see expressed here that the Father is literally and the third is not a liar while she's battling surrounding others stuff. So this is the setting intellectual, spiritual, or because of that. It's the setting in which people are concerned. So God is other things. What will happen to the Jews who are destiny once they have been exiled to Babylon? This has to understand really good really fantastic. Shorts, right? Things like interest in George's marriage with King Thomas. She had a dramatic choice to be separate. She could have simply, abandoned that whole and said, well, all that good stuff happened prior, it's all over, the temple is destroyed, great unity with God in this strange land. I should simply acquiesce to this good fortune that has been showered on me personally, has given myself power, submit this advantage of society, and we stand on point to simply to the God that the nevertheless of sense. We will finish up those things that are core to you. Keep the note that attributes not by this critical principle that I am not really to accept the unity of the expression as someone that submerged through the event is effectively the crystal service in hiding from a true Jewish identity, the place of not rejection. The term cryptocurrency is classically associated with the usage of the Spanish or fields. These more appropriate terms that really allow us to get a case and be used by detractors of the Jewish faith. The idea of the cryptocurrency is the Jew is forced to pretend not to be Jewish while retaining himself Jewish identity. And there's just a spectrum of what is cryptocurrency like. Some will choose plastic Jews who resented heavily the imposition of this facade of Christianity. And there are others who adopted it willingly and eventually assimilated into Spanish Christianity. And then, of course, through the range of the world. But let's understand a little bit of the process of how these people came to be Christian Jews and they look further at how they emerged from that stuff. The stories of the Spanish Inquisition really begins 100 years prior to the start of the Jewish faith. In 1391, there was a wave of attacks And Jews simply avoid physical harm by adopting Christianity, by allowing themselves to be baptized in the same way. This presented an unusual challenge to the Spanish population because, on the one hand, these Jews were no longer bound by these religious restrictions that were imposed on them by society. Secondly, with their newfound Christian status, they were allowed to receive education, travel without influence, engage in higher education, even within the church, all kinds of avenues of subsequent government. However, because they had accepted baptism against their will, that it was forced upon them to arrest, they wanted to remain within the Jewish community. And so they just had it like very much like Esther. They had this advantage as being considered technically Christian because within the church thought at the time, once a person was baptized, that was it. There's no concern as those do-overs that a person was baptized wasn't baptized and remains for the rest of their lives. They kind of stopped at external Christian identity, which had lots of benefits for them economically and socially, but internally they still maintained that desire to remain with the Christian identity. In fact, for the next 75 odd years, they were very much involved with the Christian identity. Still, culture, still living in Jewish neighborhoods, married other Jews or married other Jews that were also by their culture. And those for new Christians who were distinct from old Christians who were not during church after Christian as well. And this presented a problem for the church, which was expressed in the figure of Paul Hamada, who was the most notorious figure behind this movement. Inquisitions as the main cause inquired of those Christians to determine if they were still practicing their faith practices. So it was technically not directed at those Jews who avoided the forced practices of faith. It was specifically directed at those Jews who were unfortunately placed into that advantageous position that meant that they were now Christians who were now persecuted by Jews. So Sabbath on Saturday, for example, keeping strictly kosher, educating their children in Jewish ways, and so on. So the Inquisition was specifically directed at this very significant population of Jew Christians not their descendants. The methods of the Inquisition frequently used as torture, forced confession, in which people under incredible pain would give up the names of all kinds of friends, relatives, associates, and they were also secret Judaizers, whether this was true or not, and this created a golden perfect storm of more discussion, more focus, more confession, and the Inquisition spread further and further in Spanish society, even disrupting it as a whole. In order to give you a sense of the terror that the Spanish Inquisition brought about people, it's just one of the various torture devices that were developed for the period. This is something which was ironically named the Pope's chair. It was inserted in one of several possible orifices of the personal expression torture, and the ring of the top would be grasped and turned. So it opened up like this, a terrible electric organs and brains and absolutely drastic things. It was kind of very valuable torture was used to elicit these forces. Once a person was suspected of being a Judaizer, they would often be put on trial. This provoking questions going out that shows several of these suspected Judaizers where the prison sort of outside the police and the possible acts that later had an influence on the development of this nation and made sense. And they would be found guilty with the whole list of punishments, ranging from most extremely up to effort to celebrate the sacrifice and restoration of Scripture. And they also be required to think of the old sacrifice for the rest of their lives. Sometimes we come out of the church to the class and share to the sacrifice. A different time. As the Spanish Inquisition gained steam and threatened to overwhelm normal functioning of Spanish society, without necessarily slowing down the process of these false tribunals of suspected Judaizers, Torquemada approached this project suggested specifically that perhaps the reason why the Inquisition did not succeed, that they're not actually taking this process to a close, is because those Jews who were baptized were still exempt from the punishment. And the baptized Jews, the course of the are still seeking to associate with their Jewish community. Therefore, Torquemada suggested that by expelling all of the Jews from Spain, dramatically, this will given the strength of Jews within the peninsula. Perhaps that would extend to make Spain legalize this remarkable shape by the Business of Francais. Jews is much amazing. He appears the elderly Jewish statement that was like Abraham and Abdallah, who was famous for his conquest, also for his political and financial acumen. He was actually a very high expert in Spanish state taxation. Today, both that office also very conspicuous to this expressing horror, expressing fascination with it. Here, Torquemada proudly gesticulated his lesson, pointing at the of Alcantara, that figured that was a sign. Expel the Jews from Spain. All of this, the decisions has been decided by the way we decide to expel them. This team is a great Spanish diaspora to spread out throughout the basin, separate from Africa, China, Peninsula, Constantinople in particular, some made it to the Americas, particularly to Portuguese Brazil, and some that we'll talk about for a second, that they got northern Europe, especially in the liberal Belgian colleges, the most obvious reason to escape many people was simply best in the peninsula to the country of Portugal, which occupied the western coast. There had been a history of Portugal sheltering cities such as Cisco, Havana, and landmarks like their conditions one. Portugal would not be staycation. 5 years after the expulsion, rather than expelling them directly, they decided they wanted to take advantage of the Jewish population, which was a highly literate, Israelite, and very wealthy population, and that was strong enough to decide to forcibly convert all of them. Similar to what happened in the 1391 exchange. What this meant was that now you have a large population of many of these were formerly Spanish, now living in Portugal. Who had spent 20 years to wait so they could still maintain their Jewish identity privately, but then began to face terrible Jewish persecutions began with the Portuguese Inquisition because of many ways that their relations were Spanish. And so for generations in Portugal, because this is something that followed the family from parents to children to grandchildren, these other were especially strong moral attachment to the his father made a very he had received a very strong education including theology, but he learned from his mother as they were leaving for the Mexico that he was in fact Jewish. He was actually overjoyed. He was always motivated by these stories of Jewish Hebrew scriptures which were available to Portuguese Christians. But recall that he had no access to things that Judaism for his entire Jewish. He had no access to rabbis, no access to books. Even Hebrew books which were allowed books at the time. It's medical texts that but otherwise he has no connection to the Western Jewish world other than what he makes through Hebrew Christian sources. Nevertheless, he raised his Jewish identity with both hands and circumcised, which is very enthusiastic, speaking Judaism and the Jewish people. This ultimately led to death. Because one of the things that troubles him was his perceived disconnect between the ideal Jews that he imagined on reading biblical texts and the actual Jews that he can contact with, actual human beings, real communities, real racial failings, relational inappropriate behavior and so on. And he became kind of a gadfly to the community, regularly proclaiming his displeasure with Jews, failed to heal the straight and narrow of Judaism. He was like saying, two religions all of a sudden. You can imagine as a Christian, so speaking about Shakara, such speech, and not asserting the sound properly, the God would not be doing this properly, and it's this absolute text, three incredible. He spent some time upward, but he found that he could not deal with the rage from the margins, especially with his mother. And even though he had a tremendous resentment for the fact that he was not living up to his idea of Judaism, the trouble that I was that you should never excuse Judaism with Judaism, because Judaism is like a Jewish mistake. Nevertheless, thank you allowed that. Let us understand that the Jewish community from this time, actually for another 155 years, is a kind of tenuous situation where their specific rights and privileges in Amsterdam are not really hammered out, and we've been worried about hearing public declarations of Jewish inappropriate behavior, like wearing your dirty laundry out of the street, and they were trying to exercise some kind of control over area of the Costa so that you would not be jeopardizing the political, social, and economic standing of Jews. It was not at all uncommon for Jews to be expelled from individual localities, and the Jewish community, rather high-handed way, would try to exercise this control to keep that Costa in check. And his expressions of the rest are quite effective. Published books criticizing the Jews. So this is not a simple. After his third excommunication, he spoke to the court of Amsterdam, and they agreed to be admitted, but his level of repentance had to be specifically sealed with a much more powerful public demonstration of position, which required him to speak before the entire community, not just the where he beats his chest and reads out loud a confession on his face. And then he stood for the words, tied to a pillar of synagogue, symbolic law. This is not how something sounds. Synagogue contained literature, arms length might be just that just stuck a little bit, so we can't have that. We're not talking about a serious physical harm, but more on the ritual humiliation. And then following that, he's required to lay down his entrance to the synagogue. I stepped over his back and walks out of the synagogue. Usually himself in the gesture, which is essentially his own force. He sees this. Tragically, the concept got up from this humiliation. He walked home and 12-page suicide note was published under the last title. And that brought examples and tells the story of his life and his struggles with Judaism and ultimately his struggles with Jewish identity that resulted in final suicide. This is a very powerful and tragic story. Opposite of the society, here is a man who tries to identify himself by a future who is unable to imagine idealistic conception of unstable. It's like your next break of rationality. But also suicide represents so much potential shaped by force and certain circumstances and Josh's ability to transgender, heal, obviously cannot translate it into the subject of many artistic representations, studies, and so on. But perhaps the greatest impact it had was becoming never happened. The relationship between Costa and Wells, Spinoza, the philosophers, who had a similar run with the abstract thinking somewhat later, although they never met because definite rules for the relationship with Cuba. And this remarkable collaboration there shows the young Spinoza long and probably long colorful films working on the clouds and possibilities. I've seen kind of life-centered approach sitting on the lines of serve and Costa just completely laughed into like stare that like Spinoza's personal experience was not really as tragic as that Costa's, but also represents many figures expression with that said, let us now go back in time once again. Let's take Alexandria, Egypt, which is located in the western part of the Nile Delta. It's actually a very ancient Jewish community, considered a very ancient community. Many collections of keys coming from the Jewish Alexandria and so on. In this context, the most significant elements of Jewish talking about the Greek in the 3rd century before the Common Era, which was a Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures. This is known in Hebrew as the Targum sheet, the translation of the Septuagint, or in English, Septuagint. The Septuagint is a fascinating work according to the legends surrounding its creation. Ptolemy brought together 70 rabbis, put them all in separate rooms, with a copy of the scriptures, and ordered them all to translate it. Once they had completed the process, we all sent out, and miraculously, all of their translations were identical. The topic goes into specific discussions of why they all decided to divert from text and phrases here and there, but this was a miracle of the Septuagint that all 70 rabbis came up with the same translation after working independently from each other. Now, I have to mention one of the great jokes about this. Rabbi, a very important Rosh Yeshiva, had a pitch in the second book. Do you think that's a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 rabbis and don't put them accept the individual is, but they want people to see if they come up with one foundation. So if they do, that would be so fun. But anyway, what is relevant for our discussion is, of course, what the Rabbi of the Septuagint decided to do with the classic. They looked at the book of Esther, and they looked at some of the obvious questions that the text raises, like, for example, why is there no reference to God? Why is there no explicit reference to God? And then it comes to this, like, so find God hidden in the text, which is the example, secret, and so on. But there's no explicit reference to God in the text. And Esther's own relationship to God, where is that? Where is her Jewish identity? Kind of like upon the land by very powerful forces. And so Mordecai specifically tells her she has to stand up for herself and for his community, which she does heroically. But there is her player, there is her relationship to God. So she tried and expressed this idea, this whole the text. They actually added 107 verses to the text. That adds in all kinds of pieces which you would expect to be in the book of the Bible. The book of Esther is actually one of the most recent books in the Bible. Many reasons I won't mention here right now. And so the rabbis of the Septuagint trying to sort of fix it for Greek users and make it more understandable within our knowledge and specifically explain a little bit more. I guess it's one of my and in the Septuagint version, of the Rothschild highest Esther, where the Esther reaches out to God and the beauty of the host of Holy World, and gives in an environment which is not is exile. She never reaches out to God and search her identity and great personal list. So let us bring it up. This is actually a wall painting far from that was discovered in the 19th century, like buried in sand for many centuries, but when it was uncovered, there were these remarkable wall paintings. And the Joseph were some of the refugees. This painting, of course, is a best on the left. The famous scene of Mordecai riding the horse with Haman using it, Haman obviously uses their hand, and over here on the right, Esther sitting beside Ahasuerus with the minors. But what I find especially fascinating, I don't have an answer to the question I posed, is these four figures stuck in the middle of the presentation. Two figures on opposite ends of kind of a spectrum have fully formed figures. And the two middle figures deliver a very short Gemara Torah, part of the 10 short Divrei Torah on the 10 plagues. So I got the third plague, rice. Let's have a quick look at it. Here's an awful early modern depiction of rice. There were two species of rice that plagued the ancient world in the Middle East. I think this is the scientific name, and there were dark and light versions. The dark ones are also called head lice, and the light ones were apparently clothing. How did people do that? Pretty much the same as we do today. Lots of pesticide-based remedies, such as this picture here from the 15th century, at least from medieval period, a little bit about how people dealt with it. This woodcut depicts a medieval woman using a mixture of oil and mercury to de-lice her child. Yikes, that's pretty scary, but a lot of materials they use today seem pretty scary too. And the technology we see used in this golden agata from Spain, about the same thing. Over there, we see that we're using lice combs that look much like lice combs do today. The other type of lice, the one that affects clothing, is a lot interesting. I love this part of how to deal with those lice, showers, and things like that. But one of the preferred methods of trying to kill them was to fumigate them with a kind of closet-based incense burner. This is an example of an ancient incense burner that would have had closed places in the bottom, and you would put incense at the top, and you would put it in your closet to fumigate the clothes and hopefully kill the lice that are living there and kill the place for them. Here's a beautiful representation of the third plague by James T. Sullivan. It was especially adept at the kind of romantic of the thing with the bird. The passage that is most striking is here in the book's Shows, where God tells Moses to tell Aaron to strike the dust. So Aaron hits the dust, and lice comes up out of it. And then, because this is the third plague, and there's a back and forth where every plague that Moses was able to engineer, somehow the Egyptian part to make also engineer, they look at what just happened and they say, the last verse here, they said, it is the people of God. Pharaoh nevertheless kept his heart out. So the question is really, why is lice the people of God? Red, blood, frogs go there, that's not the people of God, but lice, that's the people of God. The famous passage of the Talmud, this, where Rabbi Eliezer says that the fact that the magicians were quite talented said this, the lice, is a fact of the people of God, shows you that their power was limited. They could create things that were bigger than they were. They could manipulate the universe, but there was a downsized limit. They could not do anything with things that were smaller than they were. Now, Papa disagrees, says, are you kidding? They could do the camels. They can't do any of these things. But in reality, what they do is they're able to control the demons who can corral various things in space to make them look like them. Alligator, or frogs and stuff. Just get the demons to do something this small. Now, the way that I approach this with that is perhaps this gets dangerously close to this goal. This is a fantastic passage in beautiful electrical Pacific that's long given associated with power of Barcelona. And there's some questions about this. This book is actually written as the world's greatest farthest to present ever. And in the figure of it, there's a discussion of what it seems like argues there in the context of discussion of mixing living wool together with those things. It's a discussion that sounds a little bit like scientific thought. It's, that is how much of it makes that powers the natural process down. My God,
together